stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full, but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls closing. Every shit tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth or bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth or bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter, splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking, whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth or bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Black boots stomping floors of regret. Ashtrays full, but we're not done yet. Clock ticks louder, the walls closing. Every shit tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth or bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth or bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Blood on the counter, splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking, whispers in the night. Beneath the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth or bullet, truth some need. True crime cafe where lies collide. louder, the walls closing. Every scene tastes like original sin. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudged, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth of bullet, truth of need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. Who's the killer? Who's the saint? Fingerprints smudge, they don't paint. Truth or dare or just pretend? What's the start? What's the end? True crime cafe where secrets bleed. Truth of bullet, truth of need. True crime cafe where lies collide. Order up a story no one can hide. No one can hide.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you all here back at the Cafe today. I hope you're all having a great day. I know I am now that I'm here. So welcome. Make sure to hit that like button. Share this out if you will, guys. We're taking a little bit of a field trip, I guess we could call it, bouncing around to a few other places outside of Idaho today, and catching up on some stuff that we cover, but we need to catch up on for sure because we haven't spent a lot of time on them. So we're going to jump into a few different things today. I hope you're here for it. Please share this out. Make sure to hit that like button. You know how important that is. Let's get this in an algorithm because these things are just as important. It is great to see you all here today. Once again, make sure to share this out. Hit that like button. And, well, you know what comes next. Let's do this thing. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. Echoes pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hunt the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the break. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay in the True Crime Cafe.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. It is good to see you here back at the cafe. We are open for business. Come on in, grab a seat, get comfortable. Let's do this thing. Come on. It's great to see you guys over there for Truth and Transparency, watching the new Molly McMichael interview. Quite interesting, to say the least. I appreciate seeing all you guys supporting Miss Lana. She definitely deserves it, puts the work in for sure. So thank you for those of you that support her as well, guys. I love seeing that. I truly do. Speaking of, she's in the house. Holy shit. Yeah, Molly is one hell of a liar. That's a fact. Who do we got joining us? Speaking of, looks like Cat K's in the house. Welcome back, Miss Rowena. Jane Kendall, always happy to see you. Beach Babe, welcome back to you. True Seeker in the house. Good to see you. Leah Story, welcome back. Of course. Truth and Transparency. Miss Lana herself's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Truth Seeker. Let's see. Teresa, welcome back to you. Of course, Fizzy's in here, fizzing around as always. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. SLE, welcome back to you. Miss Rowe. Mark Schumann, good to see you. Typically Unique, another awesome lady in here with us. Another great creator doing her thing out there. I appreciate it very much, Teresa. Mary Holt, good to see you. Brandy B, our OG. Miss Paula, the positive one, great to see you. Make sure, guys, that we can... Kane B, what's happening, Mr. Kane? Good to see you, brother. Buddy Bear's in the house. Canadian Cat Lady, welcome. Melissa Iorio, welcome to you. Oh, let me see. Show. As Mr. Chris McDonough would say. I don't see it, folks. I don't see it. Let me see. Who else we got? Come on in. Grab a seat. Get comfortable, if you will. That she is a liar. Full-blown liar. Dagburn, Johnny Gobble's dead. Floozy Mama's in the house. Good to see ya. Miss Diane. Oh, shit. It's Alicia. Alicia's joining us today, folks. What's up, butthead? Good to see ya. Halo to you, too. Love my blue crew. See them all popping in here one by one. If you guys could drop the links for Kane B's channel, please. And, of course, Truth and Transparency and Miss Typically Unique. Please make sure to subscribe to every one of these channels. Please and thank ya. Senior Wazowski, what's going on, my brother? Good to see you today. AFer. Yes, that's our love language, folks. That's how we greet each other. Before anybody thinks we're angry. Nothing I've asked in the house. Another channel I want everybody to be subscribed to and follow. Please and thank you. You got to follow Miss Fancy. You got to follow and watch Miss Fancy. She's awesome. I have the worst southern accent you ever heard in your life. Pappy Man, what's up, brother? Good to see you. Shashi Kashi is in the house. She is. Yes. It's good to see you too, Kashi. That's just for you, Cash. They're up on the screen. She Jag. Good to see you, She Jag. There's Miss Lana's. I'm sure most everybody is subscribed to Truth and Transparency, but if you're not, what are you doing with your life? You should be. Please make sure you are. There's the link right there. Thank you, Kat. Let's see here. Shashi. The Canadian cat lady's in the house. Yes, again, also, I want to say everybody subscribed to Nothing Half-Assed, as well as Typically Unique and Kane B's The Purge. You got it, Miss Charlicia. Yes, yes, yes. There you go, bro. Come on in, Ura, buddy. Ura, buddy. Good to see you all. 41 peeps in the house so far. And only 38 likes. We're almost there. We're almost there. Let's get this up to 100. Go tell everybody. I don't care. The neighbor, the mailman, the cat, the dog, your neighbor's cat and dog, the fish in the bowl. Let them know we're live and what we're doing. Bring them on in here. Got to get on my PC. Gosh. Exactly, Cassie. 6'7". 67. 6'7". I don't know what I'm doing, but whatever. I'm trying to be cool. You have to do that if you're cool, I guess. Just say 6'7" and do this with your hands. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing, but it is what it is. There's Miss Nothing, Miss Fancy Channel, guys. Go check her out real quick if you want to meet up with Fancy Grace. Right there. Right there. Please do it if you will. Please do it if you will. I appreciate that very much. I do, as does she. Another a great channel creator out there. Typically unique. Big Red, how you doing? 6'7". 6'7". I'm gonna greet everybody like that the whole damn show. I have no idea what that means, folks. It really makes no sense. We were talking about it in the Discord. It means something, but I feel dumb doing it. How could you not feel stupid doing it? It's 6'7". Oh, so typically knows. 6. Is that how am I doing it right? 7. Lisa said I'm leaving. I love it. I love it. It means literally nothing, she said. It doesn't. These kids. Listen, I just realized that the new generation are calling themselves the alpha generation. What in the actual hell? Alpha. What right do they have to call themselves the alpha generation? Please tell me. There ain't, as far as I'm concerned, there's no alpha there, folks. I apologize, but I love our kids. I love the kids. I love all of our children, but do not the alpha generation. What in the actual hell is going on? It's crazy, right? See, we all got the same reaction. Oh, see, they are. I guess we don't want them to have to be the alpha. Let's not make them do it, okay? It's starting over after Gen Z. Yeah, right. We are the best generation. Gen X, it is. Between Gen X and the generation before us, sorry. Big Red said, my boys bet not say a dang thing about alpha. I know. Eddie's in the house. What's up, brother? A magnet. You're a magnet now, typically. There's Mr. Kane's channel right there. Thank you, Kat. Please, if you will, subscribe to Mr. Kane. You will definitely get an entertaining experience on over there. Welcome, Edward. Good to see you, brother. 6, 7. I don't even know what I'm going to have to watch a video on this to see how to do it right. My son don't do it. He said it once, and I just looked at him like he was like insane, and he never said it again after that. So I don't know. Magnet for crazies in my walk and talk. There you go. They're not the alphas. Boomers in the silent generation are the alphas. World War I and World War II. Vietnam. I will say that the boomers, yeah. My grandparents and my parents were probably, in my opinion, the alphas. Gen X is just the best. We are the best generation because we had a little bit of everything. We were lucky. And of course, the best movies and the best music and the most amazing clothes to some extent. We were very colorful. I'll say that much. Leah, you are not a boomer. You're too young to be a boomer. Way too young to be a boomer. My parents are boomers. My mother is 74. Yeah, my mom's 74. She's a boomer. You're not a boomer, Miss Leah. Nope. No way in hell you're 64 years old. You're a liar. You're lying. You're not telling me the truth here. I seen you. I seen you live. You are not 64 years old. You made the line. I'll be damned. Well, still, I love Gen X. Our Gen X. 19. There you go. That's better. You give up today. That's wonderful. Welcome. Please welcome Miss Alicia back. We haven't seen her. She's been such a busy woman working her booty off. It is great to see her today back in the house with us. I do appreciate that so very much. 25. Yes. There you go. I believe it. Now we can all put our mental ages out here. That's where we truly are, is our mental and our emotional ages, folks. In that aspect, I'm just an even 30. I'll stick with 30. Grew up in the 70s. The power era. Oh, Lord. Peace, love, and hair grease, folks. 30-something. I told you, Leah. You do not look 64 by no means whatsoever. She must have she must have built her house on top of the Fountain of Youth or some shit, and that flows through her pipes. That's all I can say. Truth is 29. Good. Or no, Rose 29. I believe it. And Miss Cat Lady's only 34 years old. Hey. There you go. 32, not 57. Typically it's 50. No way, you're not. No, you're not. See? I'll be turning 51 in less than 30 days. And I will be officially in my 50s, not just turning 50 like I did. I'm really not into it. 67 and holding. See, we're all young at heart, folks. Every one of us are young at heart. Has anyone ever had me? Yes, 100% senior, and it is so good. Yes, Alicia's one of the babies in the house. 38, less than a month. I thought you were younger than that, Alicia. Cassie's the baby. She's 30 years old. 32 years old, sorry. So you're on Thanksgiving this year, Cat Lady, I think. Here, Thanksgiving is the 27th here this year. You guys already had your Thanksgiving in Canada. But here in the U.S., you're a turkey baby. Oh, Senor's a younger one, too. We all do. I think it's the Gen X thing, folks. We feel and think younger. Welcome back, Miss Half-Assed. Good to see you back. Yes, you are a United States turkey baby this year, Miss Canadian Cat Lady. Yes, them are amazing. Very good, bro. Mine, every few years, mine falls on Thanksgiving. So this year, mine's on Sunday. It's not Thanksgiving, thank the Lord. No, Beach Babe. They are good. They are really good. Grape jelly. I didn't think they'd be good either, but grape jelly and chili sauce. Oh, ho, ho. I'm telling you, they are amazing. My wife makes them as appetizers every now and then. Every so often, not all the time, but I think it might be grape jelly and barbecue sauce, maybe. Hey, is that you? Hey, the meatballs that you guys make with the grape jelly, what else goes in those?
Barbecue sauce and grape jelly.
Is it barbecue sauce? Okay, so it's barbecue sauce with the grape jelly. Yeah, they're banging though. They really are. You made it to your mid-40s? Crazy. Yeah, I didn't think I'd make it to my age either. Yes. 100%. We got the best generation out there. Yeah, that's it right there, Cassie. Barbecue sauce and grape jelly. They're the bomb. They truly are. My wife makes the most amazing appetizers. I'm telling you, she's made all sorts of crazy. She'll take the little smokies, the little wieners, high low nuts, the low wieners, those little ones. and she'll wrap those with bacon, put a toothpick through them. She also takes, and these are my favorite things she makes, is the water chestnuts and wraps those with bacon, toothpick through them, bakes them in the oven, and they're amazing. Um, she makes all sorts of appetizers. I could go on for hours, but it is so good. I mean, we do it with barbecue sauce. You could probably do it with chili sauce too, bro. I'm sure there's multiple recipes, and I'm sure they're both just as good. Low Smokies, yes. The low winners. Low winners. We do. We have a whole recipe section, Cat Lady. There's a thing in there for you to pull recipes out of that actually God Lover Wisdom Speaks kind of created and started off. Barbecue sauce and grape juice. That's what I thought too. But the chili sauce sounds good too, though. Wisdom Speaks. Fizzy. She's the one that started the whole recipe thing. Low winners. Low winners, tiny low nuts. Oh, that was from hey, what was that from? Low winners and tiny low nuts.
Oh, the Master Disguise.
Master Disguise with Dana Carvey. Yeah, exactly. Leave it to my wife. She could repeat back to you any movie that exists. Any movie. Low winners and tiny low nuts is Dana Carvey in Master Disguise. You know the turtle guy. I've never had it like that. I'm gonna tell her. We're gonna try it. If you're in the Discord, look in the Discord. Go down through the thing there. There is a spot for recipes. There's a lot of them in there. There's a Philly steak and cheese. What do you call it? Meatloaf. There's also a French onion soup meatloaf. That's in there. There's a bunch of other stuff. Wisdom put some stuff in there, and a bunch of other people did too. Dana Carvey was awesome. He did the church lady. Yeah, I was gonna say maybe tag her cast that way she could won't have trouble finding it. Turtle. It's a little turtley. I know we always talk about food in here, you guys, and you're right. We haven't talked about it in a little while. Cass, have you talked to your mom today? Is she doing all right? I don't know. Salsa meatloaf. Yes, that's good too. My wife has made all of those. Oh, the church lady. And she talks about, could it be Satan? She's okay. Okay. I'm just making sure she's all right. And it's dinner time. Well, don't be making all this stuff in there, cat lady. You go in there, come out, and you'll have an 8-course meal after reading all that stuff. Okay. I was just making sure she was feeling better today. Garlic buffalo shrimp. Oh, my God. Garlic buffalo shrimp. That sounds damn good. Are they really hot? Frying shrimp and steamed broccoli. Damn. You guys are killing it today. Alicia's always cooking dinner. Always cooking something. Congrats. Welcome to the sauce, Big Red. We got a new meatball jumping in with us. Welcome. Grateful to have you. My favorite meal. It's got to be right here. Cook. Don't starve to death. Cook yourself some food. Air fryer. We use that a lot too. The air fryer. Medium hot ranch. Oh my God, you're dumb. Ugh, that sounds damn good. My wife has been going through this shrimp thing lately too. She wants it all the time. Just to eat it. Cocktail shrimp, whatever. This is the best time of year for me. I love because this is when I like cooking the most because it's cold. And we make all sorts of things. It sounds like it should be. The air fryer it does change up a lot of things. Welcome to the sauce, Big Red. It's great to have you in the family. We appreciate you. 44 peeps in the house, 49 likes. We're getting there. You just made gingerbread from a box. It only needed 1 egg and 1 1/4 cups water. I've been craving gingerbread. That sounds good. My mother-in-law makes gingerbread cookies for Christmas. They're pretty good. Her and my wife both make tons of cookies and stuff for Christmas. I'm trying to stay away from them this year. No lie. So, like I said, come on in, guys. We're catching up on some things that we haven't really talked about in a while. The Sebastian Rogers situation, the Jack and Lilly Sullivan situation, and plenty more. Oh my God, yes. Oh, you're killing me. I'm gonna want some shrimp now. Damn it. I want seafood in general. I love seafood. Fish, shrimp, lobster, crab, whatever. I ordered me some soup in case of shortage. There you go. I like soup myself. I'm a big soup person. My wife makes the best wedding soup at this side of North America, I'm telling you. There she is, SRBBB. And what did you eat for dinner, ma'am? Since we're talking about food. Garlic biscuits. Oh, God. Stop it. Fancy. Stop it. All this good stuff. Bay seasoning, yes. That's something I want to have this coming summer. We haven't done in a while is a clam bake. Or clam boil. Or one of them boils. I like those too. Mother. Daughter. You guys are a trip. Me too. Soup is awesome. Oh, I thought you guys were eating. You're not hungry. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you're feeling better. You're coming. Where are you coming to, dear? I am the queen of grilling chicken. Oh, yeah, we do that too a lot. I hate chicken. My wife loves it, but I hate it because we eat it so often. Marinades. We do a lot of marinades. Moore's marinade is very good for a lot of different meats. In Italian soup last night. Which one did you make? I'm trying to think. Brandy just made gnocchi soup about 2 weeks ago. It was very good. Chicken gnocchi. That's what it was. I get it. My wife is the same way. Exactly the same way. You only care for chicken thighs? You don't like breasts? I like thighs and breasts. That didn't sound good at all. Sorry, but I do. Thighs are more tender. I get it. But I like the breast part too. I don't really care for, other than like wings that you would get wings to order. I don't care for any other part of the chicken though. They're more tender and juicier. I agree with that. You put the rest. Okay, thank you, dear. Boneless. My wife's the same way. She doesn't do the bone. If she gets wings, she gets boneless pieces of chicken. That's all it is. That means you're not making them right, Cass. I promise you, I can make you a chicken breast that flows with juices. Yeah, they're not. If they're dry, you're not making it right. You're cooking it too much then. I have a hard time with bone-in chicken because I always put. That's what my wife says. Word for word. Alicia, same thing. I am so sick of chicken. I'll eat it either way, but it sounds like same things my kids said about my wife when she had blonde hair. That's funny though. I'm afraid to not cook. I know. I get it. That's why it's dry. I get it though. Fish is my favorite thing. Fish and beef I love. I'm just burnt out on chicken. That's why I'm not a fan of it so much. 53 people in the house. The link is pinned to the top of the chat. If anybody would like to join me today, as always, I'd like to give you guys a platform to speak your minds on whatever we're covering on. So please feel free if you want to. Edward's in the house. Maybe we'll get lucky and he'll grace us with his presence, or maybe not. We'll see. And my wife is paranoid about not cooking it all the way either, but she's pretty good at getting it perfect, even on the grill. Yeah, see? That's what it is. It's hard to tell sometimes, especially with chicken breast. Unless you fry it. You know what I mean? That's the difference. That's the difference. Mm. She makes the best fried chicken I've ever had in my life, too. There you go. Just get a meat thermometer. That's a good idea, bro. Very good idea. She doesn't trust it. I get it. I get it because I got sick off of chicken that was not fully cooked one time, and for the longest time, you could even put it around me. So I get that. Thanksgiving dinner is my favorite. The only holiday I claim versus the girl's significance and husband's. Oh, hey, it's probably the best. It is. I like Christmas and Thanksgiving dinner. Now, Christmas dinner with my father's family back in the day was way different because there was tons of seafood and a whole bunch of different fish and all that crazy stuff. And it changed. My mother's side of the family is Slovenian, so there was a whole bunch of carb dishes, dumplings and halupki, and all of them things. Stuffed cabbage and chicken or cabbage and noodles. Speaking English for you guys and all that other stuff, but so it was a combination of all of that stuff because I had to go to both places for the longest time, and it was just a mixture of a lot of crap. The next day was horrifying for the stomach. Yeah, I don't even like my yes, yes, it is way too expensive now. You are not lying, Beach Babe. The 7 fishes, stupid expensive, especially the ones you're supposed to have. It's too expensive now. Yeah, I'm the same with the thing on the steak. My steak has got to be, you throw it on the grill and flip it twice and I'm done. I like mine almost raw. Bought a hamburger and fries yesterday from a food truck in town and it tasted flunky. Flunky. You barely ate the hamburger, just a couple bites, ate most of the fries. Fries are always good. Hard to mess those up. I'd like to know what flunky means, though, Kat. That's a new one I've never heard. Moonlit's in the house. Good to see you, Moonlit. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to my blue crew. It's great to see you all. Terry Martin in the house. Good to see you. Yeah. A little more, I guess I overreacted or over dramatized it. I like mine a little more than rare. I like it like medium rare, I guess you could say. Today your stomach's been, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you didn't get something from that, Cat. Maybe that's the flunky word. Well, I hope you didn't get sick from it. Strange case from the seasoning. It wasn't rare. I just wonder what. Ugh. I hope there was nothing wrong with it. Medium rare is perfect. Yeah, it's busy. I agree. 56 peeps, 58 likes. You guys are killing it. Thank you so much. Good to see you guys today. We're about to get kicking here, guys. I think everybody's here. Almost here. That's going to join us. We might get a few stragglers. Depends on the verb. And it feels weird tomorrow and sleeps like crap is because the shoe man resonates. What does that even mean, Kathy? Explain what it means so we know what the hell you're talking about. Schumann resonance is going to spike. I don't know what that is. I don't like this season of beef. Just salt. Yeah. I mean, I'll eat it marinated, but typically I'm the same way too. Thank you. Thank you, because I have no clue what you meant, dear. We have a pierogi grill here in Clear. Pierogis. Oh, I love pierogi. I never heard of that. That's pretty wild, Kane. Down in Florida. Florida. A pierogi grill. Welcome, Terry. If you can hear me.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, thank God. Every time I get on, I have to go mess with my speaker thing. It gets all screwed up every single time.
Oh, I gotcha. Understand completely. I deal with that stuff too from time to time lately. I have to figure out this browser issue I'm having because that's the problem I've been having lately.
Oh, you
So
haven't figured that out yet.
no, I haven't.
Do you ever think that YouTube is messing with us?
Daily. I do daily. Truly, I do. Just because these things happen too many times.
I mean, just like when Birdie said he had Kelly on and that was his first strike he got. I mean, that's what we faced every time we went online.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of sad too. But now, my mom, good to see you. Yeah, that's really sad, especially considering the topic of how important the topic is. Oh, Cat, that sounds like it might have been a little bad, maybe. I'm sorry. That's weird. Yeah, I hope you didn't get any kind of food poisoning or anything. If you did, it sounds like you just got a tinge, not enough to make you real sick. Yeah, me too, Cassie. That's weird. Mod chat. Okay, let me check. Hang on 1 second here, Terry. How are you today, by the way?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing okay. Doing okay. Thank you for asking. Okay. So this is what Cassie's talking about here.
Yes,
All right.
I agree with you.
1 minute here. Yes, they do. That's a good point, Moonlit. And Mr. Hildreth, how are you, sir? Dylan.
Still on the I still had the YouTube up and it kind of threw me off a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Let me read this to you guys to show you what Cassie was talking about real quick, you guys. Hold on. Let me blow her up real quick. Okay, so I'm not even saying this right. The Schumann resonance is a set of natural electromagnetic frequencies around 7.83 hertz that occur in the space between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere, caused mainly by lightning discharge. It is sometimes called the heartbeat of the Earth and is used by scientists to study global lightning activity and the Earth's electric environment. Some research suggests that there may be subtle influences on human health, such as effects on sleep, but claims of larger impacts are considered speculative and lack robust scientific evidence. So that is what the Schumann resonance is. I've never in my life ever heard of this. So I guess I learned something new today. Wait, what's that? Listen. It says it's the Earth's heartbeat. I wonder. Let me see. I hear it. Do you hear it? I hear it. Thank you, Cass. You tuned me into it.
I really thought you were going to do a Rickroll on us.
No. No, I wouldn't.
Nope. He just kind of rolled on out.
I still don't. Eddie heard it too. He heard the heartbeat, folks. We can hear it now. I'm not a smart ass. You can call me a dumbass, but I'm not a smart ass by any means. Oh Lord, Brady B, good to see you guys. If you guys want to jump on into the Discord with us, please check it out. Jump on over and hit that link there to Miss Brady B at mama of 350 at AOL.com. Yes, folks, she still has AOL. Title it Discord link and state your YouTube name. State your name and serial number. And that way you'll get your link to jump into Discord with us, guys. And you can have all the fun that we have in there. We have meme wars and everything in there, period. Because we're adult children. The Bomb Toy's in the house. Good to see you, Bomb Toy. Thank you for joining us. So how are you today, Dylan?
Oh, I'm doing good. I finally got a day off of work. Got absolutely nothing done in the process, but you know.
Cool.
That's how that works, though, bro.
Yeah, I did play a lot of NASCAR though, so I'm kind of.
You played NASCAR?
Yeah, the new NASCAR game that came out like a
Oh,
week and a half ago.
no idea about it. I'm not a big gamer, but I never even heard. I didn't know they had a NASCAR game.
Yeah, they finally came out with one that was actually worth playing for the first time in like 2 decades.
Which system do you have it on?
PlayStation 5.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll get along because I'm a PlayStation guy too. If I do play,
yeah, I got the whole steering wheel, pedal set, cockpit, like the whole shebang.
Good Lord.
you're a spoiled little shithead, aren't you?
Oh, you should see the way that I race. When I
David and I were just talking about I can't get my sound to go and he can't get his computer to stop echoing, but you've got a whole cockpit full of stuff.
I'm old school, I guess. I still have one of these.
At least
Yeah,
you don't,
that was like so 2019, dude.
at least
Oh my
you don't have an Atari still.
I do actually. I don't use it, but I have one in the basement in a box. Atari 2600 with 36 games. No lie. Yes, we get to say fucker in Discord all the time. You can say all the words you want in there as long as you're not saying them to each other in a mean way, of course. You've got mail. I checked. I don't have any, but let's see who we got here. Come on in. Come on in. Did I miss anybody? No, I don't think I did. 59 peeps in the house with 58 likes. Greetings. Witchy's in the house. There's Witchy. Roach Coach. What are you talking about, Kane? Good to see you, Witchy. Who's got a Roach Coach? Just
Nobody heard about anything from Tommy since that
I
live.
haven't. No, I know he's taking a break and kind of recovering a little bit because he wasn't feeling well. Yes, we haven't played it in a few years, but I know he's got doctor's appointments and stuff. From my understanding, I know Leah's in here. She probably knows a little more than I do.
Well, I know that Doc Terry is right. I mean, is it ivermectin or
Ivermectin.
Thank you. I don't think it's ivermectin, but you know,
Definitely no rectum there. None. No
Yeah.
rectum involved.
no, but seriously, it does kill parasites, and parasites have been proven to cause cancer.
Agreed. You just have to be careful with it. I've heard. I looked at it a little bit the other day. You just gotta be careful. That's all. We should do a live on how many of us meatballs share a name with infamous cases. I'm talking to you, Dylan. Mine, Jennifer Soto, a former roommate, Joseph D'Angelo. That's my name, Joseph. Food truck sequel. Oh, yeah. I got you, bro. Check my email.
I mean, me and Dylan do share a common theme. We do get away with it.
Yeah, I just think there's a big difference there. You're actually a good person, decent person. There's the difference. Speaking of Tommy, he's
Question is,
identified as
would you have
Barbara.
called 911 within 8 hours?
I never knew that anybody could identify the 5 runners at 315. Do you know who they are, Moonlit?
I was gonna call and then I started playing Candy Crush.
I
Gosh.
gotcha.
Ivermectin. It's used for, I thought that's what it was for, Fizzy. A horse dewormer, so getting rid of paradise, is its jam, absolutely. So that's what cancer is classified as, I guess, is it's in the parasite realm.
Oh, we should watch it because we're talking about something that YouTube doesn't want anybody to know. So,
Oh, well, then we'll change the subject here.
it's impossible unless you talk about I think they want us to talk about Brian Koberger because it keeps us focused on here, so we can do all this stuff over here. But when you talk about other things that are happening in the world, then they don't want that to be said.
Mm-hmm. You may be right, ma'am. You may be right. Let's see here. So, experimental. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't think anybody knew who they were, but so be it. Yeah, except for possibly law enforcement, if even they do, which I'm sure they do. All right, let me see something here.
There's no way that they could not have seen them out in because is it Teasdale or Tisdale?
Tesdale and Rosenthal.
He was directly looking that direction.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that couldn't have been seen.
I agree with you. I do agree with you. Yes, ma'am, I do. Let me see here. All right. Molly said long round hair girl in window. Okay.
Yeah, I don't understand that. That kind of stumps me.
What's that?
What was it, like a Jack in the Box? I mean, no pun
What are you-
intended, but
What are you talking about?
the girl in the brown hair,
Oh,
she said popped up, popped down, pop. I mean,
I'm
no,
gonna say this much. Molly, in my opinion, is a liar. Okay. But so I only take like bits and pieces of what she said as truth.
well, she knows where that house is. I don't care what she says. She couldn't find it. She knows where that house is.
Well, she tried to say that she couldn't see the date, Jesus Christ, the address on the house. Well, I showed you guys the other day when I pulled the house up. It's right on the outside edge of the front of the house above the door, 1122, big black letters. So there's no way in hell she didn't see it. That was an excuse, in my opinion, unless she was ditched out of her mind.
Well, it doesn't matter. She knows where that house is. She does not live that far from there,
And she also is very familiar. One thing she said, because we're going to go over the interview and break it down, not today, that Lana did again, and see what we find in there that makes any sense or doesn't make sense to us. And we're going to run it with the closed captions on so that we can pick up the words, because it's hard to hear her. She talks like she's just had her ass beat like many a times, by her parents or something. She's in trouble. It's ridiculous. Oh, and she had her eyes closed. Yeah, that was weird too. But again,
what?
I don't feel bad for her at all. I agree with SRB. I have not felt bad for her since the probably first couple of days until I found out the other shit about her, and then I said, "Nope, sorry." And then when I realized that she was using that, and I realized she lied too, and then she admitted to it. That was a big issue for me. So at that point, I quit even giving her any kind of grace at all. Cognitive interview. Yeah, it was still strange. It was very strange. Some of the stuff she was saying was just really off to me, but hey, we'll go over it and break it down.
Do we know why JLR just all of a sudden stopped reporting on this case overnight?
Probably because Brian is in jail now, so JLR is one of them type of people that just doesn't care. Once he's in jail, he's done.
Okay, here's my question why I asked that, okay? Sean Cohen, I think that's his last name.
Yes.
Was the reporter from the Daily Mail. He's the one who introduced or interviewed the trailer park whole, fiasco.
Yeah.
Where James Leonard, is that his right name? Am I right?
James Curtis Leonard, yes.
Yes, lived. And he had cuts all over his arms. He was like psychotic. And, they had the domestic abuse, and then they bleached out that red car, and he went to that place, and then that kid told him, he's the one that called Washington University, Washington State, to go look in the parking lot and figure out, the Washington plates or whatever. And then next thing you know, you never hear another word from the reporter from the Daily Mail. But then I remember hearing that he had thrown it in the trash, and JLR had found it. And that's how it even got out there. And then next thing you know, JLR is not doing the case either. So that's two reporters. That's two people that were reporting on this case that just dropped it.
I believe because they're both guilters. Anybody that's a guilter that covered this, once Brian was convicted and put in prison, they're done. They don't care. Most people, okay, not except for the ones that want to argue with us. Those ones are still out there doing what they're doing. Welcome, Leah. It's good to see you today. Thank you for doing it.
Finally.
Yes.
Hey,
finally.
Terry.
Leah on the panel. I told her when she
I
was on
don't know
Tommy.
the other person on.
Oh, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hey, Dylan.
What's going on?
Yes. Yeah, I
Nothing,
told
just checking
Leah the
y'all
other.
out.
I told Leah the other day. I said I could. Now that I see that you get on panels, I said you better join me on one of mine now because you've never done it. So welcome. It's great to have you here.
He's
I have
awesome.
broccoli in my teeth.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Do whatever you got to do. No worries at all. But yeah, I think that's what it is, Terry. Is that most creators that were on the guilt side of things, once he got convicted, that was it for them. There's no
They
reason.
weren't, but he hadn't been convicted when this all happened.
What I'm saying is the reason why JLR is probably no longer covering anything is because of that reason. At that point, I don't even know anything about that, but that could be something completely different. I have no idea.
I mean, this was literally like days after.
Yeah, I don't know. I never followed any of that, especially the Daily Mail guy. I know who Sean Cohen is, but I
would
never.
love to get Sean Cohen on this show.
Yeah, I definitely
I don't
talked
know
to
who
him.
that is.
He was a reporter for the Daily Mail.
Oh,
Or
okay.
he could still be, but you don't see much or hear much from him anymore. Welcome, female Colombo. I saw a video of Payne pulling over Molly, and when running her driver's license, it said she is supposed to be wearing corrective lenses. So maybe she wasn't wearing them to see the address at the end of. I don't know. Maybe it could be. It could be, but it's really big, guys. The address is really big, and it's right there directly above the door. So I find that one
I don't
a little
believe Molly.
like I said, I don't believe much of anything she says. That's my biggest problem. After finding she was using this situation, folks, to try to get out of a DUI. We saw that in that video. That's my biggest issue there. And then she admitted she lied, so that's where my trust falls out of play with her. Bra guy, good to see you, Mr. Brian. Thank you for joining us. Allison
Yeah.
White.
And if she was truly looking for the address, we would have seen her climb up onto the stairs on 1112 King.
Probably instead of parking. She parked behind it, so she had to know that it was in that vicinity. You know what I mean? And after hearing that interview, I'm not guessing, but I'm gonna take a guess and think that maybe she changed cars at some point, possibly. Something Lana brought up about that might be a possibility. Possible. Not saying it's a fact. Don't run with it. Just a possibility.
This also drives me nuts because I think this is a huge clue to this entire thing, and nobody really focuses on it. Is when those kids are walking in, and I know I've said it before, but I'm saying it again. When those kids were walking in after they parked, and they were like, "She said not to park here," or "She said to park there." Who's she?
Wait, repeat. Say that again.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, when at
Linda Lane.
Yeah. Those boys are
at 12:30.
Uh-huh.
It was 12:30.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
I want to know who she is.
Yeah.
I think they said Amber. It sounded like Amber, an A name.
Oh,
A name like Amber.
Okay, so you're talking. Let me make sure I'm getting this right. So you're talking about the vehicle that pulls up on camera, and the 4 people get out and walk into the building, and they're saying, "Make sure she parks somewhere over here," or something like that.
She told us not to park there, or she told us to park there, where to park, or something like that. I can't remember exactly, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yes, I do.
The big thing about it is that she told them about parking. And I want to know who she is. That to me tells me there is definitely a woman that is part of this entire thing.
What? So you think that those kids that got out of that vehicle that went into the apartment that night are involved in this?
I don't know about them. I don't know if I don't even know if they knew what they were getting out and doing, but they said she told them where to park.
Probably maybe the person they were going in the apartment to see.
No. This is when everybody was walking in.
Yeah.
People were dropping, people were parking, people were dropping off, they were walking in. And this particular carload the guy said to his friends, she told us not to park there. And that to me is huge because that reduces, who's the head. It's almost like it was ran by a she.
See, I never put that together with anything at 11:22 that night. I just thought that was a bunch of kids that were going to see somebody that lived in the apartments, and they were talking about her not being able to park there where she had stopped, and that she needed to go park in a parking spot or something. That's how I took all of that.
No, I don't think so at all. What do you think, Leah?
I don't know. And they were going into the bottom part, like
Right. All the
it wasn't
people.
an apartment they were going into,
No,
from what I remember.
no, they weren't.
I don't know. The way I saw that place is like there's different you go in the bottom door to get to the stairs that go up to whatever you're going up to. That's how that's what Rory had explained when he was there. So that's how I that they were going in. Like there's like a main entry door, and then you go up a set of stairs and it takes you to different apartments. That's my understanding of that place for that part.
Because I thought it was a laundromat. I thought people were saying that was a washroom down there or something like that.
Yeah, there was a washroom in the parking lot.
Yeah, there are. It's like the apartment like wash area where they can all go down and use the laundry, like the washer and dryer down there. That's the room that was inside that door. There's a one in each door, I guess. But
they weren't going into that. They were actually going. And the thing is that if Matt Moy or whatever his name is was having a party that night, he did not live in those apartments.
No, he lived in the house behind the 1122 house, from my understanding.
Yeah, he had his own house.
What was that one on Willenta Way? Or whatever the name of that street is.
Yeah, it actually, the front of it
was actually,
Willenta, and the back faces the 1122, right?
Yeah.
That's how I understood.
So it's almost like they had been told, everybody knew, you can either probably watch it on your phone or you can watch it in person. What are they watching? What was going on? Why were people told where to park? Even what's his face? The weird guy that Enan Harsh. He even said he couldn't believe that there were so many parking spots available that night.
Well, it was said in another report, I can't remember which one I read, that there was a lot of cars that were usually there on the weekends because they were always having some kind of a party, and that there weren't as many there as normal that weekend because remember they were saying it was a quiet night per se.
Yeah.
And it still makes me wonder, because I told you guys before, long time ago, for those of you that weren't here, I know a lot of you guys were, when Kim was around, she said that a lot of people knew about this before it happened. They knew it was coming up. Something was coming.
Right.
And I gotta wonder and we know for a fact Hunter and Emily decided to stay in that night. Maisie decided to stay home that night. A few other people decided they weren't going to go out and do what they normally do that night and just stayed home. Well, you got to wonder why. Okay, like what was so special about that night that you decided just for some reason not to do anything that night?
Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. What college student can go an hour without your cell phone?
Not many at all.
Hunter supposedly left his cell phone at 11:22 all night.
I think that he was overly drunk probably Friday night and just was probably walked home.
Who's he?
Hunter Johnson.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he was probably walked home by his girlfriend because he was not doing well. They went home, did their thing, got up the next day, and he got his phone back. That's my understanding with that whole situation, but I don't know for sure. That's how I took it, I should say. Because he had it. Busy says she thinks he got it back Friday night or Saturday. I think it was Saturday morning when they all got back together.
Yeah.
And then that Saturday night said he was in bed at 8:30. So that's odd to me.
Yeah.
And I think they were all warned, per se, I guess, in some form or version that something bad was going to go down. So everybody stayed away. And then now we still have people that seem to be distancing themselves from Kaylee herself, personally, in my opinion. Like Hunter, like Jack Showalter. They're saying they don't know this girl. that bugs me because I think all of us know that they do know her. You know what I mean? Yeah, in bed at 8:30. Right. They slept 12 hours. Right. Exactly. And then got up at what time did she say they got up at 1 or 1:30, stayed up, watched TV and went back to bed at 3 or 4 o'clock or something, and then slept till 10. I can't remember. But that's just odd to me, the hours for their age. I don't know. Maybe it's me.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely. Too fast. Welcome. Good to see you. Hunter said he left his cell phone there overnight, but also in a statement, he said Ethan was texting him to come over Saturday. Right. So the only thing I can think of is that Ethan was texting
Emily.
saying, hey, you know what I mean? That's the only thing that would make that make sense. Good
Didn't
point.
say that. But he was texting Emily, my girlfriend, who was telling. So he didn't want to tell them he left his cell phone there.
Yeah. I mean, I get that, but see, I didn't. I was up going nonstop all night long. I didn't go to sleep till 5, 6 in the morning when I was that age. 10:30 is when I got up. Thank you, Panama. Mystica, welcome.
Especially if they're doing drugs.
Yeah. And drugs like cocaine, that's going to keep you up.
Good point. Very good. Yeah.
Even Adderall.
100%.
Adderall. I mean, either one. It's
Yeah.
their upper.
Yeah.
And Adderall, for those of you that don't get it, I'm pretty sure it's Adderall. Adderall is a jump start for something bigger. They use Adderall for a period of time until it doesn't work anymore, and then they jump on board with something bigger that everybody seems to be doing now, and it'll get you a little bit messed up, if you know what I'm saying.
Like if you've been drinking a lot and you do Adderall, then you won't. Then it will like counteract with the.
It'll keep you going. It'll keep you up later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, cocaine does the same thing.
Sure does. That was the thing in the 80s because Adderall wasn't a big deal in the 80s, remember?
Yeah.
It was the big C back
Or
then.
meth.
Yeah, right. That's new too, but it was always the big C back in the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah.
That's what we had to play with, you know.
Also, Molly's. I mean, that was what we called X back then, right?
X
Is
was
that
X.
what meth is?
No,
That's
no,
what Molly's
no.
are.
Brian's in here. He
Oh.
knows all this stuff. Brian was a drug counselor. Molly is
For
like,
me, I sound like I'm a druggie. Oh, let me just tell you all about
I've
that.
tried cocaine. I mean, you know.
Molly was more to me like a sensory type drug. Like I did it one time, long time ago. I'm thinking, no, not Molly. Ecstasy. Sorry, ecstasy.
Yeah, and
I
you
got
don't
Oh, yeah. I only
Ecstasy
tried a half a
was-
pill of that.
I did it once, and it was like, oh my god.
I mean,
I've heard a lot about it.
I wanted to make out with a tree. I'm just telling you, like every sense that you could feel, you feel it like crazy.
That's what I've heard. With that half I tried didn't do nothing. I guess we got a wrong batch or
It was
whatever.
probably
Bad batch.
or you have to have the full effect. I don't know. I did a whole one, and that was it. And I was just so weirded out by the feeling it gave me that I never touched it again.
Every drug I took, I just ended up throwing up, and I'm like, okay, I'm not doing this drug again. So I don't do drugs. So
Yeah.
I did too, Pappy. I did that a lot back in the day when I was in my first band. That was my lead singer was a big LSD PCP guy, and I was like, I tried it quite a few times, and I ended up having bad trips, so I just stayed away from it after that. He's probably legally insane now because he used to take multiple hits at a time, and the dude's
Oh my goodness.
yeah, he was out there. And of course, mushrooms. You know, mushrooms were a big thing for me back in the day too.
Oh, yeah.
Threw those up.
They're coming
Really?
back. The mushrooms
Yeah,
are
they
the
have
ones
been.
that you could eat.
Yep, they are very popular to this day. I will say that much.
Yeah, I don't.
My biggest thing was we used to go before a show. Before we'd play, we'd get a hit. Each of us would take. Well, he would take like 3 or 4 hits, but I would do one of something called Snowman. It was on a little piece of paper about that big, and there was a snowman stamped on it. And you put it on your tongue and let it dissolve, and then oh boy, the whole world turned upside down.
I guess what I tried was shrooms. Then you eat it.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Yeah.
like weed, but you eat it.
Yeah. They're all the same, different versions of the same things, but yeah. Acid. And then I had a friend that used to put these eye drops in his eyes that had LSD in them, I guess. And I'm like, you're nuts, bro.
Boy, that's crazy.
And he would see.
Going blind.
Yeah, that's what I said to him. I was like, how do you know that that's not like bleach or like battery acid or something? And you're just dripping it in your eye. It's a big deal,
Well,
you know?
Back then, you could pretty much, I mean, things were clean.
Yeah, you didn't have fentanyl and anything and all that stuff.
Mhm.
Nowadays, you can't do what we did.
No,
what
no.
us boomers did.
Yeah, well, yeah. Even us and Gen X here, like back in the early 90s, I would go to a party where they had literally had a bag of multicolored different pills, and they just hand you take a handful, and you're like, nowadays, I'd be like, are you insane? What is wrong with you? You have no idea what you're doing. But then we didn't care. You know what I mean? It is very scary now. Very scary.
It is. Adderall's used for ADHD.
Yeah.
Do what now?
Adderall is prescribed for ADHD.
Yeah.
Supposed to be.
Yeah. I like Adderall. I have Adderall.
Yes, my my son took it for a while, but it was too much of a what do you call it when it ups you?
Makes your heart beat.
When Caden was taking his medications, what was it he couldn't take the type?
Ritalin.
No, but not. Ritalin, but what? Because of there was.
He's been on everything. Which one?
Why couldn't he take those?
Because he was little and didn't know how to tell us that he was having heart.
They speed you up. So what's it called?
He would.
I don't know about children.
Yeah, I know that. What was the name of the reason? Like the speed version of it. What did we call it? He couldn't take that type.
Adderall or Concerta.
Because they are
stimulants.
There you go, stimulants. The stimulant type.
Yes.
Right.
But it's controlled.
Because he was 5 years old and was telling me, "Mommy, my heart's beeping." And
he couldn't take any kind of stimulant, and they gave him on every medication there was, and he was trying to say it was like he was having palpitations, and it was cute when he was little. My heart's beeping, you know what I mean? But he's on methylphenidate now, and it took us Jesus criminy till he was like 11 or 12 to find the right one, but the rest of them were all stimulants, and he couldn't take them. And it made him like, and I get it because he was be shaking and like super like he couldn't settle down.
It wasn't much better because on the flip side of that, he was also super emotional. Remember?
Yes.
We ordered chicken McNuggets and they gave him a burger by mistake, and he cried the whole way.
Yes, poor kid. That was so sad. All he wanted was some chicken nuggets. He was like, "Why don't they understand what I wanted? All I wanted was some." I'm like, "Oh my god!"
It sounds like a woman on her period.
It was worse than that. It really was. He was super, super like emotional about we would yell at him for something he was doing. Like, okay, you got to stop doing this, blah, blah, blah. And we couldn't do it. We couldn't yell at him at all. We just like, oh my God, come here. You know what I mean? But it was, and once he got regulated on the other medication, it was fine, you know? And the other one he was on too, he lost an obscene amount of weight. Because he was never hungry. He was always just like really edgy and
the kids, it affects the kids that way.
Yes, and it was pissed me off. And he couldn't sleep. And then they go and put him on Alicia and I were talking about this one day because they did it to her kids too, and it scared the shit out of me. Don't ever let them do this to your kid. It was a blood pressure medication. I can't think of it right now to help him sleep. Oh, damn it, Alicia, if you're still in here, what the hell was it called? It was dangerous, folks. You should never put a 10-year-old child on something like this. I'm telling you right now, because it was too small for one. And like twice he woke up. What is it called? Did she put it in chat yet? They weren't on it long. No, they weren't.
Vyvanse?
Nope. Nope, not trazodone. Clonidine. Thank you, Big Red. It was clonidine, yes. Holy shit, folks. My son got up to go to the bathroom at like 3 a.m. one time, and I hear this boom. I get up and he's laying on the floor, and I'm like, what the hell? He bounced his head off the toilet and everything. Yeah, it was making him like, it would drop his blood pressure so low that he couldn't function. I said, are you guys nuts? So we put him on the natural thing that you have in your brain. They sell it over the counter. It starts with an M.
Melatonin.
That's it. Melatonin. Thank you.
Yes.
I can't think today for some reason. I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, we put him on that until he got to a certain age and none of it helped. And then the kid would just knock out because he was so wired all day. because of his medication that finally he just, when he fell asleep, he was gone. That was it. And you couldn't wake him up to save your life.
Mm.
It took a long time. Thank you, Alicia. And yeah, tramadol. Tramadol is a pain med,
That's a
isn't it?
pain pill. Yeah.
I thought a synthetic pain med.
I
You're
like
probably
that better than the hydrocodone stuff.
yeah, because it doesn't really.
Tramadol to me is better than hydrocodone.
You know what's weird about that too, Leah, is that there are certain, and my boss told me it's called the redheaded gene. And I don't have red hair, but like, I'm Irish, so there's red hair in my family. And he said that whatever this gene is, the cones, like the hydrocone or that kind of stuff.
Oxycodone, yeah.
Oxycodone, hydrocodone,
Yeah.
the opioid.
The
They
opiate.
won't opioids. They don't work for you for some reason.
Mhm.
And I'm like, I could sit there and take a whole bottle, probably die of an overdose. But
Mhm.
besides that, what I'm trying to say is I never noticed, like when I've had surgery or dental surgery or any type of,
Mhm.
when I had my gallbladder, I mean, it didn't do anything.
Mm-mm.
And that's why I was like,
Now the
"Wow."
tramadol took away the pain for me, but the hydrocodone didn't. If I had pain when I had
Yeah.
to take a pain pill.
See, they had me on oxycodone for 12 years or
Oh man.
Percocet. I think that's
Okay.
oxycodone. Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the time they took me off it, they tried to put me on that tramadol afterwards, and it was like taking an aspirin. It did nothing. So
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
was just a joke. But
How'd you get
if
off
you
it?
start off on that, sure, you'll be okay. But don't take anything heavy and then go to that because it doesn't do as much.
Yeah.
How
It's
did you,
That
synthetic.
makes sense.
did you have withdrawals?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, of course. 12 years,
Oh
Terry. 12
man,
years.
that's what I
had to-
hate.
yeah, that was the only thing I could function on because my injuries to my back and stuff, I could hardly move. So he gave me that, and I felt like I could build a house right there. I felt great. And then
Mhm.
because he got in trouble because he was what they call a script writer. Okay,
Mhm.
he was writing. You go in with a stub toe, and he'd give you a script for 120 of those right here, and didn't ever try to fix the problem. He just medicated it because that's what they did.
Mhm.
And then he got looked at and just tried to take all his people off that shit cold turkey, and that's not good. You don't do that.
Uh-uh.
So
No.
it's bad. It's a bad
What are
sip.
black beauties?
Do what?
Allison, what are black beauties? I've heard of that.
Oh, that's a
Speed.
speed.
That's what killed my biological father.
Oh no, that was around in high school. I think
The
right when I
70s.
was a senior, they took it away. Yeah, didn't
Yeah,
make
that's
them
what
no
killed
more.
my biological father because he was one after another
Mm.
on them things. His heart
Mm.
exploded. 100%. That's what he did, and he would get them because of the connections he had within the police department. Because he was a part-time police officer. They would get bags of them because they would confiscate them all the time, and
Mhm.
they would all pass them around to each other. From my understanding, it's pretty bad.
Are the codones like your oxycodone?
That's like oxycodone is Percocet, and hydrocodone is Vicodin.
Okay, so are those man-made?
Well, I mean, yeah, in like a factory.
You know what I'm saying?
Like
mean on the
any
street?
natural, is there anything natural to them? Like
Mm-mm.
marijuana is natural?
No,
Yeah.
Is that what
No.
you mean?
Like shrooms are natural, but
No.
then you have Molly, and that's not natural. That's a mixture. Somebody makes it.
Darbon and apple juice. That's a new one. I've never even heard of that.
I never have.
No, Terry, there's nothing natural about them. They're handmade,
Mhm.
man-made, synthetic,
Mhm.
I guess you could call it.
Yeah, there you go. Just like the CBD stuff that's in replacement for marijuana that is legal. I guess it's synthetic and
Mhm.
Right.
it's a little different.
That other stuff that they came out with for a while that started killing people. You okay, Terry?
Yeah.
Your microphone sounds like it's exploding
Oh, is it better?
now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What the hell is that stuff called? It was Spark or something like that. It was called maybe. I can't remember, but that was it was synthetic and it was very bad. Synthetic weed or something.
Oh,
I think it was spice.
spice.
There you go, spice. That's it.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah,
Dylan,
we
you're
got.
quiet. Are you saying that basically that you haven't done any of this and you're making us look bad?
I think we're all a little bit older than Dylan.
I mean, when I broke my arm, they gave me some sort of. When I broke my arm in like I think it was 8th grade, 8th grade, maybe. They gave me some kind of pain medication, and it really just helped me sleep because I didn't
They
have any
probably just
pain.
gave you for your age. You probably just codeine or something like that. That would be.
Yeah.
They gave me some. They gave me something, and it's been the only thing to really ever knock me out.
That sounds like codeine, probably, because they won't give
Yeah.
kids like narcotic painkillers.
And then
a high ibuprofen too.
And yeah, that. What kind of microphone do you have, Terry?
Why is it not working again?
It just keeps cutting, like making these really loud, like fuzz noises or something.
Yeah, it sounds like you're
like that.
rolling into it.
Is it a like a mic like I have, or is it built into your whatever you're using?
Let me try to fix that. So
okay.
Just ignore.
No problem. Poppy opium. Jesus. That's interesting. Poppy seeds, yes.
Poppy.
I tested for
That's
something like that one time.
Opiates.
Yeah. And 6th grade, hated that stuff, right? Right. Yeah, I tested because my mother and grandmother used to make the poppy seed nut roll type things. What are they? Kolaches?
Yeah.
Hold on a minute.
But yeah, the only time I ever smoked was at a bachelor party getaway thing, and I had to sober myself up real quick because we started playing cornhole.
Now that was my choice drug. Marijuana was my choice. Am I echoing? Yes.
Yeah, Terry's mic is still acting weird.
Okay.
Yeah, Terry, your mic. Yeah, still echoing. But yeah, other than that, I mean, mostly I just use nicotine.
Now you're fine. Yeah. Oh no, I smoke periodically. My dad told me I smoked OPs, other people's. I guess when I'd go to a party, I would bum a cigarette, here and there. But every now and then I'd buy me a pack.
I hate when she does that. She walks over and she's like, "Here," and shoves something in my mouth and doesn't tell me what it is. So she can watch my reaction because I have very animated facial reactions to everything. And she does
well, I knew there was a reason you turned the camera off.
Well, because I didn't know what she was going to do at first or say. She shoved something in my mouth, and I'm like, "What the hell is
in
this?"
your mouth? Yeah, I
Kind of
probably
a
turned the
coffee
camera
bean
off
or
too.
something. Yeah, well, like the grapes. Yeah, the damn frozen grapes. They were like, "Here, try one of these." Okay, and I'm thinking it's a frozen grape. What's the big deal? Oh my god! No. It was the most sour thing. My face sucked into my asshole at that point, folks. That's how bad it was. The grapes, they sell these frozen grapes and all these sour weird flavors. I can't remember what flavor it was, like green apple or something. Oh my god. I've never had okay, what is that candy called? Dylan, you probably know better than any of us. The really, really sour candy.
Oh, oh gosh.
Sour Patch?
No.
It's worse than that. What now?
I'm picturing it. It's oh gosh, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like that hard shell. No, not a Jolly Rancher. Like it's sort of like a hard shell. It's coated
Fireball?
with no, that was spicy.
Oh.
It might be Warheads.
Yeah.
I think Murphy's got it.
Warheads. That's it.
Yeah.
Those. I've had one of them, tiny little thing, and it was really sour. This grape thing was probably 13 times more sour.
Was, quit being a baby.
I'm talking about the frozen grapes, you asshat.
Yeah.
I'm not being a baby.
You're 8-year-old.
Oh my gosh.
Did you eat them? They weren't sour to you.
Leah, can you hear me now?
You're a liar. I'm not crying about it.
Yeah.
She's abusive.
I hear you, Terry.
Okay, I'm okay.
Y'all need to try Crave. What is that?
Crave?
Oh, you miss Brandy? My wife abusing me? Of course you did. She just speaks so many sours. I don't do the sour stuff very often. I can eat a lemon with no problem. I can eat it just like an apple, without the peel, of course. But
oh my God, your teeth.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Terry?
Get your teeth white.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
Eating a lemon.
Oh, in test tubes. Oh hell, I'm good. Nope. Crave is cat food.
We got off talking.
A little bit off topic. We always do. Yes, it's okay. Anyway,
Idaho people.
Yep. Anyway, yeah, we were talking about that a little bit. What was? Just a minute. My phone won't stop and shut down like I told it to. Come on.
But didn't we hear that about Kaylee and Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were doing cocaine, but Maddie didn't.
Katie, yeah, Katie, the one
That
friend of theirs,
Katie.
Katie put that out there.
I refuse to believe that. Kaylee had no body that looked like she used coke, and
I explained that yesterday or day before. That doesn't mean she did it like all day, every day, Terry. You know what I mean? If you're on it all day, every day, like it's a daily habit, then yes, she's gonna look like a rail and very skinny and doesn't have an appetite. But if it's just like when you're at
scatterbrained,
right? Yeah, yeah. If she's only doing it like when she goes out or goes to a party, then yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Do you think that possibly didn't they find like rolled up paper and the blue
powder in Xana's room?
And it was what, Adderall or
Adderall. They never said what it was. A lot of people guessed that it was Adderall because it was stated in the reports that those two liked Adderall. So that's what everybody guesses.
What
if they crushed it?
If they were tortured, what if that was part of their torture?
I don't know. I've never heard of blue cocaine, Brian.
Me neither.
I've seen the pink and heard of the pink, but I never heard of the blue. Brian, thank you so much for the membership, and DKM, congrats and welcome to the sauce. We got a new meatball joining us tonight. Thank you, Brian. I know there's blue Adderall. I've seen blue Valium. I've seen certain pain opioids that are blue as well. I've never heard of or seen blue cocaine. And Adderall wouldn't be torture, Terry, by no means.
No, the reason I say that is because it would have kept them up longer to be tortured.
I mean, I think they were doing it or gonna do it because it hadn't been done yet. I think they were gonna do it, and then this ensued, and it stopped them from doing it per se, possibly.
Well, there was a couple people in the police report that said that they saw Xana and Ethan take Adderall earlier that day.
Right.
Oh, okay.
And it was a regular thing. Many of the reports, many different people stated that they believed and remembered them enjoying the Adderall per se. So you think MPD's lying about the color? I mean, okay. Anything's possible, bud. And like I said, anything could be anything. I've seen pink cocaine. Okay, it's the big deal with the.
Wasn't that what's this guy? That one guy died of that. He was in the boy band, and he recently was like pushed or jumped out of a window. They call it pink.
Oh, they Lance. Was it Lance? No, God, what
He's
was?
in the thing with Harry Styles.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of his name.
But what do they call it? Pink satin or pink?
Something like that. That was a big deal with Diddy. That was one of the big things he did.
Did he?
P Diddy. Yeah, that was his
Oh,
big thing.
okay.
One of his Liam.
Mm.
Thank you, Tomboy. Liam, whatever his last name is. Yeah, that's who Terry's tongue of. Liam Payne. Thank you, Cat Lady. And Tomboy.
Thank you.
Big bags of pills in the pictures the cops showed that they got from the big bus in the area are all blue pills. See? And it's probably Adderall, in my opinion, because that's a more
Mhm.
popular thing for that age group. Because they like to keep going. You
Yeah,
know what
that's
I
a
mean?
low dose. The blue ones are low dose.
Right. And they could probably charge more and sell more of the lower dosed ones and get their charge more for them than what they're, you know what I mean? And then there is
Mhm.
different colors of fentanyl too. That's true.
I thought I was going to say, isn't
Oh.
fentanyl blue?
There's different colors. There's pink, there's blue. I've seen pink, blue, orange, and even white. So
Do
Now, if
you
we're
think it was drug related, the motive?
I do. Fortunately, I think that it was definitely based on a drug based reason. I'm sorry.
What kind of, what do
Okay.
you think? Could you kind of like take that and move it and kind of tell us the motive of that?
I mean, I don't really know. I think there's
Like if
something
they owed money, if they owed, because those are
something
expensive drugs.
something in that realm, possibly. Yeah.
That they'll kill for those kind of drugs, not marijuana, but the harder drugs, they'll kill for those
Oh,
if
of
you owe
course. For
money.
sure. That's like having a Cadillac or a Chevette. You know, one's worth more than the other for sure, and you're going
Mm-hmm.
to get more insurance money on the other one than you would for the other. So, right, and that's true too,
Mm-hmm.
Mystica. I remember covering the Kelly Rodney case, and there was the rainbow fentanyl. There was multiple different colors of that stuff. So, yeah.
now if we're gonna operate off the timeline that they weren't killed till later in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
it really tightens the window for a drug cleanup at that point.
To some
Yeah.
extent, yeah. I
I
think
mean, it's not impossible, but and you also have to factor in that like Kaylee was making really good money, and I don't, and it, especially if Kaylee or Maddie were in a pinch, then yeah, she'd fork out the money.
mm-hmm.
So it if we're gonna work off that assumption, then Xana's got to be the prime target.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
And
Why do you think that though?
well, assume I guess we don't really know how close Kaylee and Xana were. So it's just it's more of if it was like a drug thing or a money thing, then Kaylee, with what we know about Kaylee and her job, it doesn't quite track with her not being able to pay the mob, so to speak.
Well, if that's what it is, though, it could have been something else, Dylan. Like there could have been. I still think it was a message. Okay, it could have been a message to them, the victims themselves. It could have been a message to their families in some aspect. It could have been a message to the community. I mean, if you look at it in that aspect, it could have been. There's too many angles to look at it, but I do think there's a base. The basis of it is drug related, in my opinion. But it could have been a debt. It could have been, you know, it could have been many different things. To be honest with you, if that's what it was.
Yeah, I struggle with the message part, especially with knowing how much it really, how much this would actually grip America and get so many eyes on it. Being that,
That's why I think it could have been a message right there in itself.
well, I mean, that puts more eyes on it and makes it more high risk. If you want to send a message, then you would do something that's big in the town, but wouldn't reach national levels like this did.
Well, and here's the thing, though, and I've said this before. I don't think that whoever did this and anybody involved in it thought that it was going to be as big as it was. Okay, I think that surprised a lot of us too. It blew up because this type of thing happens and it's usually quiet, but they gave it to a local news network that threw it out to the world, and everybody grabbed it and ran because it happened on a college campus, I think. And then, of course,
That and the nature
social
of it.
media.
Well, you have the nature of it because usually when you think of 4 people getting killed, you think, oh, someone went in and shot up the place. Well, this was a planned out attack with a knife. At least that's what we're led to believe at this point. And
Yeah.
then on top of that, three of the victims are young, attractive females, and one is a rather good-looking male.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yeah.
and you compound it on it being a college campus, and then you have all the other stuff that probably wouldn't be foreseeable, but kind of thinking ahead for someone who would be thinking elaborately and having this whole drug system wouldn't do it in this fashion to send a message, because it would absolutely get to this magnitude just because of the
Yeah.
style, the fashion,
Well,
and who it was.
yeah, I can see what you mean by that.
If you think of
Right.
if the cartels are moving in to the colleges, right?
But they have been there. Yeah, they've been there for a while.
Okay, if they're doing that, think about. I would think that the cartels would have made this done something like, how they hang them over a bridge or hang them.
No, that's too much. I've heard other people say that too. If this was in my opinion, a cartel hit, this would have been bing bang boom with a gun, and in and out they are, and they're gone, because that doesn't draw as much attention. This is not, in my opinion, cartel related. This is something different. Okay. There's a different, and that's why I've said, yeah, exactly what Tomboy just said. That's why the Department of Homeland Security is involved, in my opinion. Agreed. And they don't, like we said before, a couple of weeks back, they only get involved for specific things. Certain types of trafficking, drug being one of them, and immigrational issues. This is not an immigration issue. And there's a big, right, Eddie, big bang boom. There's a whole bunch of that issue. That area is a big time drug area, period. Because it's so close to the border. It's a hub spot, perfect place. And there's a college campus right there. And there you go. And I don't know how many places. I think one night we sat in Discord looking at multiple college campuses that have been busted for trafficking drugs, big time drug trafficking issues. Okay. And they use the fraternities and the sororities as sources. They distribute, and then those organizations distribute from there. So I'm just saying,
Yeah.
that's my opinion.
Like Brian said, that the family, the moms that were drug related too.
Right. There was a few.
Stepmom.
Yeah, there was one mother, one stepmother, and a father that were all interrelated into that world that all took hits. Brian talked about that 2 years ago. And he went there immediately because that's what his thoughts were. They got busted, and then all of a sudden they got off. And how do people usually get off that are busted in those situations? Well, they end up working for law enforcement to help them catch more people. And when you do that, that pisses people off, because you're rolling over on them and giving things away. And then if you guys remember, right, not too long, a few months after this happened, there was a huge bust. The Jesse James Bailey people, that whole gang or group or whatever you call it, they got busted with a lot. So it made you wonder, did somebody roll over? Yeah. So, well, some of them.
Yeah.
And then the Emma Bailey.
I was thinking of Emma Bailey and
Demetrius. Yeah, they went in. They were facing homicide charges, I believe, in some okay, because of that, and they got off and disappeared. How? They should have been in prison. How? That's all you got to think. They
if
roll
I was
over.
the parents of that boy, I'd be really.
Yep. They just say, "Well, we can't really prove it." Yeah, you could prove it. You could, but things happen. It's horrible.
I just don't understand how they sent their other 2 kids back. The Chapins sent their
Because they had. I think it's because they had so much money involved.
Yeah.
They paid a lot into the college. They paid a lot into those educations as well. I'm pretty sure that the whole family was alumni.
I'm
And I
sorry,
think,
but if one of my children was killed and mutilated and like that, I'm sorry, but no amount of money is going to keep me from keeping my house.
I get it. I get it. Different people think different ways, unfortunately. My kids would have never stepped foot in the state, let alone the
Yeah.
college, you know?
It seems like the dad was really grieving hard, and Mama wasn't, and that doesn't make sense to me. Which just seems like she was in control. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, she's confused me the whole time anyway. But the dad, he seems real in his grief and everything.
Yeah, Jim. Yeah, definitely. I
Yeah.
agree with that. And Fizzy's right. I think that's exactly what happened. I don't think, first off, if there weren't the 2 surviving roommates, and if they would have called 911 immediately, this would have not made the news like it did. But because there was an 8-hour pause between the murders and 911 being called, everybody went, "What the hell?" and jumped all over this nationally. So I agree with that one, 100%, Fizzy. That's exactly an agreeable point to me. Because truly, think about it. If this would have happened, yes, it would have been an interesting situation for us to look into. But without all those extra details, we'd have been through it and over it and moved on to another case. But we couldn't, because these things shook it up. Those things there in itself made everybody go, "What is going on here and why?" And so we look into it, and then they released the PCA, and that was even worse. And that just flipped us upside down. So,
And
yeah,
then
I agree.
the parents didn't seem upset about the 911 delay.
Nobody did. Nobody
That
did.
confused me.
Yes. They didn't seem upset about the roommates either. How did you not call 911? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I would have went nuts. I would have went nuts
Mhm.
in their faces, like, "What the hell was wrong with you?" Because, but
Mhm.
they were corralled, in my opinion, for lack of better terms. The parents were corralled right away by law enforcement, and they directed them the way they wanted to.
Any
They
yeah,
used them.
yeah, any sane and even irrational, given the situation, parent would have been, what the hell?
Yep.
Why?
They still would be.
And
Yep.
the fact that nobody has bothered to ask, nobody
Even
is.
Steve, as vocal as he's been.
That's what bothers me, Leah, is because we've
Sorry, I
read
didn't mean to
through.
interrupt.
No. You're good. You're good. We've read, Dylan, Terry, Leah. We've all read through these reports together at some point. Okay. And we've
Mhm.
all, as we're reading through this, we're going, "What the hell? What the hell? What the hell?" So as a parent, why aren't they doing the same thing?
Mhm.
It's like either because they already know, and I feel like they were directed in a specific direction to know that information, but there's a reason why they're not upset about it. That's the only way I can think on that. It just it doesn't process for me. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah, me either.
I don't know if, and I feel bad for them wholeheartedly for going through that. Nothing is ever worth going through that. I'm sorry. I just don't get why they're not angry and why you're not so upset about the situation. Why you're not questioning. I mean, they did go off on Bill Thompson in the courts. I will say that much, because they promised him the death penalty and then they didn't do it. But besides that, they should have been more upset with the roommates, in my opinion. They always stood for him. They should have been more upset at the investigation itself. I mean, if they are, they're not verbalizing it. It just doesn't make any sense. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, if Steve G would have just came out, say he comes out tomorrow and says, "Why in the hell did Bethany and Dylan not do anything?" Then this whole thing kicks off, but he's not going to do that. And like you've shown on your channel many moons ago before I came in, you had the
Mhm.
whole live stream of being in Moscow, and it's like a cult. It's an absolute cult.
Mhm.
That's how Rory referred to it. The way when he was boots on the ground, going door to door per se, just walking around trying to talk to people. That's he said was a cult mentality. Those were his own words. And he goes, it's just odd to me. And when he got thrown out of the corner club, almost physically thrown out of the corner club, he said it was all like he walked into I'm trying to think of how to phrase this the way I can't remember how he explained it, but like a cult meeting of something that he wasn't invited to and was asked to leave very brashly. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't there. They don't want outsiders there, basically, in a sense. And it's just odd. It's very odd. They were not welcoming to maybe a couple like MSM news crews, but
All
nobody.
the ones that would acquiesce to the narrative.
Say again.
All the ones that would acquiesce to the narrative.
Yeah, anybody that would follow that narrative, absolutely, they were welcomed. But anybody else or any social media, like JLR, they went after him. They went after Rory. They went after a few other people that were trying to be. Olivia was kind of attacked at one point in time before she became close to the Goncalves family. Bullhorn Betty was attacked, which that could be for any number of reasons. But people on social media, they were no. You don't belong here. You need to leave. We don't want you here. Goodbye. And that was that. And it was just odd. The whole thing is odd to me. It's like walking into a different country, or like walking onto a different planet being in Moscow. It's weird.
The portal to hell.
Yeah, 100%. It's crazy. 100% crazy.
And I wonder about Christ Church. If Christ Church, is it because of that church, you think?
Well, that was in the beginning when we first looked into this early on. A lot of us as creators, I think, looked at that church because that church is very cult-like. Okay, it didn't lead to them at all. Like, if anything, we all expected that to be the reason, but they were completely outside of this situation, and it's like, damn, what is going on? So no, it didn't lead. Nothing led to them because we all looked into it to see if it would. Sure didn't.
We wondered if it was a ritual that they did.
Yeah.
Because of the injuries, the way they were tortured.
Yes, that's exactly why everybody thought that it looked like a ritualistic killing, sacrificial type stuff, and that was all brought to the table at one point in time. I've never been on board with the ritualistic side to this. It's not, and it doesn't fit in with that type of thing. It's weird, and the people. That's what I don't understand. The people don't want to talk about it. And it doesn't seem like they don't want to talk about it because they're just tired of it. It's almost like out of fear. Okay. That's one more thing that Rory said is like, there was people that did say, yeah, I'd like to talk to you, but I can't. Why can't you? You're adults. Well, and they would never elaborate. You know what I mean? It's just, that's the weird part to this. So, and it makes you believe truly that area, that town, that whole area is run by something bigger.
Yes.
Not just their government. It was like, there was a movie I watched when I was a kid. I told this to my wife a couple years ago. It reminds me of, and I can't think of it still to this day, you guys, but there was a movie, I remember watching it, that these people drove to this town. When they crossed over, where the sign is, it says, welcome to such and such. They crossed over that line. Everything changed when they went into that town, when they drove into that town. I can't think of the name of the movie. But the people were all
I
like,
know what you're talking about.
Family Guy, Homer Simpson, or Simpsons crossover?
no, no. It was almost like everybody in the town was like the Stepford Wives when you went into this town. Okay. And when you crossed out of the town, everything went back to normal. And it's almost the same type thing. I know that's ridiculous to say. I'm not saying that that's what it is. It just reminds me of a situation like that.
Feels like it.
Pleasant town, in some sense. Yeah, Alicia, that's a good point in some sense. And then the skulls, that's another one about the secret societies. It reminds you of that too. Good point, Beach Babe. Night Court or Night. Children of the Corn. To some aspects, sure. it's just weird, you know. It's just strange. Like everything in that town is different. They follow different laws. They think of different things. That's all. That's how it reminds me of that. Not Wrong Turn. No. It wasn't that bad.
I'm half tempted to hop on a flight, go to Moscow, start asking questions.
Oh no, not that one.
Oh, I felt
typically.
that way.
You're talking about the one with Demi Moore and Danny Aykroyd. Oh God, that was more of a comedy. It wasn't that movie, but I know what you mean. This was more of a serious type movie, like Village of the Damned or something like that. There you go.
Well, they put
Hey, Noni.
They put an article out
About
no one to talk to people. No one was to talk to people.
Well, that too, but like who listens to somebody that writes an article saying don't talk to anybody? You know what I mean?
That lives in Moscow and has seen what's going on.
And maybe that's the point right there, because they know that there's repercussions for different things. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. It's just a very odd and weird situation, in my opinion, that you can't overlook it. I'll put it that way. What the hell was that movie now? Now I'm thinking of it, but I can't. Dan Aykroyd, he played the judge. His nose looked like the end of a woohoo. What the hell was that movie? Tupac was in it. Not too, but Digital Underground, the Humpty Dance crew, they were in there. Demi Moore. What the hell was that movie? Nothing But Trouble. That's it. Nothing But Trouble.
Now, I've never seen that movie.
Oh, you got to watch it. It's hilarious.
Nothing But Trouble. Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a comedy. I'm trying to think of who the main character was, the male actor.
Because I've always liked Demi Moore.
No, it was more of a comedy. It was called Nothing But Trouble with... Here, I'll show you real fast. 1 second. I think it was Steve Guttenberg that was the main male.
Oh, okay.
I think. 1 second. And then we got to get on topic, folks.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. I love having these conversations, but I want to cover this stuff too before we can't. Not Steve Guttenberg. Here, I'll show you the trailer real quick. Could have known this. I'm ashamed. My favorite actor in the whole world, one of them, is Chevy Chase.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Here's the trailer for it.
Give me the keys, Mike.
Chevy Chase.
Hey, you just passed the Garden State Parkway South.
Don't worry, I'll get you there.
Demi Moore.
Oh, no, cop.
Driver, step outside the car, please.
And him, too. I love him, too.
Yeah, that's nice, thanks.
Yeah.
I got an itch right up in there. It's good, thank you. Not today, sir. This may be Valkenvania, but it is still America. And wouldn't mind, would you just write a ticket here, or we could settle it some other way, perhaps?
That's not the way things work around here.
What is this place?
Revolving District Court for the Village and Shire of Valkenvania is now in order. The Honorable Reeve Alvin Vulcanizer presides.
Dan Aykroyd.
Put out that dog rocket!
Nothing But Trouble.
I'm so sorry.
Hey, you know, you and I ought to spend a little more time together.
I'd like that.
Would you?
Welcome to The Last Resort.
You look pretty this evening, sister. Doing something different with your hair?
Where something's always cooking.
How about a nice Hawaiian punch?
We're some good friends.
Okay, let's eat.
Where someone's always shaken. And anything's better than house policy.
What's house policy? Whatever man touches her's the one she keeps. What?
All they wanted
Oh, no, wait a minute. I just went through a damn scalpel.
was a little getaway.
I think the two of you'd make a perfect couple.
You make this the bride? No, not in front of all these people, Your Honor.
Now, all they got was nothing but trouble.
There you go. Now I'm gonna have to watch that
Yeah.
tonight. That's a great
I'll have to
movie.
find it.
Anything that John Candy, Dan Aykroyd, Chevy Chase, I love them all. Anything they're in.
What
so.
channel is that? Is it gonna?
I have a streaming service that I can just pull up on
Oh,
anything.
okay. I'll search it.
Yeah, you have to search it out. You might be able to watch it on here for free. Actually, YouTube has some free movies, so it's funny as hell. Alicia, it truly is. Anything like I said, if you get close up and look at Dan Aykroyd, they made his nose look just like the end of a woohoo. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to be saying it on here, but yeah, it is hilarious.
God.
And yeah, that's a good song by them too. They play one of their songs for the judge to try to get out of it what their trouble was. Anyway, it's kind of funny. And I'm always huge fan of Demi Moore, of course, for reasons we all know.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. Oh yeah, that one good too. Good, very good one. Jeff Goldblum and Cyndi Lauper was in. What's that other one Jeff Goldblum was in too that was funny but supposed to be a Halloween movie? Transylvania 6-5000 is another good one. Anyway, we'll start talking about movies now. It's actually hilarious though. It really is, Alicia. You'd like it, I think. Anyway. That movie, yes, very good. I was very sad. Actually, I just watched the John Candy documentary thing. It was actually really good. Found out a lot about him I did not know about. They just put it out. I Like Me or something like that. It's called brand new.
What is that on? Is it on Netflix or?
That is on. Where did I watch it? Prime. Prime has it.
Oh.
Amazon Prime. If you have that, like I said, I have an app that lets me get into everything.
My cat.
Yeah. Yes. Good stuff though. Good movie if you guys like, or good documentary if you like John Candy. I loved him. I was very sad when he passed away.
Yeah, my taste in movies has shifted since I've gotten older. When I was younger, I thought like Will Ferrell was like hilarious and all that, and now it's like, and like half the people that I used to watch now, where I watch for comedy, it doesn't make me laugh. It doesn't make me laugh. I don't find it funny anymore.
It's changed. Yeah. Like I was a big fan when I was younger of Eddie Murphy. I don't think he's funny anymore at all.
Yeah, me too.
It's just gone. He doesn't.
That
it's stupid stuff now.
Yeah.
That, and I'm more liable to laugh at somebody trying to scramble out of a saw trap than I am at a comedian that isn't.
Gotcha.
That isn't like Matt Rife or who's the other guy? That hosted the ESPYs. Shane Gillis.
I don't even know who that is.
Oh, Shane Gillis is hilarious.
What is he? Has he been in anything that we would know?
He was on Saturday Night Live for a while, but
okay.
And then he hosted the ESPYs.
I haven't seen those either.
Oh, his bits were hilarious. There was one where he was like, and this is a 4-time WNBA star, Molly something or other. Everybody starts standing up, clapping. And he's like, I just made that name up, right? I knew you guys didn't know.
That's good. That is funny. Hey, Mr. Girl. Good to see you. Michelle F., welcome.
Another one that this case reminds me of is A Few Good Men.
A Few Good
Men.
The military movie?
Yeah, remember the two officer, I don't know, the two military men killed that man.
Okay. No.
Yeah, it's the one that was You Can't Handle the Truth, right?
Yeah. And then Jack Nicholas is the one that called the
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yes. I got you. Hey, Brandy. Yeah, I get what you're saying. This case, honestly, if you want to talk about TV movies or shows or whatever, it reminds me of Twin Peaks. If anybody remembers Twin Peaks,
I never
TV
watched it.
Who Killed Laura Palmer. That's what this movie or this case
I've been to the
reminds me of.
restaurant.
Huh?
I've been to the restaurant.
Oh, I didn't know there was one. But yeah, that was a TV series in the 80s. And it's the same. It's almost the same. It's crazy. Except in that one, at the end of that series, they ended up throwing aliens into the mix, which I'm swear to God, I'm surprised nobody's done that yet. But just saying. That one it reminds me of Twin Peaks in so many ways. It's crazy.
I'm more likely to believe at this point a little green guy wielding some kind of
It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me nowadays. I'm telling you. At least for somebody to try it is what I mean.
Oh, I thought you were talking about with this with the case.
I am. I am. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody tried to throw that out there now. Speaking of crazy stuff, I do want to give you guys a bit of an update, if we can, real quick, for those of you that follow the Sebastian Robert Rogers case. This is a little interesting to say. Yes, it sure as hell looks like it is, Tomboy. The law enforcement being offhanded and everybody knowing something but don't talk about nothing type situation. That's exactly how I see it. You have said it, Fizzy. You're all right. I said that before, guys. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody came out and tried to say that a UFO landed in a bandfield and little green men ran over there and did something and left. You know what I mean? Well, I'm telling you from what I saw. You're probably right because you're from that area. I just, from the way I have depicted it, is what I saw. That's all. But anyway, let me give an update on this because this is another wild situation that if nobody, hey, Tandy, is familiar with Sebastian Rogers. I think most of you guys are. A lot of you guys have been here when I covered it. And we can get back to this conversation stuff too with this and other things as we go through. Because I do have other things, and I know there's other things to talk about that other people want to talk about with Idaho. I have a couple updates on that too. Let's see. Oh, you're not that old, Brian. It would. That's what I'm trying to say. It would make more sense, Michelle. It truly would than what we've been seeing. So anyway, let me jump into this real quick, and I want to hold on. I have followed a lot of what Michelle After Dark has put out on this and two other cases. So I'm going to review this with you guys and see what your guys' thoughts are on this situation with Sebastian. Again, he went missing February, about almost 2 years ago now, and has not had one bit of information, no evidence, no nothing. The kid just poof, disappeared. And it's wild. It truly is wild. I stepped away from it for the most part because it turned into a whole lot of drama that I won't have anything to do with. If it doesn't have anything to do with him, I don't want to deal with it. So, but they did this a lot. They turn a lot of these cases into bad situations, and it takes all the effect out of it, and it takes all the attention away from the victim of the case. And I don't like that. So I stay on the outskirts of this, and I watch it from the outside, and I grab what I can. February 26th. Thank you, Alicia. That's the exact day that he went missing. And we're going on 2 years now this February. And it's very sad because there's nothing new, nothing. It's very sad. But these things are a little newer, and there's some updates here that are kind of interesting. So, the neighbor Bobby wouldn't let the dogs on our property, and that's where, yeah, I know. We're going to get to that too, Vivian. Good point. Very good point. I've always had issues with that neighbor. You know, I don't even know, Cat Lady. It seems like they got too wrapped up in all the drama within themselves. And I'm not saying they didn't care, but they just let that get to them more than the other stuff. That's what I don't like. It is truly a KP, 100%. So
they turned that case into a shit show.
It was a circus, a complete circus that involved YouTubers going to court with the families. And this, like, what the hell is this? This is about a missing child, and it needs to be about a missing child. Yeah, 100%. 100%. It absolutely does, Alicia. If they're not out here for the right reasons, trying to find this child, trying to put information out about him, it's just not good. Not good at all. Lucci, you got some explaining to do. Good to see you, dear. That's the Bobby we're talking about, Moonlight. Yeah. Anyway, let's check this out real quick. And again, we can get back to this because I enjoy these discussions where we just talk about these things, all these things.
Good morning everyone, my name is Michelle, I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Friday morning the 24th of October. In this video we're going back to Tennessee to the case of missing 16-year-old Sebastian Wainwright Rogers from Hendersonville in Tennessee. He was reported missing by his mother Katie Proudfoot in the early morning of the 26th of February 2024. Sebastian was then 15 and he has just completely vanished. Talked about Sebastian twice this week because there was some new information that came out from Nerdy Addict, who has been to Tennessee, done some great drone work, and had a conversation with Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepdad. And some new information came out from that certainly I'd never heard before. I think it adds to the picture in this case beyond anything else that we've heard before. Yesterday, I talked about a local case to me, 54-year-old Darren Orme, who went missing in March of this year, only like 6 or 7 miles away from where I live. And the footage you're seeing right now is from my search for Darren. On the 22nd of October, so just a couple of days ago, it was Darren's coroner's inquest where the public found out the circumstances of Darren's death and all about the police investigation. And despite the fact that cops got surveillance video and dash cam footage, etc., that showed Darren heading to the area where he was ultimately found, the Leeds-Liverpool Canal, it still took 19 days to find him. And I think it'll always be a little bit of regret in my mind that I went left at the canal and Darren was found not too far away from here, but to the right. So as it was, Darren was found a few days later than this day that I'm showing you right now. But it's another reminder, if any were needed, just how I want to ask the question, is this proof, if any more were needed, that Sebastian walked away from his home? Let's go.
Now, for those of you that weren't here for the other day, I covered a little something on this, that they figured out that Sebastian contacted he called a burner phone in that links to the county that his, the area his father lives in. And I can't think of the name of the county right now, but anyway, it's that he called a burner phone from his phone that night, and that's all they had from it. And they can't, because it's a burner phone, they can't link it to somebody, but they can link it to that area. So that phone was called to somewhere within the area that his father lives in, Clarksville. Thank you so much, guys. This is why I love you guys. And that's where his father Seth lives, is in Clarksville. So and they even put on the new poster, okay, that the FBI put out, that he has ties to Clarksville. And he does. Now, something else that was odd is that there were some people that lived very close to his father, friends of his, that, and don't quote me on this because I don't have exact facts, but I have it. They're kind of loose. I'll put it that way. That moved. They moved from the Clarksville area 2 or 3 days after Sebastian went missing to California. And these people were close to the father. Now, there's a lot of speculating that's happened in this case, but that point got me. I'll just say that. It got me. It made me sit still for 5 seconds and start thinking a little harder. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to blame anybody. I'm not blaming Seth. I'm not blaming Chris or Katie. I don't trust either side. I trust Sebastian. That's who I trust. That's who this is about to me. It's nobody else. But, and their father came from California. So that was another interesting point to me. It just made me go, the things that make you go, So there's that. Okay. Before we go into this, just a little added whipped cream on top of what we're talking about is all I'm saying. So on we go.
Before we get into the video.
Yeah, that's true. The whole family, they all, Katie, Seth, Sebastian, they were all initially from California. So yeah. Or they lived there, I should say. They're not from there initially, but they lived there before they moved to Tennessee. I'm sorry.
Can I just ask, if you're not yet subscribed, please do so. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers
Welcome, Miss
by
Denise.
the end of this year, and with your help, I can do it. I've got less than 3,000 subscribers to go. Without further ado, in this video 2 days ago, I asked a question of my viewers because the first search dog that arrived on scene around 7:40.
Yep, that's exactly it, Vivian. There is a woman and her son that were from California, the same area that they moved here from. That Steph and Katie and Sebastian moved here from, and her son was a gamer. And I have very little doubt that Sebastian played online with this child. So I'm just going to say that. On we go.
4745 was Max, the German Shepherd from the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. He's a general police dog. He does have tracking training, but he's not scent specific. We know undisputedly because it's on the dispatch audio and on video from one of these houses here on Kelly Lane, which backs onto the construction side. Max trotted along and he dove right into this retention pond.
Max picked track back up, going into the construction site over here, back towards the beach. That's important behind you. It's awful muddy. Do you see any footprints, anything? You shouldn't have any shoes on. Hey, this is all dry, hard packed. I do have some footprints over here. Right there where you're standing? Yeah, leading right over here to the retaining pond. No shoes, just footprints? My shoes, but Max went straight into the pond. Max led me straight to the retaining pond. Over behind Willow Boulevard, he dove right into the water. Yeah, do you see any footprints around it? There was a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the track that he was running.
Now, as a non-scent specific dog, you can ask the question, was that Sebastian or was Max tracking someone else? A different person who was out there. Then it's always been my understanding that the dog that came next was Rex, Max's partner at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, so the second dog that Sumner County have, another German Shepherd, same training as Max, and Rex.
Yeah, we've been talking about this too. I mentioned this the other day. Alicia's right. This construction site, folks, is one thing they never went over. All these houses weren't here at this point that are there now. This was pretty much like this, bare, okay? And that retention pond that the dog jumped into was right in this area, okay? Right there. There it is. He jumped right into that. All of this was undeveloped at that point in time, okay? And they lived over here. So it'd be very easy for Sebastian to walk up here, cut across, get into here, and come over here and do something. Who knows what he's doing, okay? But they never stopped construction when this child went missing. They just kept it going like nothing happened. They should have shut it down, searched this entire area. And Molly has even said herself that she believes they need to tear up all the concrete underneath all these houses. Okay? 100%. So I feel that it could be possible that he fell into something and was covered over, sadly. I hate to say that, but it was covered over with the construction. They were laying new sewage piping and laying concrete for slabs for the houses to sit on, all sorts of things. 100%. Alicia's right. That's exactly what I'm talking about, folks. And they would never know, ever. Okay, that's a very sad thought, because what else makes any sense in here? In this case, for those of you that have followed it, nothing. They found no evidence pointing in any direction. Nowhere. Okay. This is the only thing that they never shut down, that they never stopped, that they never that they never looked into. They just let construction go on as nothing happened. That's weird to me, but they did. Okay. And I'm swearing to you guys, unless he was taken by somebody else, in another situation, I would almost guarantee that he's here somewhere. I truly believe that. We've talked about this in our Discord more than once. Alicia and Tomboy, myself, Mama Bear, all of us. And believe that's a very huge possibility right there. And they're not going to tear these houses down to look for him. They're not going to do it. They will not do it. And think about how many, I can't remember. I'm pretty sure this entire area is completely developed now. There's houses all through this area. Okay. None of this looks like this at all anymore now. It's really sad too. So I have, there's Molly. Good to see you, dear. Yeah. Molly was there when we talked about it too. This truly is my final thought with this, is that this is where he very possibly is, unless somebody grabbed him and took off with him. But see, there's really truly no evidence pointing to that. There really isn't. It's sad. It's sad that this child could be here and they never get an answer to that. That's what bothers me.
Took a path down here and he went into one of these backyards that backs onto the construction site, and his handler had to call him away, presumably because they didn't have permission to go into that property. That's my assumption as to why a handler would call a dog away, is they're in an area where they're not allowed. That's always been my understanding. And then the first scent specific dog, and we know that the dogs that came after the live scent trackers were scent specific. We've heard that from
See, that's my point. That's a good point Alicia brings there. I feel the same way, because it's been almost 2 years, guys. Think about this. If any of these families were involved, Katie, Chris, so that any of them, truly, honest to God, in my opinion, they would have been caught by now. With the FBI being involved, everything, they would have figured it out. It's too long. And nobody's that good. Nobody is that good to not leave something, some form of evidence, some kind of a breadcrumb somewhere that nobody would catch for this long. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't at all. That's another thing too. I don't think any of them are that smart to cover this up for that long and not slip up somehow. You know what I mean? That's my biggest issue with this case. That's why I'm saying either somebody, grabbed him. It was set up. Somebody grabbed him and he's on the other side of the country. But even then, how'd you hide it so long? How are you hiding it? You know what I mean? I don't believe it. That construction site is pretty much my final answer on this case, in my opinion, because that's the only place they haven't looked, because they couldn't. It was under construction. They couldn't get in. They didn't even seem to try, which is odd to me. It's very weird. So I don't know. We will see. We will see. I hope there's an answer. Of course, I would pray and hope that this Sebastian's alive and well somewhere. Maybe when he turns 18, he'll appear. That would be amazing. Very sad that it had to happen that way, but it would be amazing. But I don't know. We'll see. We will see.
Widener, the chief of Sumner County AMA, who said this at a press conference. Our dogs are scent specific, he said. And in the search for Sebastian, they got tracks away from the home. Ken Widener said that out of his own mouth. They got tracks of Sebastian away from the home. And this dog here that you're seeing on screen, this is surveillance video from private investigator SF Investigates. This bloodhound set off at a trot in exactly the same location where 8 hours previous there was Shadow Man, a figure that could well be Sebastian. 8 hours previous, 12:17 a.m. And then around 8:30ish, this bloodhound came along.
Time out. Yeah, and that's where that video we just showed. I was getting ready. Good timing, Dylan. That's where they saw that shadow on camera. And that's up near Bobby's house, right by that construction site, okay? At 12:17 that morning. What are the odds that something happened and he ended up over there and maybe he got hurt, fell into something, whatever, and he was just covered over? Very huge to me. Go ahead, Dylan. Sorry, bud.
SF,
SF Investigates. Yeah, that's who their PI is.
No, I'm saying it's echoing. There we go.
Sorry, I keep forgetting about that.
Yeah, with SF Investigates, that's kind of that perked me up real quick. He was a very suspicious character with Kylie, and now
I'm not a fan of his anymore. I used to be, and some of the things he's done and people he's gotten involved with has changed my mind. Just saying.
Oh, he smelled raunchy the first time I saw him. Yeah,
a lot of people have said that. Yeah.
But yeah, I have a whole lot of theories on that Joker that I will be more than happy to share at a later time.
I used to think, probably back in the beginning of Kylie Rodney's situation, I thought he was a professional, and then I watched some of the things he did, some of the people that he put himself next to. I lost respect for him quickly. I'll say that much. That's all. That has been proven that Shadow was a neighbor with his dog, and the other boy was getting his cat. And you can see, I never saw that, Noni. I don't know. I don't know. Thank you. There's Dylan's link to his channel, guys. Thank you so much, and make sure you subscribe to Dylan and show a little bit of love and support there. He definitely deserves it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree. He's very subpar at this point. He's kind of put himself at that point by him. He's on his own too. You know, that's his own doing. So I'll just put it that way. Not to be mean.
Yeah, I think he. So going back to him being involved with the Rodney case, I think he was at least a part of the cover-up.
A lot of people do think that because of his relationship with certain other people in that case. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be reading up on this case now because.
Oh yeah, it's a big one. It has been. You can just go back if you want, watch a lot of my stuff, or just go look it up and read. You probably be easier just to read up like articles on it. It'll give you a lot more information quicker.
Yeah, I never really got into the case.
It's very sad. I was attached to it immediately because of Sebastian being who he was. He was autistic, 15, and it just hit me in the heart like a sledgehammer because of my own son. And I could not walk away from this one until it became nothing but drama. Okay, pure and unadulterated drama. Creators fighting with each other and hating each other and suing each other. And like I said, my newest thing is if you come into this case now, you truly have no idea that it's about Sebastian Rogers. You think it's about Chris and Katie Proudfoot, Seth Rogers, and everything that surrounds them. And I don't like that. This is supposed to be about him. And like Alicia said, everyone and everything has failed Sebastian, in my opinion. It's very sad. Very sad. And it just hurts me in the heart, folks. It truly does. Because this little kid, he was just awesome. You know, all the stuff we saw, he's just an amazing kid. And it's just sad that nobody is there for him. And that's how I feel about this, truly. That's it. That's exactly what I've said. Like, how are there sides? Why does there always have to be two sides in every situation? We're supposed to be here to help to find him and put his name out, his information out, you know, his likes. And like, that was one of the big things in the beginning of this case that I said, like, we don't know who he is. They're not telling us any more than just these little things. So who is Sebastian? That'll help us to look for him. But, you know, we had to do it on our own. And it's just, there shouldn't be any sides. We should all be here to find him. Not to support Chris and Katie, not to support Seth Rogers, to support Sebastian. That's it. And that's the biggest issue with this. And that's why I stepped away. And I just report the updates and anything of interest that comes out on this, because that way we'll know what's going on with him. So, very good points. Very good points. And again, there were people that made a real big deal about him going, when him and his mom on video were out eating dinner. All that was them having dinner. Believe me, I looked into all this stuff. There's nothing of any surprise or interest in that video that I saw. I will say one thing, that the light thing that they said was a garbage truck, that's not a garbage truck, but it's not what it was made out to be either, in that sense. In some cases, there's a lot of this has been made into a lot more than what it needed to be. There is a car. That's a fact that was proven. There is a car that shows up at one point. Is it involved? I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But I'm really, really aiming my pointer at that construction site. I cannot not think about it. That's all I'm saying. It's beyond a circus, Noni. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And it's sad. It's just sad. And that for people that will come out here and create drama, I'm saying this to everybody, not you guys in here, but anybody that would come out here to create drama on the back of a missing child to get views for your channel. God don't like ugly, folks. God don't like ugly. Shame on you. And I know not everybody's religious, but that's how I say it. Okay.
Yeah.
Shame on you. It shouldn't be that way.
I haven't watched them since all that drama.
Right. A lot of people walked away from it. It's really sad.
They told me it was crime drama.
It is. That's what they started calling it. Crama.
Drama, yeah.
This is not supposed to be drama, folks. We're talking about a missing 15-year-old, 16-year-old child now. There's not supposed to be drama with that. He's missing. Let's find him. That's it. You know? It breaks my heart. It does. Because there's nobody here for him. Maybe a few of us, but there's really nobody here for him. The people that should be are not. They're here for themselves, and I don't like that.
What about his parents? What is his parents doing right now?
I don't even follow them anymore to know. Truly, I just don't. Chris and Katie, I don't. There's still a little bit of drama surrounding them. His father, there's still a little drama surrounding him. But at any given moment, you could throw them together in a panel and it would blow up. I'm telling you right now. And that's sad. They should have all come together as parents, worked together, and found him.
Yep.
That's it. That's all they should have done. But instead, they turned it political. They turned it judicial. They put legal things in it. They put other people in. They brought people in that shouldn't have been into it. I mean, it's just a mess. And it's just really sad.
Yeah.
People suing each other, this, that, and everything else. It's really insane. Really insane. So, anyway, sorry to get off track with that, but that's my little rant on it. It really angers me.
Sounds like an SF Investigates case.
Yeah, well, and he wasn't even brought in till later on this. That's the funny part. And it's got Dog the Bounty Hunter, all these other people that got involved in this. What the hell's that little organization with Nick the Hat and him? I can't think of something at night. That's a joke. They've caused more drama with that. And then the person that Seth brought on board with him, that Tony guy, he caused more drama and ran all the good people off that Seth could have had working for him that had credentials that he doesn't have. And Nick or something at night. Yeah, Vivian, thank you. It shouldn't have done that. It shouldn't have been that. There was people that wanted to help Seth that had actual real credentials. Every one of them was run off by this Tony guy who had nothing at all. No credentials of any sort. Had no idea what he was doing, and he caused more problems. It is what it is. There's nothing we can do about that except avoid it and not allow it to be the center of attention and keep talking about him and looking for him and showing his face and saying his name. The best thing to do in a situation like this, because it happens in all these cases. It truly does, if they allow for it.
And it's a cold case now, right?
Basically, it should be. Yeah, I mean, they say that they're still looking for him and that it's still wide open, but there's nothing you can do with no information to do it with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just sad. It's really sad. I don't get it at all. And it happens in a lot of them. It really does. It happens in a lot of these cases where they just they're not really cold, but because there's no activity on it, that's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? It becomes cold in a sense, which is why a lot of people still do these things here and there. You got to give an update on it every now and again to keep his name going so it's not forgotten. Like Summer Wells, it's been years with her. And they say it's not cold, but it is, sadly it is. They're still investigating things when they get tips and things like that. But besides that, no, they're not. Oh my God, stop. What is going on with my phone?
Gee, I wish I was that popular.
No, you don't. I promise you don't. Thank you, Witchy, so much for that. Yeah, Betty's got it. She's another one I would have never brought in on this. But then again, she inserts herself on her own. So on we go. Let me bring that back up and keep going with that.
Yeah, if I ever go missing or I end up on a true crime story, keep Bullhorn Betty out.
Oh, yeah. Sebastian is now 16, you guys. He's 16. He went missing when he was, or sick. He's going on 17, I think.
Oh, wow.
Thank you. There it is. Alicia's got it again. Yeah, he'll be 17 in a couple months. That's what I'm saying. It's just too long. Way too long.
Tracked in the same location. Okay, so I asked if anybody had the video of Rex, and somebody in my Facebook group replied to me. And this is news to me. I did not know this. I was always under the assumption that it was Rex who did the track into the backyard. But apparently not, according to this person in my Facebook group. Okay, so this is all alleged. However, I'm working on getting the video clip of the dog doubling back towards the backyard. So this was in the vicinity of neighbour Bobby's backyard. Bobby living at one of the houses at the top of Kelling Lane, which backs onto the construction site. Being called off by the handler. The dog was incorrectly labelled as Rex in the original post. And I believe, based on the time, he is the scented dog. So this dog here, this is a still image from that footage. This dog here was incorrectly labelled as Rex, the German Shepherd, but was actually a bloodhound. And yes, the bloodhounds and the other dogs that were on scene were all scent specific dogs. We heard it from Ken Widener's mouth. So this dog, this bloodhound, who doubled back and went into a backyard close to Bobby's house and ultimately was called off by his handler, was scent specific. Now, what does that tell you? What does it tell you? It tells you that Sebastian was there. He was there. He left the house. He left that house. He was there. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. He was there. And this is on video. I just want the video. This is a still from that video. And these dogs were scent specific. So you might not want to believe Chris, Sebastian's stepdad, for those who think that Chris and Katie are responsible for Sebastian's disappearance. But you can believe your own eyes, can't you? You can believe your own eyes. And you can take the information that some of the county air may have told us, and you can deduce the very logical conclusion that if a scent-specific dog is tracking Sebastian, then he was right there. He was there. You might not want to believe Chris. You know, when he says that a bloodhound, a blue-tick coonhound, and then another dog, an unknown breed from a different group, tracked from Sebastian's front door, down the back fence, across the neighbour's backyard, and onto Kelling Lane, which is this track here. From the front door, down the back fence, across the neighbour's backyard, onto Kelling, and ultimately into the other subdivision, which is the construction site.
If you're looking at my house, it's going to be the right-hand side. The dog comes all the way down the fence, the dog comes all the way back up into the yard, and then it cuts that back door to the house next door us through the back door. And that's the place to which the dogs took off. Now after that, that's where they get over to the neighbor, go up Kelling, and head over to the other subdivision. Okay.
Look, guys, if you don't want to believe Chris, then that's fine. That's up to you. But you need to believe your own eyes. And Sebastian was there. He was. Where he went after this, I've got a number of theories. I don't believe Sebastian is alive, sadly, but I've got a number of theories. One of my early theories was that he went north because he's got ties to White House School. We heard that on the dispatch audio. but it doesn't explain why dogs lost his scent if he went north. It could still be very close to home and something untoward happened at the construction site. They didn't stop work at the construction site. They were moving rubble and earth and flattening surfaces. If Sebastian got mixed up in all of that somehow, then quite frankly, he's still there. There was open manholes at the time that Sebastian went missing. So if he's walking along in the dark, falls down a manhole, exactly the same as what happened to Caleb Harris, the young man from Texas who fell down a manhole, and it took 4 months to find him. And it was by accident that somebody found human remains in the drainage system. It's absolutely horrific. But there was all sorts of theories going around about Caleb Harris. He'd fallen down a manhole. It's horrible, but this is the reality of missing persons cases. Could he have been picked up by somebody? Yes, he could. We know from the TBI that all vehicles that moved around this area over that night, the 25th of February into the 26th, have been accounted for. But if somebody knows this area really well, they could have come along Ward Lane, which is here, and this is drivable down here, and pick Sebastian up from this area, which is why the scent stops. We've heard from Nerdy Addict that actually the scent didn't stop and that dogs track Sebastian out of this neighbourhood across the street to this creek, which you can't see from this image, but runs.
Cat Lady, I don't know. I know their house was up for sale. I had heard that it sold. I don't know where they're at now because I quit following what there was going on with them. I could look into it, I'm sure. But it's interesting. Either way.
So they did not.
I'm sorry, hon.
They didn't stop any. I'm echoing.
Oh, hold on. Say again.
They didn't stop the construction while they were looking for him.
No, that's the thing. It did not.
So when you find bones out in a construction area, you stop. But if there's a child that has gone missing and that's the area that they think that he went missing in, they just keep going.
That's what I said. I don't know why. That was one of the biggest arguments we all had over here, is why did nobody stop that construction in that area, at least temporarily, to look into the area, to look over that very cleanly, and clearly go over the entire construction site to look, but they didn't. You would have thought that law enforcement would have said, halt construction, let us cover this area, and then you can get back to. I mean, I know they have, what do you call it? Like certain amounts of time that they have to get things done in, but when a child goes missing, that should overtake everything, in my opinion. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. It's very strange. Very strange. I don't know. In a here that I'm looking in the chat, reading it, that there was a for sale sign put up at their house at one point. Whether that was real or not, I don't know. She's saying that, at least she's saying it was not true. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, I quit following a lot of that other stuff. I was sent a photograph of their house with a for sale sign, and we all know how AI works. It could have very well been fake too. So that's all I'm saying. That's what I knew about it, because I quit following everything unless it had his name on it and it was like looked, from the news or something like that, or some of these other things like this. I don't put it out 100%. So I don't know. So, but yeah, they didn't stop construction. And you would have thought if it's that close to their home that they would have, when a child goes missing. So I don't know. In this area, like I said, is all built up now. Every bit of this area is, and they've started on new areas. So now, coming from here to here, all of these concrete slabs that were laid, all of these things that were put up now, they're not going to tear all that down. That's the sad thing. I'm sure that they could go through this area with, what do you call that ground something radar and find something if they had to. But they're not going to do it unless they have reason to believe that that's a possibility. And nobody seems to be pointing that direction now. It's very sad. So I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's hard to deal with. We're almost done with this. So bear with me, guys.
behind here. It joins this creek, which I believe is called Drake's Creek, around here, and then Drake's Creek then feeds into the Cumberland River, like 5 miles away, just south of down.
They didn't have cameras at the Proudfoot home until after Sebastian went missing. The day he went missing, there was no camera, like CCTV or anything like that at their house. They added it thereafter. I can't tell you exactly when, but it didn't come till after he went missing, for whatever. Probably mainly because of all the people that were coming around their house and stuff like that, kind of harassing them to some extent. So that's probably what happened there. But they had no cameras or any kind of camera footage or anything the day of, before, and on that day that he went missing until afterwards. So
Town Hendersonville feeds into this river system here, and apparently, according to Nerdy Addict, who got this information from Chris, one of the cadaver dogs alerted at the dam, actually past the dam. Was that Sebastian? Well, cadaver dogs cannot tell you which dead person they are sniffing out. They're trained to find human remains, but the remains of any human, not a specific human. People drown in rivers, could be the remains of someone else. We know that sewage that finds its way into river systems can confuse dogs, but is it possible that Sebastian's body found its way right the ways down here? I don't know. It's a long way for a body to go, but it's perfectly possible. So what happened to Sebastian is currently unknown. But one thing that is known, that should be undisputable now, that Sebastian was in that neighbourhood. He was in that neighbourhood and dogs tracked him. So you can put to bed any theories that he was murdered inside his home or that he never went home that night. You can put those theories to bed. You can say, no, those theories don't work with the information available, and concentrate on the theories that are possible. And they all begin with Sebastian leaving his house. So there's that. All right, guys. Let me know your thoughts about this troubling case.
all right, thank you, Michelle. Again, see, that's what I think, is that he may have stepped out of his house for whatever reason. I don't know that, was he lured from his house? Maybe. With that phone call that went from his personal phone to the burner phone, maybe. Okay, maybe he met somebody at that spot because it was away. I don't know, you guys, but I really think that construction site, it just really feels like that something's right about that. Now, my biggest issue is if somebody grabbed him, like I said, and he's being held somewhere. We're going on 2 years. The FBI is pretty good at what they do for the most part. I think that any trail, nobody could have left absolutely no trail. These people are not like 007, okay? Nobody's like that. So there would have been some form of a trail that the FBI would have linked up to, in my opinion. And you can't hide something like this for that long. You just can't. And I can't imagine it. I can't imagine it without there being no, unless they're not looking at this at all, which I don't believe. There would be something to alert them to something if he was like being held there somewhere. So I struggle with that one. That's why I'm pretty well fixed on the whole construction site situation. I could be completely wrong. I hope I am. I hope he's out there. I hope that somehow whoever's done this has done an amazing job of hiding him for that long, and everybody kept their mouth shut. That's crazy. But if they did, hopefully he's alive and well, and they find him and bring him home one day, and it's over. That would be amazing. But until we see that, this is what we have. You know what I mean? There's not much to work with here at all. Yeah, I agree with that, Noni. It's sad. It's very sad. Summer's still missing, and they are nowhere near as smart as Puffy. That's a good point. Some of them aren't. I agree with that. I do agree with that. They're not. But we don't know. We don't know what's going on. Even in Summer's case, we don't know what happens in the background. And again, like I said, these these agencies, they only can do what they can do when they have things to work with, like tips, and they've exhausted, I think, everything else with no answers. Now, we don't know if there's some kind of a case going on, or like an investigation going on in the background of some of these cases. I think that that they have come, if I remember right, we did an update on that a couple months back. I'm pretty sure in Summer's case, they're on to something over there, at least something small to start with. They've been looking at for a little while. So we'll see if it leads anywhere. That'd be amazing too, to get an answer in that one. But this one, I'm just blown away that this has been this way for so long. You know what I mean? It's so crazy. Hey, Krista. I agree with that, Fizzy. We would have thought, we all were flabbergasted by that. That's one of our biggest meetings. We talked about, like, how in the hell did they not stop construction? How did they not police order that to stop? They didn't. And I don't know if it was about deadlines or if it was, maybe they attempted it and the crew said, hey, we can't stop this. We're on a deadline. We have to do that. But I can't imagine that. If the FBI steps into a situation and says, you're going to stop doing what you're doing right now because we're telling you to, that's what has to happen. So it makes me believe that they didn't even attempt to. For whatever reason, they didn't think they needed to. You know what I mean? They're professional. We're not. Obviously, they know what they're doing with their jobs. So, well, most of them are, I should say that. But it's just crazy to me. Like, why would you not at least go over that area with a fine-tooth comb, give it a few days, get all your people out there? You don't have to stop it for 3 months, and check it over real good and then kick it back on. That's all it would have taken, was a few days, in my opinion. But they didn't even bother. They just kept right on going through. It's just really strange to me. I don't understand it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, like, if you're in a construction site and you find like bones, right? It could be dinosaur bones, or
they will stop for that. Yes.
They'll stop that until they'll go through everything. So why?
And yeah, you're right. And they will. They'll stop until they figure out exactly what it is, what was there, and why. And they did have, don't get me wrong, they did have a bit of a tip, I guess you could say, when the dog ran to that direction. The dog jumped into that pond. That's big to me. They found footprints over there. That's big to me. So with that being there, that would tell me that's enough to shut it down. But they didn't. So, and they did have a dog, don't get me wrong. They did have another dog that scented in the other direction, away from the house, going towards that road, the top of the Proudfoots Road there, up that way. The dog went out that way as well. But I don't believe it went anywhere. But that other dog, we listened to the audio, we watched it, you guys saw the video there, so on and so forth, was there. And that's why I feel that should have been enough of evidence, I guess you could say, to make them shut that down and look around there better. But they didn't.
Well, didn't he also get found by the next door neighbor or something, hiding underneath his car?
There was a guy up the road that had saw him laying underneath the guy's truck because he was chasing a cat. He loved cats. It was a kitten, and he was trying to catch the kitten. So he crawled into the truck to try to get to the kitten. But yeah, that was it.
Well, it's sad because my friend Kelly, who is elite, what's the word for it? Transported. She was transported by her next door neighbor. There was a ring, and most towns have them, and they're made up of policemen and attorneys and judges and doctors, and these are the people that make these decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying that's what happened to him, but it's very plausible.
I did look at that aspect at one time, and there is and was one point I looked at. Oh Jesus, what was it? A Venezuelan gang that was involved in that kind of stuff in that area. So I looked at that aspect of it, but again, FBI, local law enforcement, state law enforcement, every one of them are involved, and they found nothing. Any kind of
these are the people that are doing the ring, that are in the head of the ring.
Yeah, I get that. Not all of them, but I get that they're involved in some aspect at that point. Yeah. So like I said, all the things that leaned towards some of that stuff, it all ended up hitting a brick wall. You know what I mean? It was looked into originally. There was a woman that was looked into at the very beginning that shouldn't have been there. That was out saying she was looking. I'm sorry.
Was she the one on the horse?
Yeah, that woman there. She should have never been there. And again, she was looked into. Not just law enforcement, but all of us out here were looking at everything we could, and nothing led anywhere. Sadly, I mean, I'm not saying that things could have been covered up, but like I said, with the FBI, the state police, the local police, the county police, everybody was looking at that. Like something would have been seen at some point, I think. So there's nothing. There's nothing at all. I even looked at the thought when I was still kind of talking with Clue. Here in Ohio, we had a little boy that went missing for quite a while, and they ended up finding him right across the street from his house, stuck in a chimney. You probably remember that Terry. I can't remember his name right now. Harley something or other. I'm sorry. But, and I even said to her, I said, have they checked these new houses, like checked in the chimneys areas and stuff like that? Because it reminded me of that. And I guess they looked at everything,
Well, obviously they didn't if they started with construction.
Well, I mean, yeah. After the Harley Dilly. Thank you, Alicia. After that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they were looking into those things too. But they never went to that damn construction site. They just kept building. Hey, chick bait. And it's sad to me because if it were to come out down the road, 50 years down the road, and they end up finding this, like that could have been dealt with at some point. You know what I mean? But they didn't. That they could have used the ground penetrating radar stuff and looked at, even on before the houses were built on top of the concrete slabs. They could have done all that, but they didn't do it. It's weird. Just stop the construction, check it out for a few days, and then get back to what you're doing is all I'm saying. But they still didn't do it. They still haven't done it. And I know it's been recommended to them. I know many people that sent tips in about that kind of thing, and it's never been done. So I don't know. I don't know what to think. It's very, very weird. I don't think, this is my opinion, and I know some people will disagree with me, okay? And I respect that, what everybody's thoughts are on this case. I don't think that the parents had anything to do with it on either side, personally. That's just me. Because I truly feel that if they did, that it would have been found out at this point. Now, do I believe that he walked out and somebody grabbed him? Yeah, that's a possibility in my mind. It is. Not family members, but it was just a circumstance, bad circumstance, very odd situation that he may have stepped out of his house to do something, to go for a walk, and somebody grabbed him and took him, and that's it. Okay. And when he became very popular, you know what happens, sadly. I hate to say it, but when somebody goes missing or something like that happens and people get onto it, okay, law enforcement's onto it, people get nervous and something bad could have happened and nobody will know. He could be anywhere. I don't think the families were involved. I've been over that again and again and again. I've looked at it backwards, forwards, upside down, inside out, and I can't make myself believe that. That's just me, though. I'm not downing anybody that thinks that. Don't get me wrong. But it's just very frustrating. It's very sad because it shouldn't have gone on this long. There shouldn't be sides to it. But I will continue looking into it anytime anything new comes out of it, and hope for nothing but positive outcome. Very, very sad. Very sad. Also, that's kind of the other situation that we've been looking at. I've been looking at too, which hasn't really gone too far either. The Jack and Lilly Sullivan situation out of Nova Scotia, Canada. That's another one that just makes no sense to me. I have my thoughts on it. And it's just really strange how law enforcement hasn't figured that out yet. 1 second here. There's really no clues. Truly. Let me see here. Where are my updates on that one? They're having a vigil for them, I think, right now. Is that true? Hold on. Yeah. And you know, with that case, the odd thing for that for me is that their stepfather is very active and looking for him. Well, at least putting himself out there as if he is. But the mother is not doing anything. She's in hiding, whatever you want to call it. I'm not saying she's not doing anything, but she's not putting herself out to the world. So you can take it however you want. So I got a couple things we're going to look at. This thing is from CBC, which is news in Canada. That's another thing is you don't get a lot of information in every other country besides the United States. They keep a lot of things to their vest, very close to their vest.
Jojo,
Yes, ma'am.
I need to get down. I'm
Oh,
echoing.
okay. No problem, Leah. Thank you for joining us.
I got to get ready for work tomorrow.
No worries,
But
dear. Thank you
I
for being here.
enjoyed it. I so enjoyed it, and I will again.
I hope so. Anytime you're always welcome. Thank you, hon.
Okay.
Bye,
Bye
Leah.
bye.
Have a great night. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I agree with you, cat lady. It's just nonstop. I agree. He won't stop. And I don't know why, but okay. It is what it is. So thank you again for joining us tonight, Leah. All right. Next up, let me throw this up here.
For the first time, we're hearing detailed accounts from neighbors who were awake in the quiet hours before 4-year-old Jack and 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan disappeared from their home in Pictou County. The children were reported missing from their home at 10:01 on the morning of Friday, May 2nd. According to court documents, neighbor Brad Wong told police he heard a loud vehicle coming and going 3 or 4 times after midnight and into the early hours of the morning. Wong said his house is at an elevated position from the children's home on Gairloch Road in Lansdowne, and he could see vehicle lights over the treetops. He said the vehicle would drive off in the distance, and he could hear it stop and then return. He said it remained in earshot the entire time. Another neighbor, Justin Smith, told RCMP that at 1:30 a.m., he heard a car turn around by the railroad tracks near the area of Gairloch Road and Lansdowne Station Road. He said it made a noise, then the vehicle was quiet for about 2 minutes, then drove off towards Lairg Road. Smith told police.
Welcome, Chick and Krista. Welcome to both of you.
Was it a white?
No, it was not an Elantra, Terry. I promise you that.
Thank you. Diego, my echo.
When I have a video up, you guys are going to echo. I have an issue with my browser. I figured it out. It's giving me all sorts of shit. So I have to sit down and take the time to be able to change my browser and make everything line up with it. So that's what the issue is, guys.
Okay.
So my apologies. When we have a video up, we can't talk, sadly. So.
Okay.
But that's all. You're good. Welcome to both of you, by the way. Thank you for joining us tonight.
I forgot my background.
Boy, look at you. You're lucky, Dylan. You got all these ladies surrounding you all by yourself up there.
Hey.
And
it's still going to end well for me.
And what'd you say?
And it's still going to end well for me.
Right. There you go. It's all good. It's all good. All right, ladies and gent, let's do it.
And gent.
He later spoke with Wong, who informed him the vehicle was the children's stepfather, Daniel Martel. The court records also detail Martel's account of the evening. He told police he went to bed fairly early and didn't wake up until light the next morning. The document said the children's mother, Malaya Brooks Murray, told police she went to bed around 9 p.m. She said Martel stayed up and she doesn't know what he did. Brooks Murray has not responded to our request for comment. In several interviews, though, Martel has told CBC he had nothing to do with the children's disappearance. And in a phone interview Friday, Martel said no one from the family left the property that night and they did not have any visitors.
I didn't do anything. I know Malaya didn't do anything. I know my mother didn't do anything. Those are 3 people on the property. I mean, after the polygraph exams, they should have known right there.
Here's the issue with the polygraphs. That's not the be all end all, because if you understand this, when we talked with Kent, he explained that too. Think about this: if they ask specific questions, which they did ask specific questions, you can get away with that without asking the right questions, and they didn't. When he did his one interview, he talked about they didn't say, "Did you kill the kids? Did you do this to the kids?" They were non-specific questions. That's the issue. And I don't understand why. They did that same thing with all of them, from my understanding. It's odd. That's all I'm saying, is it's odd. Because every one of them, from my understanding, passed this, from at least, and that could be not true. We don't know. But from what's been said, they all passed these polygraph tests, which I think is strange. But okay, so be it. What does that leave us with?
Not much.
Nothing. It's just, there's nothing left. You know what I mean? So it makes no sense. It just doesn't.
These two kids allegedly just disappeared.
That's it.
At the same time. Like both kids.
Based on what Daniel said in his interview, they didn't ask. That's how we know about the questions, Alicia. That's all we know. And again, he could be lying. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? We just go with what these people say and take it on that. But again, we've never heard a word from Malaya. Not one. Not since she did her weird, very strange and weird interview. The one and only she did, that's it. And then disappeared. She took off and she was gone. It's just odd. It's very odd. This whole thing is strange. This man has spoken to the world, I don't know how many times. He's been on every panel you can imagine. He even responded to me when I set word to him, until he saw, I think, a show I did and decided he didn't want to. And that's fine. That's fine, because I'm not going to lie about it. I question both sides of this, truly, because you were the only two that were there. You would be the only two that I would, and his mother, that I would question. Okay. And I said that before, so maybe he took that the wrong way and decided he didn't want to join me, but that's okay.
But Diego, there's one kid.
Oh, you go on.
One kid goes missing. Oh, I'm sorry. If one kid goes missing, it's okay. Like that, you can say that. But like two at the same time. That's
yes, I know. It's very odd and it's very strange that two at the exact same time go missing. Yes, I agree with you.
Like, there's no way that they just accidentally. I don't know. I mean, unless one got hurt and the other tried to help, and then they somehow got. I mean, Chick, what do you think?
Where'd you see that, cat lady? Go ahead, Chick.
The other two who would know are the kids who are missing, and
that's the biggest truth. Yeah.
Otherwise, the parents are being shady AF, and never comfortable with any of their TV interviews, and whatnot. That it seems like from the beginning they were trying to steer the direction in another direction. If that makes
truly,
sense.
they both
the sounds in the house, and then there weren't sounds in the house.
And they both have said that they basically took us down that road where they believe that they were kidnapped. Okay, the kids were.
Yeah, and the more you hear nothing and see nothing, hear nothing, the more this case looks like there's something they're not telling us on either side.
Oh yeah.
I'm not saying both of them are like in cahoots, right?
It's hard to believe that they would not know the other person's. Yeah, I know what you're saying.
If both parents were in that house, it's hard for me to believe that they weren't aware of something together.
Thank
now
you.
that they're apart, it seems even weirder. That's
yes. Now she and her whole family are blaming this solely on him. He, in the beginning, said she had nothing to do with it. He was defending her. Then he kind of changed it up a little bit and said that she was never a mother to the kids and this and that, and he doesn't trust her and all these things. I don't know what the hell to think at this point now. I don't trust either side, him or her. Again, here we are with sides. Somebody planted the blanket thing. That was planted. Law enforcement has acknowledged that. Why?
Like no trail, right? Didn't the dog trail go, canine trail go like it stopped at a certain point? Like maybe they got a car or something.
There was weird
the trail stuff. That means somebody was carried off somewhere.
That's what I mean. Like they got
or put into a car and driven off. Yes.
Yeah, because that's when the dirt trail.
Hey, Rach.
They can't.
Well, there was a couple boot prints back by the gas pipeline. They found like one boot, one print. That's weird to me. You know,
That
one
doesn't
print.
amount to anything.
They didn't. That's what I'm saying. It's like these things were put there on purpose, just like the blanket that was planted for whatever reason, and things like that.
Wasn't done on. It could have been done on purpose. It could have been part of it.
Mhm.
But the thing is, we can't find the link between the print and anything else.
And that's right. That's the problem right there.
And with the trail, the scent trail on the dogs and everything, that means at some point, both the kids were picked up and carried away.
Or both. Yes, agreed.
Yeah.
How and how do they not know that?
It just boggles my mind.
No, I
Weren't
agree
they,
with
like,
you.
5 or 6 years old, right? Weren't they old enough to like?
They're tiny. They're 4 and
They
5,
could
I think. Yeah.
scream, They could have like
Yeah,
cried,
right. Exactly. 2
right?
of them. Think of it.
And
That-
one
that
always
means
follows the
somebody-
other one. That's
Crystal,
that.
that means somebody stifled their voice at the same
Well,
time.
or it was. Here's my other thought on that.
Hmm.
That's you guys both have good points. And Fizzy, have a great night, hon, and we'll see you soon. Enjoy your company.
Bye.
That tells me then that it was somebody they knew and trusted. That would be a good way. That would be a way to understand them not flipping out when, you know, plus they were never taught. She said herself, they were never taught stranger danger. Her kids, she never taught them.
My theory is, and has been, I like never talked about this, that they were just like playing outside.
They
like-
were outside, that's for sure. Yeah.
They were playing, and whoever approached them, they weren't scared of. And that's
Bingo.
why it's
No.
complicated because
Well, they could have been drugged too.
I
Why?
don't know.
No, I don't think that's the thing, Terry, because Daniel's mother, his mom, lives on the property in the camper in the back, and said she heard them playing outside that morning.
Right.
and
You can
I
use
do think-
chloroform.
I
But
think
why
part
those
of it-
kids? Why would somebody kidnap 2 kids? Think about it.
if
But
you would
I mean-
use one person then.
I will say this, believe me or not, or believe it or not, I've looked into that area, and there is a trafficking situation had been in the past there.
How remote was their property from other?
Very, very, very remote.
That's
yeah.
the
So
only thing I
even
can
if
think of.
one child screamed, who would hear it?
Right. But
Well,
2,
see, that's
it would be
that's
like,
the thing is the neighbors say they hear this, but like the neighbors are like not like what you guys would imagine. They're not like you right next door. Okay, their neighbors are.
I mean, sometimes you hear a kid scream, you get so used to it, you're like,
Mhm.
oh, they're just
And if,
playing.
yeah, so if these kids are outside playing, yelling, and screaming and playing, you know, we know that they were hyper. We saw the video of Lilly screaming. That could be how they play all the time. So you don't think twice about that. You're right. So
Yeah. So
child trafficking is like the only thing I could think of, like why somebody would take 2 kids, you know, both kids.
right. And here's my
there are evil parents. No offense.
there are
evil parents who will sell their kids.
Yeah,
Yes,
I
that's very true. Yes.
Familial transporting.
Ugh.
Right. And I think Tomboy's on. This is what I've thought the whole time is that
And that's
the
like the
mother.
worst, the
Yeah.
worst thought they have about the whole thing.
I agree. But I think that there's somewhere, somehow, with something with this mother's family somewhere. That's my thought. As
Why
hard
are
as
they
it is,
hiding them?
But they've
Because-
gone back and forth on like, oh, she didn't do it, he didn't do it, he did it,
So
she
what
did it.
though? Like, just give the kids to go live somewhere else? Like I'm confused.
I struggle with. I do feel this way, the same way that Tomboy does. The only problem I have with it is how have they gotten away with this for so long without being caught in that? You know, they're looking into this. Okay, they had to have been looking into her. You know, she went. Hold on a minute. Hold on. She went to a reservation, and then she left, and then she went to her mom's, then she went to a reservation, then she came back. She went here, she went there. She's been all over the place, moving around to the. You know, they took the baby. They have the baby. She doesn't. He doesn't. For whatever reasons, they're doing this for a reason. There's something not right there. Neither person is trustworthy enough to have their child. So that says something too. And she's bouncing all over the place. Why does she keep moving? What is she doing? And I just wonder. You know what I mean? That's all. Go ahead.
Did you say she
Go ahead.
went to
I'm sorry.
Did you say she went to a reservation? What do you mean?
Yes, her family's Native American.
Yeah, but there's a third baby.
The third one, yeah.
That's
the one that they took from her was the third one.
Yeah.
And another thing that always bothered me is the kids were not, I don't know how to put this, you guys might know better, recognized as Native until they went missing. Once they went missing, then they were recognized as Native American. It's weird. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chick, what you were saying before. Go ahead.
It's okay, Dago. There's a disconnect between like indigenous, like native land, and whatever you want to call anything else, right?
Yeah.
So in those cultures, you know, like I'm not like going to speak on behalf of them. I'm not part of that.
Sure.
But if you went there and that's your family, that could have been part of the delay, right?
Right.
However, like erring on the side of caution, any party like that should have been like red flag, you know.
I believe they were. Yeah.
But when you come down to like family first, they're probably like, oh, what's going on, you know, why are you here?
That's why I struggle with that thought, because you know that even the reservation has their own police. They're not going to play into that. They're not going to allow you to do something just because you think.
No, not at all. I'm like, and I hope to God that everybody knows when I'm talking about this, I'm not blaming the res. I'm just saying you come.
Oh no, I know.
I hope that if anywhere they're there.
No, it's at your family, you know, that's your home, like those are your people. That's what I mean. Like, and if you have that, that's great. But if you're using that to cover up something, not so great. And that would probably really pee off, you know, the reservation too. So now you've got like a conspiracy kind of going on where people didn't want to be a part of this and they're dragged into it, you know.
So wait a minute. So the kids were probably going to be taken away from them. Is that what was going on?
There was CPS calls that were made about different things. The kids were getting black eyes, stuff like that, and it was talked about that they possibly were going to be being removed. So she was trying to. The whole theory is that because of that she was trying to bury them so nobody could. If you know what I mean by bury, hide them, so nobody could get their hands on them for a period of time or whatever. Either way, like I think Alicia said it, and there's still federal law, like the reservation police or whoever. You can't break those laws just because you're not within that. You still have to follow those laws. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying. They can't get away with that. And they have their own police on reservation that would not do that. They wouldn't go along with that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And can I clarify, you guys? I didn't mean that they went there like hide secrets. It's more like they went there to like bide time.
Maybe you could be right. For whatever reason, we don't know. That's a good point. But yeah, both kids had black eyes, Cat Lady, both of them at some point.
If they were being familial trafficked at home, like Kelly was taken to a reservation to hide out for a while.
Say that again.
Kelly was taken to a reservation or she would have died.
Is that the mom or something?
That's
she's talking about her friend.
My friend, elite traffic from age 6 to 22, and she hit 13 and she just literally didn't have anything left inside of her, and they took her to a reservation, and she said she just like that's what saved her life.
My great grandmother was raised on one. She
Right,
was like,
right. And I'm not saying I don't think this was a trafficking situation. I don't. I'm just telling you it. I'm just throwing out there possibilities with this. There was a talk that one of Darren Durwood is Malaya's cousin. He went on a panel and was talking all of this stuff about something he had heard through another relative and all this and everything else. And then I spoke with Kent Corbett, who joined us before for this multiple times, who has spoken with other people. Some of what Darren has said is very, very true to some aspect. Okay. Not all of it. I don't know about all of it, but some of it has been proven to some aspect. I'll say that much. That's why I still believe there's a possibility that she tried to do something. Now, one of the things that I worry about is that she was got herself involved with some people that made themselves friends in her face, if you know what I'm trying to say here, that could have said, we're going to help you with this situation, and we will. And she trusted that. And she handed her kids over to these people, and then they took off and disappeared with them.
Yeah, to your face, but behind your back.
And there's no contact now. And that's something I've been thinking about for a while with this, because she can't go to the police and say, this is what I did, and this is what happened, probably out of fear of her being arrested for doing what she did. So therefore, she's just not going to say a word. And this is just a theory, you guys. I'm not saying I have any facts to base this on. I just, after everything we've looked at, I had to think, what the hell would make this make sense? And if that's the case, there are people that steal kids every day, especially little ones. Okay.
Mhm.
And these people, she could have been in contact with these people that she thought were friends that were helping her. She handed them off to go take them somewhere and never saw or heard from these people again. That's just a thought. I don't
Yeah.
have
If
anything to base anything on.
It's
if
a
she
lot of.
went-
Mhm.
oh, go on.
It's like a lot of it. It's just a lot of work to kidnap 2 kids. And if you're going to put them somewhere in the meantime, you're not going to be able to get them back because you're going to get in trouble for that, for like hiding them. You know, if you're hiding them out in the meantime to waste, I don't know, to buy time, then you're really going to get in trouble because you lied. You know what I mean? Like you dropped your kids off somewhere. Unless I think the reservation adopted them, and then they're just keeping it as a private adoption, and they're just gonna. That's what I think. If anything, like if she has family there and they're part of that, they would do a private adoption. So I mean, in my opinion, they would, and they don't have to. I mean, they don't really have to.
And see, another thing that was talked about with what you guys with what you're saying was that she was struggling with having 3 kids. The
Yeah.
older 2 were a lot for her to deal with, especially Lily, because she also said that these kids were undiagnosed.
ADHD.
Well, no, oh my God, yes, but
Autism.
on the spectrum. Sorry. Anyway, the ASD. That's what I was trying to say. It's the undiagnosed ASD, and we watched the video of her little girl screaming and yelling, so on and so forth, at a party. It could be possible, and there's talk that she couldn't handle the kids. She didn't do a lot with the kids, so on and so forth, but she was okay with the baby. Well, okay. Is it possible that she just couldn't do this anymore with those 2 and just kind of,
yeah.
Okay, but see, selling them is not an option in my opinion, because they've checked her bank accounts. I went through the documents. I looked at everything. They've gone through her banking, everything. There's no money. There's no money. So unless she's sitting on this money, you know what I mean? There's nothing there to point to that, in my opinion. So
I think they're privately
adopted. Go off what both you and Krista said, Dago. With it seems like it was a trust issue. Maybe she said care of them and got screwed over.
Wait, you cut out.
Did you hear that, guys?
It's Dylan. I had to mute him real quick. What did you say? You cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, so if it began as a trust issue, like, here, friends, help me out. Look after them for a minute or 2, right? Even so, they still disappeared off their property.
Mm-hmm.
They would know how they got from point A to point B, but let's pretend that somebody was arranged to help her, going on her, not him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if we're going on her, not him, and we have the kids have some help with her family, friends, or whatever, right? Still, that trust issue would have been broken, and she would have said something that never happened. Going on what he says gets even more bizarre.
Agreed.
The fact that they immediately, I wouldn't say immediately, but fairly after, kind of separated, means they're going their both ways with their stories, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, she's not talking. She's not talking at all.
No, but that lends credence to the idea that she had something to do with where they went, and maybe something went awry. But he must have known something, but they're just not matching up.
Are they separate? They're not together anymore, right? The couple.
Oh God, no.
Oh, was I muted?
And the baby is where right now?
With CPS or CSB, whatever they're called over there, and he's already had another girlfriend that
Okay.
Or I guess you could call it that. Like, they got together under his thought was that she was a girlfriend. She got with him to try to get him to open up to talk about what could have happened to these kids, and which is really shitty in my opinion, but still.
Unless she's recover fed.
Yeah, she put herself undercover to be, to figure this out per se, and it's a whole big mess with that as well. But she came out and talked about all this shit about him being over, very controlling and things like that, and things that matched up with what Malaya said. And so there's people that are saying that Daniel has been, and these are rumors, folks, because there's no way to prove this. Understand that Daniel has been so forthcoming and so out in everybody's faces. That's not really Daniel. Okay, that's an act he's putting on so that people look at him in a good light and don't think that he's involved, so on and so forth. And I'm not saying that it's true. Okay, so, but it is interesting, and he has been very like crazy forthcoming from the beginning. At the very beginning of this, I looked at him like, wow, this guy's like a good dude, and
I mean, they told a story, you know what I
then
mean?
I started, watching him tell his stuff and this and that, and of course I had my wife watch it. My wife didn't trust him immediately. She said there's something wrong with him and the way he's reacting and acting. She says, and her own personal feelings, and because he's like trying to cover something up. And I said, well, okay, that makes sense. So I started looking at him a little bit differently and watching how he was. And he started doing interview after interview after interview after interview on every platform, everything he could do. And my wife said she thinks that's because he's trying to direct everybody away from him. And he thinks that's the best way to do it. And that's just her opinion. You know what I mean? She's nobody of importance, but I just wanted her opinion based on what I think. So,
like no matter what they say or do, they're going to get criticized,
Yes.
Everything they say and do is going to get criticized. Like, it's been, what, 3 years or a couple of years, right?
No, this has only been like 6-7 months. No,
really?
maybe not even that much. I don't even think it's that much.
And wow, and they've had
But
whole
it's
relationships.
more like misdirection than anything
Yeah.
else.
That's still like kind of not even a cold. That's still like an open case. I mean, that's still like, I thought it was
Anyway,
fine.
guys, just want to pop in here and say hey and
Thank
try
you.
my 2 cents.
I always appreciate your opinion.
My dinner's here, so
Enjoy it very much. So
I'll be in
enjoy
the
it.
Good night. Bye.
Sounds good, hon. Take care. All right, let me finish this up, and then I'm going to jump to this other one real quick about this. Thank you, Chickbait, very much.
So,
we didn't kill any.
I was just
go ahead.
So, I haven't heard anything about this case at all, and just kind of listening and trying to gather everything.
Oh yeah.
So I just want to make sure I'm tracking. So you have.
Nope, you're wrong. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Per usual.
No,
anyway,
go ahead.
So not the greatest parents, about to be taken from him from CPS. Mom and dad split up. 2 toddlers end up missing, but she's good with the baby.
Yeah, Rach, we're going to look at that next. And yeah, so far that's what from what we've seen, she's good with the baby. But she's also had, Daniel himself, including Daniel's mother, have both said, but that's his mother, so she's going to support him, have both said that she did not mother these kids. He did it all. She did nothing with them. She just had the baby. That's it. That she never got up to cook. She never did this. She never did that. So in everybody else's eyes, they have made her out to be a bad mother. And then on her side of things, her family and all her family have made, except for her cousin Durwood, which is the guy that supports Daniel, weirdly, has stated that Daniel's a bad person, that he's a drug addict, that he's this, that he's that, and that he had something to do with this.
There's a lot of parents that are trash, or they say trashy, or whatever they're saying about these parents. You can say that about a lot of people, but like they're not going to end their kids. You know what I mean? Like,
right. That's not. Now wait, hold on. Yeah. I have seen that, Krista. Sadly, I'm not saying that in this case I think that, but it does happen. It's
I know, but like.
But I will say this: a lot of people judged these two based on where they lived, because they live in a shitty old trailer. Their property was junky looking, so on and so forth. And that's the wrong way to look at it, in my opinion, because I know I said this at the beginning of this case when I looked at it. A lot of people have said, I know people that live in $3 million homes, that drive the best cars, that look on the surface to be amazing people, and they're the worst fucking parents you'll ever see in your life. Okay.
Look at the Menendez brother. The Menendez.
Right.
Right. You know I mean?
Right. So I mean, you can't judge it by that. You have to judge it by the person and what the lifestyle and how they live
People
certain
love their
ways.
kids to death and have nothing, and and they're probably and they could do everything for their kids and they have nothing, and then be the best parents. But like, I just feel like it's the 2 kids is the biggest thing for me. Like, it's a lot to ask somebody to watch your kids for a little while. Then it's a lot to ask somebody to, not say anything, and then like, or if to unalive them too. And I think for 2 people, somebody would have to know. They would have to both know, because they're like living close quarters or whatever. But I really truly believe that they had like some kind of private adoption like with the reservation or something, because she was
Maybe.
couldn't
That's a
do
good
it.
point. That is a good point, Chris. I never thought of that.
Like, if I can't do it anymore, please, could you, look, we love you. We're your family. Well, they can come here and we don't have to say anything. It's just weird you don't want to tell people that you did that. So I guess you're going to make it sound like they're kidnapped, which is a kind of a fucked up thing to do. But
you have a good point. But I think law enforcement would have figured that out at this point. I think they would have looked into all those aspects and said, yeah, how? You know what I mean? How are you, like, how did they not know that if that's the case? Is all I'm saying.
Do we trust them?
I mean, who? RCMP?
Kelly,
Slightly.
You know what I'm saying?
I do slightly. I've seen a lot of cases like RCMP has not done a good job, but a lot of stuff they've done a good job. A cat lady made a good point, and I agree with her on this too. It's actually been said, I think she had given up on living out in the middle of nowhere, nothing to do, no one to talk to, no phone service, no nothing, and she wanted out. I get that, but why? Okay, and I agree with you. She even said this. Other people have said this about her. She was over it. She didn't want to be out there anymore. She didn't have any kind of life. She was always with the kids 24/7 whenever he was working and things like that. There was nowhere to go or nothing to do. Agreed, but why go through all this instead of just calling your family and leaving this dude and going? Her family has stated that they were there to help her.
Maybe
all she had to do was say something, and I get maybe he's manipulative. Maybe there was never any talk of like physical violence, but still, just leave. You don't have to do all this to make that happen. And if that was the case, I think that would have come out by now. Okay,
I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot to get.
But
kids, it
is. But don't forget, there was the children, the CSB aspect added to that. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think it's possible that if she were to leave, that she's worried that CSB was going to take those two too.
Where's she going to go? Does she have somewhere to go? I mean,
she has plenty of places to go.
So, but, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know what to think on this, you guys. It's crazy. I don't
think they're dead. I don't think they're dead. I think that it's just a lot too. It's just a number. It's just
welcome in.
Is it accident? Two is a pattern or coincidence or whatever they call it. You know what I mean? Like it's just one kid, but two. I mean,
Well, hold on. I get what you're saying. And Gay, welcome, by the way, a new name. Not all Malaya's family have had good things to say about her. Yeah, that's true. Look for Wade's video where he talks about all the dirty diapers long before Daniel entered the picture. And I've heard that story before. Yes. When Kent Corbett was talking about it. Right.
I mean, you can't really think you're gonna get away with murdering both your kids. Think about it. I mean, that's a little
CPS. I mean, thank you, Tomboy. Yeah, she's not been, in my opinion, she's not been, a model mother. I don't believe she has. I think she's too young to have 3 kids like that by herself. I think she may have her own possible issues emotionally. There's a lot of anxiety that was talked about, this and that. That's fine. Okay. But get help. If her family's there to support her, then they should be. But see, that was the talk that, like, I asked that question to Kent at one point. I'm like, if her family's supporting her to some aspect, why are they not, like, why were they not there? And it was said to me that he would not allow her to be around her family. So there's that too. So I don't know. Hey, Robert, good to see you.
I think that she gave the kids to somebody on the reservation. And then when she's going to leave him, she left him, I guess. And she can still have contact with him without, maybe not right away because, you're trying not to. And they're probably not even close by here. They're probably somewhere else.
There was talk about, on one of the shows that they were talking about, that somebody was talking to her over the phone or something, and they heard her say, this is after the fact, that they heard her say, hold on, Lily, hang on, or something like that, and everybody froze, I guess. But I don't know if that's true because I didn't hear it myself, so I can't give you that. You know what I mean? Yeah. If I would have heard it myself, then I would say, hey, there's an issue. We need to talk about it. So
my great grandmother was dropped off on a reservation when she was 2 days old. They don't know who her parents were, never knew who her parents were. They adopted her, raised her. And it wasn't one of those adopted. It wasn't illegal, it wasn't a legal adoption. Back then it was in the early 1900s, but like they raised her and we were, raised on the reservation. But there's a lot of white babies that were there that would, for some reason, they would raise them, they would adopt them and raise them, and it didn't,
because they were very well taken care of on the reservations,
the court system, and
yeah,
we were, that was the burial ground is where their house was. But it's crazy because she doesn't even know her, like, we don't know her birth date. We don't. She's not living any longer, but it was crazy. We didn't know her birthday or anything, but like she doesn't remember anything. She thinks that she came from the stars. Like, honestly, like that's what she remembers. Mike, she was really like, she was an amazing lady, but I totally think that that's what they're doing, because they would do that for you. I mean,
but here's the thing. Back then, you're right. Like that was a big thing.
That was way.
Here's the thing now, like federal authorities, I don't know who federal would be, if any. I think it's what is it called over there in Canada? Something crimes.
Oh, it's in Canada too, right?
Or something case.
Mounties.
No, that's the RCMP. That's the standard police per se, I guess you could say, that are in charge. But there's another group. When they get involved, it's like having the FBI involved per se.
Yeah.
Major case. That's what they're called. Okay. So they get involved, and it's basically like having the FBI in the middle of the situation here per se. That's their equivalent. Okay. They got involved pretty quick. I'll put it that way. And I'm going to guess, just because they're in a different country, that they're not good at what they do, because we don't see it. That's what I'm saying. That's not the case in my opinion. I think they're really looking into this, and with them coming up with nothing, even if she's on a reservation, there's still ways that they could get around whoever believes what. Okay. I think that these organizations, these law enforcement organizations, have ways of getting around major crimes. That's it, Cat Lady. Thank you. I'm so sorry. She lives there. I don't know, but major crimes. I'm thinking of major cases, another Law and Order thing. Anyway, major crimes. That's the name of the organization. I'm sorry, but there's ways for them to get around whatever laws there are or non-laws there are. There's ways to get around to investigate certain things like that. And it's like there's been nothing. They can't find anything, so something's wrong.
Crazy.
Okay?
Like that wrong. Is no trace. Not a
unless. Here's the thing, though. Unless because again, they do keep these things very close to their vest. We don't get to know shit. They don't put it out until they put it out, and that's when they feel like when they have something heavy or hard. They could be into something that we don't know about. We don't know what they're doing until we know. You know what I'm saying? So. Yeah.
I wonder what the charge is if, like, say they did find out that she did that, and everybody was like, the agreement here, they agreed everything. Like, they could have just did it. I mean, but she would have to deal with her family saying, "Oh, you gave up your kids, and they would never let her live it down, probably the way it sounds. But like, I forget what I was saying. What was my point before that? Whatever I said right before that, I
don't remember.
I don't remember there. I was like, I forget what I was just saying. I literally lost my train of thought. But I feel like. Oh, okay. What would be the charge if they found out that she did do something like that?
I don't know that's the issue is I don't know what laws are in Canada to be charged in certain things. You know what I mean?
Right. Like
I have heard that Cat Lady said about them possibly being in New Brunswick. Yes, I've heard that story. But there is no actual, no. New Brunswick is in Canada.
Oh,
but here's the thing. It's also been talked about is were they somehow taken over the border and they're here? It's hard for me to understand how that could happen without passports and stuff, but it's very possible. It could be. And that could be why it's so hard to find them. You know what I mean? Because they don't have jurisdiction to come over here unless they have a reason to. They'll get in contact with authorities here if they think that.
There's a lot of Indian reservations up on the border. There's a lot of them. Like we were in Erie, Pennsylvania, is where my grandma was raised. But like I think in Ohio, there's a lot of them. So I mean,
in Erie, there's a Cree. My grandmother was part of that a long time ago. A Cree reservation because she's Cree Indian, or Cree, whatever you want to call it. But yeah. Oh, I know where that is. I do know exactly where that's at. That's not very far from where I'm at. Actually,
my dad was raised there. My whole family.
It's about 45 minutes from where we're at. So
okay, that's right. We crossed over into Ohio. We were there.
We're not far from that at all. You know where Erie's at, Terry?
Yeah, Erie reminds me of Children of the Corn.
We're not that far from there at all. And that's like I said, my grandmother was part of that. Because her family was Cree Indian as well.
That's what they were.
Scott Enterprises owns that entire town.
Right.
That was, I remember the first time I was there. I was like,
That's where my son was in his what do you call it? There's a military installation as well that he was a base. He was there for his reserves. He was in the reserves after he got out, and that's where they would go and do their training at every weekend.
I love the lake. I love the lake. I like it looks like a beach. It's like I didn't
Oh
really,
yeah, Lake Erie is amazing. It's like an ocean. It's so big.
yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, Dad, this is like an ocean. It's like it was wintertime over there, but like, yeah, I make great all my family they are still there.
We
but,
must
like,
be pretty close then, typically, because it's about 45 minutes from me too. So
yeah.
we go there all the time when we can too. It's great fishing and boats and all that fun stuff. They have nice beaches.
Yeah.
Geneva on the Lake is another
Amazing.
place we go with Lake Erie. But anyway,
So beautiful. Yeah.
and it's listen. Here's the thing. That's interesting because if you cross over Lake Erie, you're in Canada. So it's very plausible, folks.
That she's that probably, that's why I said they're probably not close by, and they all are somehow related. So I guarantee that's where they are, over here somewhere.
I mean,
and
it could
hopefully
be.
they are, and they're safe, and they're well taken care of, and they can
I hope that's the case. Yes. And I hope that it's figured out, and whatever charges need to be filed. It is what it is. But I'm gonna finish this, and we're gonna jump to this other thing real quick about something Malaya wrote. So, hold on a minute here.
Imagine getting that red.
Didn't kill the kids.
RCMP says the case is still being investigated under the Missing Persons Act. P says the case.
We didn't kill any of the kids, or we didn't kill the kids.
RCMP says the case is still being investigated under the Missing Persons Act and is not a criminal case. Angela McIver, CBC News, Halifax.
That is a weird correction.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. And it's odd that it's not a criminal case at this point. It's very strange. I'm going to show you this one, and then we're going to jump to that thing that cat lady was talking about. Hold on here. This has just come up a week or so ago, I think. Give me a minute here. And they actually finally brought in cadaver dogs that took forever. They had mixed dogs coming through that were dual trained on cadaver and other things. But as I said before, and I read into it, it's true. If they're not fully trained on being absolute cadaver dogs, they don't always do the greatest job. And that's what I was saying needed to happen a long time ago. It took them forever. So they did do that. And then this is what happened after the fact, I think.
Here recently, walk me through that day. You knew that they were coming, but you didn't know when.
I actually got back from my visit with my daughter, and I come home and the dogs were already, on scene, and they were there for about an hour before I got there. I didn't know the exact day when the arrival was going to happen. It was even a surprise to me, but at the end of the day, everything's ruled out there, and I hope this is speculation, turns elsewhere.
So you arrive home after visiting with your daughter. They're there, and then what happens?
They're there, and then, I walk up, greet them, and meet them for the very first time. It's like, can I come close to you and the dogs? And he said, oh yeah. And then, investigators were there, or one investigator, and, had a conversation with him, and they said, look, yeah, we're going to do the property. I said, perfect, let's do every square inch. And that's when it began with, where do you think we should search? And in my mind, these guys are the best. They're supposed to be the best. They should have mapped the terrain, looked at satellite imagery, and found every single speck on that property that needed to be searched. And they should have had, better coordination with reviewing those maps and people involved from the start with search and rescue to determine areas they need to search.
What happened? Did you tell them where to search or advise them, or what did you say?
I gave them any indication that, soft grounded areas like the marsh, the ponds, anything like that. But I said, you're welcome to do it anywhere. They did inside the house, they did, everywhere, vehicles, they did everything they could in the amount of time that they were given to do it.
So what did they search when they came inside? How did that go?
Well, when they took the dogs inside the house, they ran from one side of the house to the other, waiting for the dogs to, bark or pick up a scent, and Nothing was located. Same with all the property. There was no indication of anything. They didn't do it once. They took in both dogs. They did the whole thing. They did like up the road. They did the blanket site. They did pipeline where the boot print was found. I mean, they exhausted every single area within Lansdowne.
Yeah, the pipeline trail right here where we're standing.
Mm-hmm. They did. I mean, they spent every hour they could searching, not, planning or anything like that. I mean, they were boots on the ground, just doing whatever they could.
You were mentioning that you had a bit of a tense reaction with one of the dog handlers. Can you tell me about that?
Yeah, it was a little bit heartbreaking and saddening to hear what the words that came out of his mouth. And for me, all I was trying to do was ever help. Like that's all I've been doing is cooperating, and to see that and hear that, I mean, it was pretty saddening.
What did he say?
He said your Thursday and all the way leading into Friday morning, there's not enough detail. And I said to him that Thursday was just an ordinary day until I woke up on Friday morning. And that's when life changed. There was nothing like life changing on Thursday. It was a normal day. So therefore, there was nothing detailed that needed to be remembered that day until Friday morning.
So he was mentioning something along the lines of something happened Thursday night, and your story isn't matching up?
Yeah, well, not just matching, it didn't have enough detail for him personally. And then that's when I asked him, do you know anything on the case? And he said, not really. I've seen you on the news once. And that kind of alarmed me, or, shocking, because you're having somebody that's trying to get you to admit to something and they don't know any details. So therefore, my Thursday didn't have any details. Your knowledge of the case didn't have any details. So you shouldn't try to force something on me without knowing any of the background.
Did he make any accusations at you?
Yeah, he did. He said that Thursday didn't have enough details, and we think you did something to the kids Thursday night. And I asked him, what are you talking about? I just ran through whole Thursday and Wednesday with you. We just spent the last 20 minutes talking. And there's not enough detail because I thought it was an ordinary day. In the end, cadaver dogs were there. They went through, and the story continues. In conclusion to all of this, there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. I'm still helping investigators at every turn we could possibly think of. And hopefully we see some kind of resolution soon, or some kind of outcome that's positive.
How's that communication in your relationship with RCMP now, 5 months later, and then given that interaction a few weeks ago?
At this point, I go to them. They don't ever come to me. It's just I have to contact them, I have to go to them, and it's been like that for a little while now, because I've given them so many leads.
For those of you that aren't familiar, this is not the biological father. This is their they weren't even married, so not really even anything. He's just a mother's boyfriend, okay? I guess you can consider him stepdad, but he's not their father. The biological father was not in the kids' lives at all, ever.
Where's he now?
The bio dad was investigated, and they cleared him very quickly, as well as his mother. His mother's been involved in the investigation and tried to be involved in the kids' lives, she said. But Malaya wouldn't allow it, I guess. I don't know. That's what we were told.
Maybe he doesn't know what happened, because if he's not even the biological father, then I would tell it.
But that's the thing, is a lot of people have said that, Krista, this is not their biological father. So why is he so steadfastly trying to be involved and prove himself? And I'm thinking, now hold on, because that kind of bothered me a little bit when I've heard that, because I'm a stepfather to 3 kids. Okay. I love them like they're mine. I would kill somebody if they tried to hurt them, period. End of story. Or if they went missing, I would break my neck to find them. That's all I'm saying. And I was in my stepkids' live. I don't even call them my stepkids. They're my first, the older kids. I've been around them since they were 4, 5, and 6 years old. Okay. Or 4 and 6 years old. I'm sorry. So that's their whole life. They're my kids to me. So that part I understand with him in that aspect.
How long were they
Since they were little, they've only known him as the father figure in their life. They don't know the other guy. You know what I mean? So that is important to understand, you guys.
Yeah. So he's dad.
To them, yeah. I would imagine he would be there. That's all they know. You know, is that he's their dad. That's it. So,
Didn't they have school?
yeah, that's another issue too. Is they went to school. The last day they went to school was a Tuesday, and then they were called off. They were sick. One of them was sick Wednesday, so she kept them both home. And then Thursday, they were kept off again, or no, they didn't have school on one of those days. And then the other day, she kept them home because they were still sick or something. And then they were seen on video Thursday night or Thursday afternoon, all together. And then she got up and called them off of school Friday morning. It's between 6 and 6:30. Oh, shit. Sorry about the echo. Hold on. And between 6 and 6:30, she called them off of school again Friday morning. And then they went back to bed. The adults did. I think he was sleeping the whole time. And he went back to bed, laid down, and then he gets up. He said he could hear the kids moving around. Lilly popped in a couple times. And then his mother states that she heard the kids outside playing. And she didn't go check on them, and then they were gone.
They were allowed to be outside by themselves, I guess. Or...
They weren't supposed to be, but they were, because the parents. That's what I have issues with. That I'm very angry about. The parents weren't up while they were up, and I don't think if they did go missing without the parents' involvement, that's what I'm angry about. They should have been up, and every time any of my kids were up, one of us was up, or if not both of us. That's just parenting, period.
Yeah, I mean, they're outside playing. They're not supposed to be out there. I mean, I would think without an adult.
That's the thing. They're not supposed to be out there, but they're claiming that they believe the kids snuck out through the door and were playing in the yard. Then Janie, Daniel's mother, says that she heard them and she didn't get up and move or anything like that. Nope. I don't like any of that at all. I just don't. It bugs me.
That smells funny.
Yeah,
I will say, looking at his body language, he is. You kind of see him like constantly like hugging himself and cradling himself.
That's something that was been pointed out too, Dylan, by body language analysts, that he's constantly doing that. And I've never noticed that. My wife even noticed that, to comfort himself for some reason. Yes, that's what that's considered.
He's on the hook for something.
Imagine being him though, like and she talked him into doing something like letting him be adopted by someone else. He really couldn't say much because he's not the biological dad, and now he's got to hold the secret because he doesn't want his kids to be taken away, even more than they already have. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it would be horrible to like tell her at this point.
Right, and that's something else I was going to point out that Ann just pointed out. I was getting ready to say that to you guys. This ain't the first time this happened, okay? And I didn't know that for the longest time. I just found that out about a month ago, that Jack wandered off when he was 2 and was found by somebody else. Okay. So then I wondered, like, well, damn. Okay. You know, I don't think they went in the woods. I just don't. You can't make me believe that. I never have thought that. But that's interesting to know that it did happen before. And it was talked about. That was part of one of the CPS issues, I guess, at one point, the black eyes and some other things that were stated were part of the CPS issues. So I don't know. You know, I don't know what to tell you as far as that stuff goes, but you know, you can't, they're both very little. One, I think, is kindergarten, one is preschool, like 4 to 5 years old. And maybe the thought was that we live out in the middle of absolute nowhere. So letting them outside, knowing that Daniel's mother's back there, was never a big issue for them. They had a semi-fenced in backyard, kind of, with pallets and stuff. And I don't think that it was important enough for them to worry about. Hey, Siggy, good to see you guys tonight.
So it was a fenced in yard, kind of ish, like.
Well, kind of, yeah. There was a part of it that still wasn't done, that they could have gotten out through, and they could have went to the road. They could have been picked up by somebody, and that could be the answer to it. We don't know, but
yeah.
You know, there's other things too. They're talking about the neighbors heard cars going back and forth, but the neighbors have also made shit up. That's been proven already. One of the neighbors said that they had some big blowout party on Thursday night with cars lining all the way out the driveway, and that was not true. It was proven to be not true. So
I mean, the parties, you know, I mean,
and the neighbor's a trouble person anyway. If anything, I'd be looking at the neighbor. You know what I'm saying? To see what that person is.
So you said that like they live remotely, right? Like there's like hardly any neighbors nearby, like for
yeah, there's not, and I mean remotely to the point where like the first responders, their radios didn't even work out there. That's how far out they are.
They would have been found. You know what I mean?
If they were in the woods, the period of time that lapsed was like a 20-minute time. Their legs are so little. They couldn't have gotten anywhere away from that house far enough that he couldn't have found them or somebody would have found them at some point. Okay, that's just that.
I mean, how far can they go on four little legs, you know?
Exactly. Now it was talked about predators like bears and stuff that live out in Canada in that area. There's a lot of them, a lot more than what you guys would expect that we have here. But with like animal predators out there, we would have found, or they would have found, I imagine, some form of evidence proving that they were attacked.
I was going to say,
there's two of them. So an animal's not going to attack two kids at once. A bear,
anything,
a mountain lion. One of them's going to scream and freak out while the other one's being attacked, more than likely. And it would have been probably heard, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't think they're really going to go far enough. They're not scared. They would have been scared to keep going.
That's what Janie said, and I believe the same thing, that they never went alone by themselves into that area so far that they probably wouldn't have. And the terrain is very bad, and they're little, so that was something else I had an issue with. You know what I mean?
And on top of that,
yeah, there you go. That same neighbor said that they didn't even know kids lived there. So there's that too. Remember that.
Go
ahead, Dylan.
But yeah, and another thing that I was kind of really taken back on just watching that interview was he looked like he was choosing his words very, very carefully. He was talking.
He's done that throughout. Yeah.
It sounds very scripted. So.
Right, you haven't seen Malaya's interview. You want to talk about scripted, dude? That was like she was reading us a storybook.
I will say, I think there's a lot of credence that he may know very well what happened to him, but there's some ulterior motives being pretty much forcing him into silence. But he also sounds like he is doing that whole like mind games and like trying. It just sounds like he's trying to be a victim.
That's a lot of, that's a good way to put it. A lot of people have said that Daniel Martell is very manipulative and always has been. I don't know him, so I can't give you that answer.
He sounds like he's trying to manipulate.
I mean, he could be. Now, here's the other thing that I've always taken into account. If she wanted to do something, he was asleep. Okay, she very well. There was also a point where Daniel's mother said she came out and she feels like she caught Malaya, the mother, in the middle of something, possibly. She was holding the baby and Malaya seemed like taken back. She didn't expect Janie to be there. So she came out the door seeing what was going on, and Malaya was like in shock or something, like stupefied, deer in headlights type thing, you know, like, whoa, what are you doing here kind of thing. And she said she felt like she caught her in something. But I have issues with the grandmother too, because she has said some very strange things. Okay. Now that's just me. That doesn't mean it's true. There's other people that think Janie's perfectly fine, that she's just uncomfortable with cameras. And that could be it too.
Yeah.
But she moved out to this camper because the kids were getting on her nerves without being, she said that in nicer words, but yeah, that's what she said. She couldn't handle the screaming, the yelling, that they gave her dogs anxiety or some weird shit like that. She said some odd things. I'll say that.
Listen, I'm not a kid person either. I'm not a kid friendly. I can't do, like, my sister looks at me, she says I have a 2-hour window and I can't be, and I leave. Like, I just don't have the patience. But like, I mean, you know, her sister, her in-laws are pieces of shit. Like, they talk about her, like the way that these people sound like, that's what my sister deals with. You know what I mean? Right. So like, I get those kind of people.
Sure.
No matter what you do, you're always fucked up. You're wrong. Like, I mean, to say like you could cut somebody, you think they might have been murdering their kid. Like, who says shit like that? You know what I mean? If you really thought that, then go tell the police. You know what I mean? Like,
I get that. Yeah, I understand.
It's a fucked up thing to say. Like, okay, we're gonna murder one and just leave the other. But and you're right. What if she do it? Like, lady, shut up. I don't know.
Right, and I'm not. I will
Makes
say
me
that.
mad when I think about it. Like it just reminds me of I'm like a deflector, what's called projecting. Like that's how I feel.
Yeah. No, I understand. Cat Lady says that he's found a friend in DT now, best buddies. I know, I've noticed that, and I'm not a big fan of that either, Cat Lady. But it is what it is. Hey, 84, good to see you tonight. Thanks for joining us. But yeah,
I've seen that dude a lot doing interviews. The stepdad guy. I thought he was a real dad, but I remember seeing them together, and then like I think they broke up, and then
they were broke up the day after this happened. Like,
oh wow,
and it was so strange how that happened. And for those of you that haven't seen it, I'll show you Malaya's interview, the one and only interview she's ever done. It is so robotic and mechanical and weird to me. I just got a very bad vibe. And I even, again, I asked my wife, I said, what do you think about this now? All she did was make a face and went.
Is that the one where they're sitting next to each other?
No, it's where she's standing there by herself,
okay.
giving her pleading to the news, to the world, I guess. And I said, what are your thoughts on this one now? And she just watched the interview and she just kind of made this cringy face and shook her head and said, I don't even know what to say to you. That's odd. That's all she said. So just saying. Hey, it's great to see you here, 84. So anyway, on we go with this one. And I want to get to this other one on Hidden in the Fog real quick and show you that. So hold on.
And there's only so much I can do. I was told not to pursue any leads, so I'm not the one who's going to be going out there investigating.
Why do you pursue leads? Because you're still out there talking to people and finding out new details.
By pursuing leads, they mean if I have a lead, I don't track it down in person. But yeah, like, I'm still open to talk to the public. I have no fake accounts. I don't have anything that would be not under my name. Like, I go fully into every comment with my name present. So I have nothing to hide. People are free to message me whenever, and people are free to discuss anything they want with me. Any angle, any perspective that they have, I'm open to it. And I will pass it along to investigators if it's a
Take care, Terry. Thanks for joining us, hon.
solid perspective. Every tip matters. All 800 and almost 900 of them matter.
Do you find that engaging helps for you?
It doesn't help me mentally, that's for sure, but I still do it. I'm basically desensitized to all judgment at this point, so if anybody has anything, you can just come to me, or you can go to Major Crimes, you can go to your local police department, they'll pass along tips, or Crime Stoppers. Because this whole situation has drug on for way too long, and it's absolutely destroying everyone involved.
So what does this tell you now that the cadaver dogs were in, they didn't find anything? Do you think, like, the part on the woods, do you think that's case closed?
It should be case closed. It should have been case closed from the very start. Because with the amount of resources and technology and amount of searchers and everyone deployed in that first initial search, that was a lot. That was an 8-kilometer radius outwards. And it's just the amount of money and people's time, injuries that were sustained during that. It's just, people should have just opened their eyes to see that we need to look elsewhere. I pointed many fingers, and I think that's where the people should look.
Not here.
Not here. Not in the woods. If fingers have been pointed, let's start taking a look.
What's going through your mind as you see their picture every day still?
It's just heartbreaking to know that 5 months have passed and school started, the summer ended. Like, this should be a chance for kids to be interacting and doing kid things, enjoying their lives as kids. You know, like, it's not just all the kids that miss them from school and community, and, you know, at this point, the whole country that, you know they're missing. It's just like, I have kids too that know that they're missing too. And, like, that's heartbreaking for them. Like, Meadow doesn't understand, but one day she will. And she knows that Dad spoke up for Jack and Lily when no one else would.
All right, on we go to this other situation here. 1 minute. I don't know what to think about that anymore. With that situation and with him. But I do have questions and issues with him and Malaya both. Like I said, they were both in the house that day together.
Yeah.
Again, I will say, if he was sleeping, she did have time to do something as he was asleep in him, not knowing anything about it. That's very plausible. So 1 minute here. Cat Lady, do you know when this was? The date of this? Like when this happened?
I mean, I think they both know what happened, and I think that he didn't have a choice, and I think he's just should stop talking. Like, you know, if he knows something, he just needs to stop because he does make himself look like.
And I know, again, listen, I do know that
then don't say
RCMP themselves have stated that they don't believe the kids were abducted.
I
So
think they're on a reservation.
what does that leave open, you guys? Because they're not in the woods anymore, and I don't think they think they're in the woods. So what the hell do we have? You know what I mean?
I think they're on a reservation or with. I don't think a family member. I think like they would. I think they would.
Yeah, typically.
Would be the one place where you know they'd be safe forever. You know.
Maybe. I don't know.
What else? I mean, like I just can't imagine both being gone, like passed away together. It just doesn't seem. You know, like you wouldn't find anything or see anything, or they're together. How could it? You know. And that you're not. If it's an accident. I mean, an accident with two. That doesn't really make sense. You know.
Sure.
Like one, you know, if one, you know, I just.
All right, let's check this out real quick. I agree. I definitely agree. This isn't very long.
Know that ever heard of the missing 411?
Yes. Oh God,
okay.
Yeah.
Doesn't that make? That just popped in my head for some reason.
There's been others that have brought that up in this case too, because of how rural and remote it was. That something. Man. Who knows? Hey Jen, good to see you tonight, hon. All right, let's check this out real quick. Again, this is via. Sorry, you guys. 1 second here. The channel is Hidden in the Fog, and here we go.
People magazine today published online a full feature article on the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case out of Nova Scotia. This is pertaining, of course, to the two siblings, Jack, 4 years old, Lilly, 6, who were reported missing from their Pictou County home in Nova Scotia on May 2nd by mother Malaya Brooks Murray. People magazine states in this article, at the very end of the article, that they had reached out to Malaya Brooks Murray. And that's it. That's all they say. One can safely assume that they had no luck. The article, therefore, uses a statement by Malaya Brooks Murray, who published a statement on her Facebook account that has actually been seen online all over the place. And this is the quote letter from Malaya Brooks Murray to Please Bring Me Home. Please Bring Me Home is a volunteer organization out of Ontario, and the group focuses on searching for missing people, and bringing answers to families. They do plan a search for Lilly and Jack Sullivan in November when they travel to Nova Scotia. The article also states that October 29th will mark Jack's 5th birthday, and there will be a candlelight vigil held at the Stellarton RCMP detachment in Nova Scotia. It's interesting to note, though, for Malaya, who puts out a very strong plea in her letter to Please Bring Me Home for, finding her children, desperately wanting her children at home. She can't be reached by People magazine, which of course goes everywhere and has a mass circulation. One has to wonder why she wouldn't respond to People magazine in a plea to find her children. Malaya Brooks Murray has a history of, quote, no comment when contacted by the Globe and Mail, as well as CBC, as well as CTV, all mainstream media that could provide the circulation and the awareness that she states she is seeking for the case. She does not respond to. Again, there's only been one letter issued by her. The very last official statement from Malaya Brooks Murray publicly was the day following the children going missing, which was May 2nd. They went missing, and I believe that her statement was made on May 3rd. Other than that, Malaya Brooks Murray has not been heard from at all publicly. And yet she claims to be looking for her children and wanting to build awareness to the case. It is also interesting to note that when the children were reported missing back in May, Malaya Brooks Murray put out a fairly strong plea for an Amber Alert, stating that that such an alert as the Amber Alert would get the word out to people that the children were missing, that it would bring awareness to the fact that the children are missing. And yet, when approached by mainstream traditional media, national media in Canada, she responds with no comment. It is worth noting that RCMP still maintain that this is a missing person investigation, that there is no evidence that a crime has been committed. However, if you do have any information on the whereabouts of Lilly and Jack Sullivan, you are asked to call Nova Scotia Crime Stoppers 1-800-222-8477.
So to answer that, Michelle, I think if they could prove that it was Malaya that caused the situation, sure, they should absolutely be able to charge them and should. Hold on a minute here. There's a brand new thing on this. If I can find it, I'll show you. I have it and I downloaded it the other day. Where the hell is it? Give me 1 second. I really hope they could find these two alive and well. That's my biggest thought on this one. Up there it is. Long Crime put this out just a little bit ago. So here we go. This was literally put out like between 4 and 5 hours ago, I think.
A mom reported to police that her children vanished from their room, and they haven't been seen since. Their mother has been pleading for their safe return as the search continues. We're taking you through what police say happened, plus where the investigation stands now after the young kids haven't been seen in months. This is Inside the Crime, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Hey, by the way, there's a reason Law and Crime is the go-to spot for true crime content. Just like there's a reason Morgan & Morgan is America's largest personal injury law firm. They have over 1,000 attorneys, and they've recovered $25 billion from international attention. Mysterious. Jack and Lilly Sullivan were just the sweetest little children, according to their mom. She posted this on Facebook just last week on October 13th. As a mother, I love my children more than life itself and feel so heartbroken not being able to hold my 2 children, Lilly and Jack, kiss them, breathe in their scent, or tuck them into bed dress them, wake up to their sweet, smiling faces. The longing I have for them to come back home to me is a greater feeling than I could ever imagine feeling or put into words how I am feeling. There is not one single day, minute, or second that goes by that I'm not thinking about my children. I walk into a store and all I see is things they love, that I want to get for them when they come home. The candy they like, the clothes they wear, the toys they love, all I see is them. I just so desperately want them home safe and sound back into my arms where I'll never let them go. I'm truly traumatized not being able to hear the sweet sounds of their voices, their laugh when they would sing a Gabby's Dolls song house that now only makes me cry when I hear it because all I hear is Lily and Jack singing along. Not being able to breathe in their scent when I embrace them tightly, I don't want these moments to be memories. I want my babies home, my Lily, May, and Jackie. The pure pain I suffer of just not knowing where they are has impacted my life and my family in the most devastating way. Life feels extremely hard to keep going. With no answers, it is just pure lostness, like I can no longer feel at home anymore. No matter how lost I feel, I have not given up hope that my children will be returned home to me safe and sound. I have all the faith and hope I will see them again. 6-year-old Lily Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack have been missing since May of this year. According to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the two were last seen on May 2nd in Nova Scotia. Jack and Lily's mom told police that on that morning, she and her husband were in bed with their baby Meadow, but they could hear Lily and Jack playing in the kitchen. Lily even reportedly peeped her head in multiple times to look in their bedroom. But then suddenly, the kids were gone. Their stepfather Daniel went to check on them, but no sign of them. Their boots were gone, and so was Lily's backpack. On that same day, police got a 911 call that the siblings wandered from their home. Police spent the first week of their disappearance scouring the woods near their home, but still no signs of Jack or Lily. According to a May report by Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, or CBC, police called off the search as they fear the worst. RCMP Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon said in a May 7th press conference, "If we thought they were alive right now, we'd still be out there." RCMP confirmed an underwater recovery team searched the lakes, but no evidence was uncovered. Jack and Lily's stepdad, Daniel Martel, believed that the siblings slipped out of the sliding door back when Daniel and the children's mom, Malia, were in their bedroom with their 1-year-old daughter. Other theories have swirled since. One neighbor reportedly heard a car going back and forth near the home in the middle of the night before they disappeared. The neighbor said his home was elevated from Jack and Lily's home, so he could see the vehicle lights from over the treetops. Court documents viewed by CBC say he said the vehicle left 3 or 4 hours after midnight and into the early hours of the morning. He said the vehicle would drive off in the distance and he could hear it stop and then return. He said it remained in earshot the entire time. Another neighbor reportedly told investigators on May 17th he heard a vehicle near Highway 289 turn around by railroad tracks near an intersection close to Jack and Lily's home. That neighbor spoke with the other neighbor, saying that the car he saw was Daniel's. But police said there was no evidence like surveillance video, so the witness statements couldn't be proven. In the department's most recent update from October 21st, a spokesperson told the Canadian press that police found, quote, no evidence of any vehicle activity at that time. As such, no driver has been identified, and the presence of a vehicle has not been substantiated as a key element in the investigation. Earlier this month, the Northeast Nova RCMP Major Crimes Unit took their search up a notch. This is what they had to say in their October 8th update. In September, Inspector Luke Reddy and his police dog Narc, as well as Sergeant Dave Whalen and his police dog Kit, searched for Lily and Jack in Lansdowne Station, covering a total of 40 kilometers. The team specially trained in detecting human remains searched at the property from which the children went missing, along the pipeline and intersecting trails, and in an area where a pink blanket was previously found, all locations where there was the highest probability of finding the children. However, the teams did not locate any remains. The dogs are highly trained to detect and indicate the scent of human remains. Therefore, if the dogs did not alert their handlers, it suggests dogs were never in the presence of human remains odor. However, this does not definitively rule out the presence of remains in the areas that were searched. It means either the odor is there and couldn't be detected, or the odor isn't there. According to Staff Sergeant Rob McCannon, the acting officer in charge, he said the investigation is still ongoing. In a statement saying, each piece of information includes the results from the search teams, helps inform our next steps. With support from agencies across Canada, the investigative team is working to validate or eliminate leads and follow the evidence wherever it takes us. At this stage, and as we said all along, we're considering all possibilities. We'll keep going until we determine with certainty the circumstances of the children's disappearance and their found. Lily and Jack's mom, Malia, is still urging for help to find them. She wrote this to the Find Lily and Jack Sullivan Facebook page. To know the sweet boy will turn 5 years old next week is devastating. Jack Sullivan still remains missing alongside his big sister Lilly Mae Sullivan, and they both need to be found. 178 days missing. They are both beyond missed. A birthday should be filled with balloons, cake and presents, music, celebration, and fun. But this year, it'll be filled with such heartache. Please note a candlelight vigil will take place for Jack's 5th birthday on Wednesday, 29th October 2025 at Stellarton RCMP Detachment. The vigil will be a quiet, respectful moment for the community to come together for Jack and Lilly. I'm joined now by private investigator Ashton Pack. Ashton, thank you so much for joining me. Now, Jack and Lilly Sullivan have been missing for 6 months now. Where do you think the search goes from here? I mean, they're just 4 and 6 years old.
Yeah, it's a really tough case, and my heart breaks for these children. And unfortunately, after almost a quarter century in law enforcement before I retired, the cynic in me unfortunately feels those children. I'm just afraid they're no longer alive. I hope they are. I really hope that the RCMP up in Canada can really bring them home. There's always the possibility that they are still alive and out there, but as time goes on, we just understand from previous cases and the nature of these kind of incidents that the longer the time frame extends from the time that they were reported missing, it's just the odds of them coming home alive just increasingly shrink. So my heart breaks for those kids.
Yeah, and my heart does too, because I mean, they're just 6 and 4 years old. I can't emphasize that enough. And my thought also goes to their stepfather's kind of reaction in a way about what's kind of happened to Jack and Lilly, that they wandered out of the home. Their boots were gone, Lily's backpack was gone. But do you buy that with what we know right now?
Well, I mean, it's a rural part of Canada. May, I not exactly a snowy season in Canada. Maybe it was a nice day for the kids to go outside. But as a father myself who raised, 3 children from very young ages on, you just kind of know where your kids are at. So I just think it's a kind of an odd statement to say that they just wandered off and nobody knew about it. It's a possibility. I don't know if it's a probability of what's the actual truth.
And what do you think the probability is that they were abducted?
There's a chance that they were abducted. I mean, you can't rule that out. Right now, I know RCMP is treating it as a missing persons case. That might just be a strategic move for Canadian law enforcement, where the rules might be a little different, keeping it non-criminal at this point to kind of maybe bypass some rules and procedures that they have in their court system. I'm not really sure on that, and I'm no expert in Canadian law, but at this point, I feel like the longer we get away from the time of missing, the more chances that there's some kind of foul play going on here. Is an abduction a possibility? Some kind of a trafficking incident? Absolutely, it's a possibility.
So, Ashton, I'm also curious your thoughts on why the cadaver dogs haven't been able to find any traces of human remains.
Well, cadaver dogs are good at doing one thing, finding human remains. And if the human remains aren't there, then that checks that box. I mean, you can bring in cadaver dogs early, and I think that was a very wise move because God forbid these kids got out and were exposed to the elements. I mean, it is again, I don't know what the weather was like in May in Nova Scotia, but you are pretty far up in the northern hemisphere. So if there was some kind of they wandered off and God forbid something happened to them where they passed in the elements, then the cadaver dogs would have been able to absolutely ping on that scent of those children that were missing.
And how difficult is it to search like a very rural and wooded area as it is kind of near where Jack and Lilly were living around, or still kind of living around this time? But in terms of just searching for them in this very rural area, what is it like to kind of do that?
Yeah, that area, most of my law enforcement career was in the Mojave Desert here in Las Vegas. But yeah, I was law enforcement in a Lake Tahoe area where it was very wooded and very dense. And yeah, those searches, we had to conduct several. And it's, that is such a heavily wooded area that without, utilizing multiple air assets, potential drone technology, volunteers, people who could come in and set up that grid search and start to conduct a massive search. Again, these are 4 and 5-year-old children, 6-year-old children. How far can they really get in all reality without a neighbor seeing something, passing motorist spotting something happening? Just doesn't really sit well with me. But yeah, the grid searches in those kinds of areas, very difficult because it is just so heavily wooded, massive amounts of wildlife up there, from predators to just everyday, animals that roam that area. So it's a tough one up there.
That's what makes this case all that more mysterious. And just going back to what you had mentioned just about the neighbors possibly seeing or even hearing things, I believe like 2 neighbors claim that they heard a car going back and forth around the time that they disappeared, but police say that they were unable to verify that. What are your thoughts on that, especially since we're in 2025, especially since we have a lot of digital evidence like surveillance video, all of that sort, but it seems like from what police are saying, this particular area.
Yeah, Ann's right. She hasn't attended anything, any vigils, anything for these kids. Now, she's telling people about it via her Facebook page, but then didn't show up to it. Daniel and the biological grandmother did, but not Malaya, the mother. And I'm sorry. At this point, that's the most obscene amount of bullshit I've ever seen. I don't care what your reasoning is at this point. You need to be there for your kids, unless you know that you don't need to be. That's my feelings on this at this point. Knowing that she didn't show up for this vigil just blows my mind. Completely pisses me off, and shame on you. Because that tells me one of 2 things. Either you don't care or you know the truth. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? I'm not trying to be nasty, but I'm just tired of seeing what she's done in this entire thing. It tells me one of 2 things. You don't care or you know. That's it. That's the only way I can see it at that point. I have a big issue with that. A huge issue with that. Damn.
Didn't have a lot of video surveillance footage.
Yeah, this is a very rural part of the world. There is not, like in cities where we have cameras on every corner, multiple neighbors with multiple Ring or home video surveillance systems. I personally think that it's just a tough play. Eyewitness testimony, you have a neighbor who says, I thought I heard a car. How reliable can we really treat that? We've seen time and time again the science behind eyewitness testimony. And this is when people say they are watching it firsthand, where it can be, unreliable in a court of law. What did I hear last night at 2 o'clock in the morning when I was up, checking the doors? I don't know what I heard. I can't really, the brain will fill in some gaps. Sometimes people think they hear things and all of a sudden it becomes true in their mind. At this point in the investigation, I would think that law enforcement is now going to be, they're really going to be relying heavily on the computers, the phones of the stepdad, the mom, and the people in that house. What kind of digital footprint did they have? What was their Google search looking like? And these are all things that will be happening behind the scenes by the investigators. And of course, none of that will be made public because they have to maintain the integrity of this criminal investigation.
And that's true. What Ann just said, it says, I agree. I think she knows. She allegedly said she had it. Yeah, allegedly somebody said that they would help her leave because she was calling and complaining about the situation with Daniel to relatives. And she said, no, it's okay. I have a plan. Well, what does that mean? And if that's the case, then shame on you. If you're doing this somehow and you're getting away with this, the money that's been wasted and the resources wasted on this situation, you haven't stepped up to say something. Shame on you. That's all I can say. This is disgusting if that's true. And I'm just, at this point, you guys, at this point, it's 6 months. Okay. Sorry, I got the hiccups. 6 months. That is absolutely insane to me that you're going to sit on this, whether it's, if that's the case, then I'm telling you that's selfishness because you're afraid of what's going to happen to you. If you come forward and say something because of whatever you did, that's what I believe it is she's being selfish because she's afraid of what she's going to face consequence-wise. Well, oh well. At this point, I don't care. You shouldn't have done it to begin with. You should have just done what everybody other person in the world does and gathered together the people that support you to support you, pack your shit and get out of there if you're not happy. That's it. Okay. End of story.
If she leaves, I'm not happy. I mean, if it's the kids are the problem. You know what I mean?
Well, she stated that it was him, that she was, there was talk that she was trying to get away from him, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Okay. She broke up with him the day after. It was so strange. And I'll show you that video. Okay.
Yeah.
What was the exact date of the disappearance?
May 2nd.
Okay. Because I got a thing up that shows what the weather was May 2nd.
How crazy that guy looks.
Yeah, and remember that Canada where they live, it was very. There was still some snow in places. I heard. So I don't know, but
So according to Halifax, in May 2nd, it was mostly clear. There was a little rain shower around just after 3 p.m.
right.
But other than that, it was pretty clear.
Ann says it was rainy and cold, which is what I thought I remembered too. But yeah, and again, the terrain is not terrain that little kids can just traipse across like it's nothing. Okay, in those woods, there's just not. I think it was Janie that stated that one time that they went back through there for whatever with Daniel and Jack had to be picked up and carried out of there because it was that hard and he just didn't like it back there and they wouldn't have done it. So I'm just blown away that this woman, I'm sorry, but I cannot let her off. I just can't. There's something wrong with the way she's done all this. For those of you that aren't familiar, I want to show you her first and only video. It's insane the way it comes off, but I'm bothered now that I know that she didn't show up. I was going to look at that, and thank you, Ann, for the info. I was going to look to see if she showed up to the vigil tonight because I was going to say, okay, maybe I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. Knowing that she didn't, that's it. I'm done with her. I'm over it. Shame on you. Like I said, you either don't care at all or you do absolutely know the truth.
She's got to know where the.
That's my opinion right there. I'm sorry.
Because why wouldn't you go to the vigil? Why wouldn't you go to the vigil?
Well, especially if you're advertising it to other people on your Facebook page, like there's a vigil point. Why are you not there? What are you hiding from? Because Daniel's going to be there, then stay away from him. You're a grown woman. Grow up and be an adult.
Right. Yeah, really.
She took the time the day after this to stop in the middle of her kids missing to go in and change her Facebook status to single. What the hell? Why? Why is that an important thing to you? I couldn't stop thinking about my kids being missing enough to even worry about fucking Facebook, you guys.
Exactly.
I wouldn't have left the property if I knew. Okay, that's the issue there too. If I didn't know the truth, if I didn't know what was going on, I would have never left that property until I knew something. But she was very quickly off. She went. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was special for Jack's birthday too. Thank you, Ann. That's a whole other thing right there. This is an immature, neglectful person, and I have no. I'm sorry if I upset anybody, but I have nothing but angst towards this woman now. None.
I just thought too, like when I was saying about being adopted somewhere else, like I didn't think about the cost that it is to find the kids, the other family members that might not know.
Yes, there's people sitting out here taking their time to talk about your kids that are missing.
Yeah,
because they care, myself included, and you don't care enough to tell the truth or to even attend a vigil for your children.
Yeah.
Damn you. That's all I'm saying. Damn you.
Yep.
Anyway, let me finish this. I'm sorry. That just blew my damn mind. I'm pissed now.
That just tells me she knows where they're at,
Of course. Of course.
Which makes it all the more tough because I know that people just want the answers, right? And I know that police are looking into bank records, video surveillance where they can find it, GPS tracking, text messages. And I know that's going to be very important in a case like this, but there are still no new leads after 6 months. Are you pretty surprised by that?
Yeah, that's pretty shocking because you would usually be able to get a search warrant for the home, the computers, the digital devices, even the cars. The cars today all have computers in them. Everything is downloadable. Everything can be extracted.
Yeah, let me clarify real fast, you guys. Yes, Janie, Daniel's mother, did force everybody to leave because they got into a disagreement. Malaya's family was threatening and accusing Daniel of being involved, so on and so forth, and there was a big screaming match that ensued. So Janie said, everybody get the F off my property, so on and so forth. The people that were involved in the shouting match, but like Malaya could have stayed there, okay, and she chose to go with her mother. Poof, that was it. She was gone right after they did the press conference. She just up in the middle of it and just walked off to an ambulance because she said she was having a breakdown or something, and then got with her mother and gone. They were gone and never came back for anything after that point. Never ever did they go back to that property. That's insane to me. So I wanted to clarify that. So thank you, Cat Lady, for throwing that up there to remind me.
And its data can be analyzed by law enforcement. So I am pretty surprised that there's been no real advancements in this case.
Yeah. And both Lily and Jack's mom and their stepfather have reportedly been cooperating with police. But in your opinion, and I hate to kind of pose this question to you like this, do you think that they had anything to do with their disappearance? I know it's easy for true crime watchers and people who are kind of, in the police world to kind of believe that something inside the house might have been the motive here. But what do you think?
Well, I learned one thing in my time as a law enforcement officer is just you never assume, because you can think it's the stepdad, you can think it's this, it's that, it's human trafficking, some wolves got the kid. You just don't know until you run the investigation as hard as you can run it, as fast as you can run it, while maintaining integrity of the case. I have gone into cases in my lifetime, even now in my private investigation work with clients. I'm sometimes so surprised with what I end up finding to what we thought we were going to find. So I just never want to assume that. Plus, it just doesn't maintain integrity of the case to make a presumption. Let these people have their presumptions of innocence. I know there's a ton of red flags, but sometimes, we've seen red flags. If there's red flags and we think that there's something not right, let the law enforcement officers put the pieces together. You can have the information right, or you can have it right now, but you can never have both.
Right, exactly. And I know that it's easy to jump to conclusions, and I hope that, Jack and Lily are able to make it very home safe. And I would hate to think that something terrible had happened to them. But again, no arrests have been made. The parents have not been named as suspects or anything like that. So we'll have to wait to see how this continues to play out. Ashton Pack, I want to thank you so much for your time and your insight into this case. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Have a great day.
The Nova Scotia RCMP continues their investigation into what happened to Lily and Jack Sullivan. A reward is being offered for information about their disappearance. That does it for this episode. Be sure.
Okay, so there's that, and then let me see I think it should still be. Where's it at? Oh, yeah.
My neighbor's house was caught fire. No, 3 houses down caught completely destroyed fire the other day. And he has 8 cats. He had 8 cats like me and 2 dogs. And oh my God, it just reminded me, we were just talking in the chat, but like I literally have air tags because I'm afraid my cats, if something like that would happen. Tags on them. We have air tag. My sister puts them in my niece's backpack and the kids' backpacks too. Because Apple AirTags, they don't really, you can't really track them after 50 miles, but still, it gives you kind of like a sense of where they're at, getting off the bus. They get off the bus and stuff like that.
Right. Hold on a minute.
And I'm just a crazy person. Like I can't, like I don't. We were just saying, like we don't stop looking at the kids for like more than a second. Like there's a couple times where we weren't looking, and one fell into the pool, another one fell down the steps one time. Like so many things happen like a second. Like you have to be on your kids. Like
100%. Yes, absolutely. I agree. I think this is the full interview or the full statement she made, and then I'm going to show you the vigil from today. I hope this is. If not, I'll find the full one. But it's crazy.
As possible. I want them home. I want to hold them, and I want them home.
RCMP say there is still no sign of 2 siblings who are believed to have wandered away from their home.
Hang on, that's not it. I grabbed the wrong one. There's a bunch of these out. Hold on. Anyway, that's the end of it. All right, hold on here. Where's it at? Well, damn. I had it uploaded, but where's shit? Okay, so I'll show you this first until I find that. This is the vigil, and right there's Daniel in right there, front and center, when it started in No Malaya. Now I'm reading that she may have watched it online. Wow. Anyway. Jeez. All right, so I mean that's a bit of it. That hold on a minute. 1 minute.
Oh my God, sorry. My typing's annoying.
Okay, so there he was. Once again, I'm sorry. Watching it online is not enough for me. As a parent, especially the mother to these kids, you should be there stepping in front of him, in my opinion, to be there. You know what I'm saying? So
I agree.
it just it bugs me. It really does bug me. I want to know what the reason why you weren't there was, and it's not good enough for me. I'm sorry, it's not.
I'm telling you, it reads like she knows exactly where they are. Everything.
That's what I'm starting to believe, because she doesn't seem to show any worry. She doesn't seem to show any care. Okay, and I feel like it's got to be at this point possibly because she knows why. Okay, so if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I don't care. I'll admit to that without fail, folks. But at this point, I don't feel like I am.
That she left him the next day, that definitely makes me seem like she knows exactly where her kids are. And I mean, was he abusive or something? Like, what was the deal? Like, what would she have to hide?
It was stated that he wasn't so much physically abusive, but emotionally manipulative, and mentally abusive. I guess. Okay.
I guess, like, you have to hide your kids from somebody else, maybe.
Right. That's what we were told, but they never spoke anything of. Nobody ever spoke anything about physical. But I don't know. We don't know that. We just don't know that. So, let me give you guys this, because some of you guys never got to see this. This came again from the CBC News. Here, 1 minute. She's really bugging me now. And don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean I fully trust him, but what she's doing is really bothering me.
Well, today marks 11 weeks since the disappearance of 2 children in Nova Scotia, and there still are very few answers. 6-year-old Lilly Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother Jack went missing from their family home on May 2nd. Their disappearance sparked days of intense searches of the property and the surrounding wooded areas. Now, their step-grandmother is speaking out for the first time to share her story about what happened the day the siblings disappeared. Well, Brett Ruskin has been following this story from the start, and he joins us now live from Halifax. Brett, what are we hearing so far from their step-grandmother?
Yeah, Crystal, we're hearing from Janie McKenzie. So as you mentioned, the step-grandmother of these 2 missing children. So she is the mother of Daniel Martel, who's the stepfather of Lilly and Jack. We've heard from him numerous times over the course of this missing person investigation. But Janie McKenzie, again, speaking to CBC News for the first time, and for the first time giving CBC News access to the property from which the kids disappeared. So she gave a tour, essentially, for CBC Nova Scotia colleagues of ours who walked through the property. Again, she lives in an RV just steps away from the family home from where Lilly and Jack disappeared on May 2nd. She says on that morning, she heard the kids outside playing. A couple of moments later, there was silence, and a couple of moments after that, she heard Daniel, her son, outside shouting, calling their names, and the frantic search began. Again, the family went out into the woods looking for the kids. There was RCMP officers that took up the case, ground search and rescue crews that were combing through the woods. There were drones and helicopters added to the search that lasted for days. Now, Janie says that she still feels that the kids are alive out there somewhere, but that they are not in the woods. Here's what she has to say about that.
No, I don't think they're in the woods. We searched this place. Look at all the searchers they had out. They had helicopters out. They had drones out. They had searchers. They went over this place with a fine-tooth comb every day that they were searching. They were here. You know how many times my trailer got searched 3 times.
So again, that is Janie McKenzie, the step-grandmother of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. She says again that she still feels that they're alive somewhere. She says that she was happy with the RCMP investigation at the beginning, but she feels like there is a lack or a lessened sense of urgency now in the last few days and weeks. She hopes that, again, someone comes forward with information about this disappearance of these two missing children here in Nova Scotia. Crystal.
Right, you can really hear the frustration, but also the emotion in her voice there. What are police saying about this ongoing investigation? Is there anything new? Where does it stand?
Yeah, the latest update that we have from police that they say that they have done 60 different interviews with family members and members of the community who may know information. They've done those interviews. They have 5,000 different video files in their possession from doorbell cameras, from trail cameras, surveillance cameras in the area. They are doing a forensic analysis on a piece of blanket that was found that belonged to Lilly and Jack, to the family, and they are following up on 600 tips from the general public. They say that they are still open to all possible explanations as to what happened to Lilly and Jack, and they're still open to people coming forward with more information and tips. Now, obviously, there is still that provincial reward program that is still in place, offering up to $150,000 for tips leading to key information about this disappearance. So again, there is still a strong push to try to figure out what happened to these two missing children, now having disappeared 11 weeks ago. Crystal.
Brett Ruskin in Halifax for us this morning. Thank you very much.
This is where family, friends, and community.
All right, 1 minute. I'm trying to show you guys something that. 1 second. I don't know why I'm struggling. Things disappear here.
I'm gonna jump down, Dago.
All righty, bud. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, you're gonna miss this, but anytime. I wanted you to see this as well, but it's understood. You could catch up with it later.
Yeah, I'll still be watching, but I just
okay. Well, this is the interview with the mother, but go for it, brother. No problem, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. I'll message you in the Discord if something's really sticking out at me.
No problem. Thanks again.
Yep.
Bye-bye. Just you and I now, ma'am.
Just us.
All right. So this is her, in my opinion, wackadoodle interview that she did right at the very beginning, the day of. Hold on.
The one she's by herself.
This is yeah. Yeah. Here we go.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep, and they're not the type of kids we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time, and the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store, everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now, but we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued. Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, But with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since the Friday morning, when we noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. As soon as I noticed they weren't there, I immediately jumped right in the vehicle and surveyed all the area, every dirt road, every culvert that I could find. Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister. I know they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white with strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new, other than the helicopters are still in the air, and they had dogs. They took around the dogs today, and as of last night, they had 8 more drones going on with infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to.
So that was Malaya's interview, which I've never been able to get past ever. I'm sorry, but I can't. Something is just off from that point forward. Where is? Wait a minute. And like I said, at this point, the fact that she's never gone to a vigil, she's never gone back to the property, she's never done anything. It's, in my opinion, one of two things. She's either just doesn't care at all, or she knows. That's all I'm saying.
So I think.
Let's see here. And again, there's with that sliding door, I got issues with the sliding door thing because I'm going to show you, like the woman that interviewed with Daniel's mother, Janie.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the door. They opened and closed it. The woman is a full-grown adult, okay? And she struggled opening, like the weight, those doors are heavy as shit, okay? She struggled with, like, she threw her body into opening it. So for those 2 little ones whose arms are literally this long and this big around, to open that door, I can't put that together. That's all I'm saying. Not to mention with Malaya's interview, she should have been, in my opinion, a complete dissolving mess. But I mean, she seemed slightly upset, yes, but not as a mom. I can't imagine. Like my wife said the same thing. Like she'd have, like I'd have been on the ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but,
like you can't even
overprotective of kids. So
breathe.
people are different.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Hold on a minute here. Let me see if this is gonna work. Yeah. Okay. Wait. All right. Let's jump into this because I know some of you guys never saw this.
Last seen on May 1st. So this is the interview that many people, much of us, have been waiting to see. And
And yeah, that's a good point too. Like if they did open the door and get out, Daniel had said many times they very rarely ever closed it, that they always had to go back behind him and close the door. But the door was closed. So who did it? You know what I mean? Like just I don't know. There's just little things like that that make you go, I don't know.
One thing that this is lives on the property. Eating there to do one later to the restaurant. But
I'm trying to skip forward to the actual part where she starts talking. Hold on a minute here. Here we go.
So it's the more.
So it's not super loud. It does make that rolling tick-tock sound, whatever you call it, tick-tick noise. But if you're sleeping, you may not hear it. Okay, that I agree with. The doors are heavy, though. Okay, they're solid triple pane glass, and it's a big door. And those are tiny little ones. So I just struggle with the fact that they were able to open and close it together. It just, I don't know. That's all I'm saying.
True. Morning of May 2nd. Take me through what happened.
Okay, I was up at 6 o'clock, sat in there and had my tea. And then on Facebook, 7 o'clock, I get up,
Exactly, Dylan.
come over here, fed my chickens.
Yeah, I don't think the bug thing is crazy either. My kids love bugs too. Even my daughters did. Well, when you live in like a rural area, that's a thing. My granddaughter, she plays with bugs constantly. It grosses me out. Like she'll pick up a spider, and I'm like, nope.
Me
Go over
neither.
there, I'll go over here. You know, we have to stop her sometimes. Kids are fascinated with things that they don't see every day. You know, and things that do things other than what they do. They're fascinated. So I think that's pretty normal with that. We now know that Malaya was awake and up at 6:17 and 18 to call the kids off. Yes. Plus, she was up after 8 to call her mother, which would have been after they heard the kids. So that, yeah, good point, Ann. Very good point. Very good point. Thank you.
My brother, Ron, called me at 8:48 and asked me if I wanted to go to town with him. And I said, no. I said, I'm staying home. I said, I'm going back to bed. Okay, I went and I laid down. Next thing you know, my dog started barking and the kids were out in the yard. Now, you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are. This is where they always played.
So she's saying that she heard the kids around 8:48, I'm guessing, roughly, and then went back to bed. Or no, I'm sorry. She talked to her brother around 8:48 and then went back to bed because she said she wasn't going. And then she heard the kids because the dog starts barking. She doesn't give an exact time, but I'm going to guess it's not too long after that. Around the 9 o'clock range somewhere. So there's that. That's one thing I took down, noted from that, because it makes me wonder about the timeline. That's all.
Yeah. And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily. I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know, I came out of the trailer after I heard Daniel.
Agreed, Alicia. And it is a rural area, folks. It's super rural, and not everybody has all the money in the world to buy the giant jungle gym things and to have AstroTurf played in their backyard. So, you know, it is a decent place for kids. I'll say that. But I don't know. And I did get a weird vibe from Janie during this interview. She seems like she seems irritated to me, you know, and maybe she is. Maybe she is because she doesn't like to be on camera, she said, but you would think she'd be a little less irritated with as she's talking, or seeming irritated, to be more helpful acting, in my opinion. It's just my opinion, folks. It doesn't mean it means anything. It's just how I felt with it. That's all.
About, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him, I come out of the trailer. I opened up the door, was standing here. Malaya was standing right here with Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, "What's up?" She said, "Jack and Lily are missing." I said, "How long?" She said, "About 20 minutes." I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods.
Now, see, before this interview, she made an accusational statement about Malaya at that point where she said that she saw Malaya standing there. She said that she feels like she caught her in the midst of something.
Right.
Okay. That it was kind of like the deer in headlights. Like Malaya seemed surprised because Janie wasn't supposed to be there. And Malaya seemed shocked to see her and like she had got caught or something. So I don't know. That's just something else to add to that.
Yeah. I don't like this lady.
Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they made out of sticks and fir branches. And that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes. I did this whole area.
Candy.
There's an old road up back.
And yes, Meadow's the baby that Malaya was holding on her hip, the one that she had her at the very beginning, and then something happened where she bolted from her relative's house and took the baby at some point, and CPS took the baby basically after that for whatever reasons. I that's with law enforcement and CPS to deal with. I don't know what it is. There's nothing stating why. So just giving you that info too.
They actually take pictures unless they have baby at all. Like
they can have visitation. They're allowed to see her, but they're not allowed. Neither one are allowed to have custody of her right now.
Damn.
And Daniel has 2 or 3 other kids. I think it's 2 other kids that he has. He doesn't have custody of either, but he does have visitation of them. So
When I got up to the end, to the top of the hill, I met Daniel. And I said to him, I said, "Did you find them?" He said, "No." He said, "You coming with me?" I said, "No." I said, "I'm going to search this area." Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods. That was my first instinct. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of the dirt road, came back down here and came back down the side of the road, came back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time. I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here, or a sawhorse, it's over there, was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying because I blame myself for not getting up that morning to see the kids. Because if I would have got up,
yeah, that's what it was. Ann's right. That Malaya was only allowed to keep Meadow with her as long as she was with her mother. She left her mother and took off to the reservation. In turn, her mother called CPS because it was stated that her mother told her, like begged her, "Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave." And she did. And I'll tell you another part to that once we get to this video that kind of makes it make a little sense, but it's how you take it. So her mom called police, I think it was, and CPS, and they took Meadow from her. They went to her and took her, and they've never had her back since. So that's what happened. Thank you, Ann.
this wouldn't have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that's why I was crying to see the kids, because if I would have got up, this wouldn't have never happened. Okay? That's why I was crying.
We've heard a lot about the patio door.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's go see that.
Sure.
So this is the patio
This
door.
is the patio door.
that Jack and Lilly would have.
That Jack and Lilly came out of.
And so tell us why we've heard about the patio door.
Because everybody's saying on Facebook, on YouTube, on TikTok that the patio door makes a noise, and why they didn't hear the door open. The bedroom is back there. Okay.
That far window.
The last window is the bedroom.
And so they would have come out this door.
They would have come out this
that
door
morning.
Yes.
And then they went and played on the swing set.
Yes.
And that's when you heard them.
That's when I heard them. Right here in this area here. I plan on putting a pool up this year for the kids. You need level ground for a pool. That's what I was doing. I was leveling out the ground to set up a pool.
And this is the Thursday.
This is Thursday.
Right.
Friday, all the investigators, search and rescue and everything, right around here was where they found the only footprint.
This is where the boot.
This is where I was raking that night. That's where the boot print was found, in the mud where I was raking.
I thought there was two boot prints.
There was supposed to be a footprint found away up on the pipeline.
Right.
Malaya sent me the picture of it. That's all I know. There was a footprint found.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, the footprint was here. The only one that they can confirm that was Lily and Jack's was right here.
So it was child size.
Yes, a man, one of the investigators came in here and was measuring it all.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not here to lie. The reason why I wanted you guys to come here and do the interview here is to show you exactly where everything took place.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And just show people that this is what happened. All the stuff that people, all the rumors and accusations about us murdering the kids and burying them on the property, this place has been searched thoroughly. The well has been checked, the septic tank, all the barns were searched. My RV was searched 3 times. The trailer was searched. This whole place was searched. If they want to come back and search again, they're more than welcome.
You've talked about drones flying over your property. You've talked about cars driving down the road and slowing down. What's that been like?
I'm scared to go out sometimes in my own property. I mostly stay around back here. And if I do go out front for anything, I usually have my head down because I don't want people to see who I am. That is me myself. It's not because I'm hiding from anybody. I don't like to be on camera. I don't like my picture taken. I'm just a quiet person that just wants to be left alone, and I mind my own business. I'm just a hermit.
Do you feel as if the finger has been pointed towards you and Daniel?
Yes, I do. Because I live on the property. Come on.
Do you think your son had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily?
No, I don't believe Daniel had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. Our heart don't lie, and my heart is telling me that my kid did not have nothing to do with this, and I had nothing to do with this. You know, if something bad happens, you get like your heart drops. Mine hasn't dropped. Deep down in my heart, I do believe Jack and Lily are alive. It's not because of what people are saying. It's my heart tells me that they are alive.
I think so too.
So there's that. I just feel like, and it could be, Alicia could be right. It could be just out of frustration for what they've gone through. She just seems very defensive, I guess you could say. And that could be due to the frustration. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
Also, wait a minute here. Hold on a minute.
Kind of like me. I don't talk, I yell.
I get it. Everybody's different, guys.
Yeah, she's.
But yeah, if you were, and they have at that point had been being accused a lot.
Yeah,
being involved by Malaya's family, by people out here, things like that. You know,
Yeah.
So
It's
it
frustrating.
absolutely could be that.
Yeah.
And
Probably
then, yeah, there's a new interview that came out with Belinda. This is the biological grandmother. She's been active in this since they went missing. Now, before that, she wasn't at all, but that was based on, from my understanding, what Malaya wanted. So this is Belinda, the biological grandmother. This is a newer interview from, she did give a couple before, but this is the newest one that just came out a few days ago.
He is 6 years old. Jack is, well, he's going to be 5 years old this month.
Belinda Gray can barely speak through.
Yeah, that's what I don't think she has anything to do with it either, about their, as far as their disappearance, typically. None at all. Not at all. And that's what I'm thinking, is that she's just mad because of the accusations and the harassment, possibly. So I never thought she had anything to physically do with it at all. You know what I mean? In fact, like I said, I think she suspects Malaya, truly. And I think she's made that statement herself and has stood up for her son, as most mothers would.
Yeah.
Now, what do I think of Daniel? I still have trust issues with him. I truly do. I'll just be honest. But that's just me. So.
The tears, describing the children she hasn't seen in years.
The last time they were here, they were still basically babies. Lily was 4. She was such a carbon copy of me. She copied everything I did. And Jack was more sober. He was just crawling around the floor, learning to walk.
It's been 2 years since Gray last held Jack and Lilly Sullivan, and months since anyone has seen them at all.
Your grandchildren are what you leave this world. They're a part of you.
When Lilly and Jack went missing, Gray says she joined the search herself.
We started working our way up through the woods along a brook. And then we crossed over the brook. And we started coming back down through the woods.
For Gray, hope quickly turned to suspicion, especially after their mother left the area.
When I found out Malaya left, I knew there was no sense searching anymore.
And she's the one that was at the vigil tonight with Daniel. And what she just said there, she said before. Listen to that, and I got to agree with her at this point now.
Started making me think anymore. Started making Malaya left. I knew there was no sense searching anymore. Started making me think, I don't think these babies wandered off.
She hopes police can bring her closer to the truth.
I hold them all accountable. I don't know how 2 kids can go missing.
RCMP say they combed through every possible lead, but Gray feels police could have acted faster.
I don't care what the criteria is for an Amber Alert. When you have vulnerable children missing, it should be an automatic alert.
Every day, Gray checks her phone, hoping for a message, a post, a headline, anything saying they've been found.
To see if there's any new family members coming out speaking. And that's off and on all day. That goes on right until I go to bed.
Along the 40-kilometer stretch in Lansdowne Station, where 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan lived, cadaver dogs searched the woods and trails just a few weeks ago. RCMP say they came up empty-handed, but families say they're still holding out hope the children will be found soon. Hafsa Arif, CTV News.
No, Malaya's mother's name is Cindy. That is the biological grandmother, biological mother of the biological father, who's not in their life. She was for a while in their lives until her and Daniel got together, and the statement was made supposedly that Daniel was jealous of the relationship because that was the biological dad's mother, and he didn't want them to be close, I guess. So. Oh, I don't know, you guys. Yeah, and that, again, that's a good point. Ann says that that's what Malaya told Belinda. So we don't know if it's true or not, but that's what she told Belinda. So, you know, I don't know. What's her excuse for not talking to her now? What's her excuse for not going to the vigil of her missing child on his birthday? What's her excuse for not speaking to the media at all and updating anything with the media? Period. There isn't one. The bio dad was investigated in the beginning, typically, of course, as he should have been. and was cleared like within the first week, and he's just never had anything to do with them. He's never been in their life. By his own choice, I guess. So I don't know. I don't know that he was, JC. I know that he's got visitation because the last interview he gave that he was seeing, he said he came back when they did the whole cadaver dog thing. He said he can't just come back from a visit with his daughter, and they were there meeting him. So there's still a visitation at least. So I don't know what the deal is, but and where is he lives in that area somewhere. But the bio dad, but he's just not in their lives. Never has been. That was always his choice.
And that's his mother.
That's his mother, Belinda. You know, she still wants to be part of their lives, but
yeah. I really think that she knows exactly where they are, and
I think they do now. And now I truly, you know, I was bouncing that around for a while.
Yeah.
At this point, I truly think that she knows.
Yeah, I mean, if you lost 2 of your kids, she would. I don't know if anybody could survive that. Really, I mean, it'd be hard to survive that, especially if you had an addiction at one point. And I think she's probably. I mean, look, I didn't want kids. I didn't, you know, because of my situation, but I also didn't. I wouldn't be able to handle them. So I can imagine if you. I say it all the time. It's just I know people that would just gladly adopt their kids out if they could. You know, like, and it's. I understand that being overwhelmed, but you should never have them. If you know what I mean, like you had one, you know what I mean. Why would you have 2 more?
I understand. I agree totally, 100%.
Like, if you can't handle the 2, why would you have the baby? It just seems really irresponsible and immature to also adopt them out. It is kind of immature. It's selfless.
And here's the thing: is not all kids are planned. Remember that they're not always planned.
I know. I'm like my mother now.
Now, this other thing came out that Michelle put out a couple days ago too. I forgot I had this. I was looking through my stuff. I should have showed you this one first, and then the other one that she did afterwards. But this is kind of interesting, and it's in regards to Malaya knowing where Lily and Jack are. There's some things that are pro that, and some things that are against that. So check it out. And I think after this, we're about done. This is only like 15 minutes, I think.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle. I hope you're doing well. Welcome to another video. It is Monday morning, the 27th of October.
I think that if Belinda was more involved in the lives, and that's the other thing is Malaya didn't want anything to do with her mother. They did not get along. From my understanding, her mother was very controlling, and Malaya did not like Daniel. Who knows why? But she didn't want to be around that, so she stayed away and stayed with Daniel. And she didn't have any other familial support, in my opinion, that could have possibly stunted something that may have happened. That's all I'm saying.
Until when you say you had help and stuff, that's great. But, and then at night when you're trying to get to the bed in the morning, I'm not going to give you those 20% with you.
Yeah. And that's true what that lady just said too, by the way, you guys. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah. Because I say to myself, I'll help you, but I didn't know she hesitates me. You know, like they keep her 24/7. So I mean, I just feel like she doesn't have to, and selfless and selfish at the same time.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And yeah, Belinda, the grandmother we just saw interview, she did file for temporary custody of the kids to be able to come back.
I would let her, you know, help out, take the kids a couple of days, you know, like maybe share custody or something. She seems, as much as she annoys me, I think that she's probably one that would take good care of them, you know. Not many grandmothers will say that too, that they'll take custody or.
Yeah, I understand.
But damn, that's a shame. That's another I'm saying too, like you have your family members that, you know, are going to suffer now because you may or may not have adopted your kids out. But they might know where they are too. Maybe not this lady, but man, this is a mess. What a shame. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
October. In this video, we're going back to Nova Scotia to the case of missing siblings 6-year-old Lily and soon-to-be 5-year-old Jack Sullivan from Lansdowne Station. They were reported missing at 10:01 a.m. by their mother, Malaya Brooks-Murray, on the 2nd of May, so almost 6 months ago. And Lily and Jack are nowhere to be found, despite searches, despite lots of talk, theories, facts coming out. Lily and Jack are just gone. Like so many thousands of other people. Thousands of people go missing every year in my country as well as in yours, as well as in Canada, as well as in the United States. And
you know what? That's what I was thinking too, typically, is that she's adult, mature, and maybe she did and had rules, and that could be exactly why Malaya didn't like it, because she wanted to do things her way, as we all know, and that could have been exactly what it was. You know, I agree with that.
Everywhere else in the world, the majority of them are found, or they return home. You know, kids run away, it's panic stations, parents call the cops, a few hours later they return. But in a minority of cases, it's difficult to quantify how many cases, but in a minority of cases, that person who is missing remains gone. And some of those people are found, sometimes weeks, sometimes months, sometimes years later. Usually deceased by that point, occasionally, very occasionally alive. And when those cases happen, we're all incredulous about how someone could have stayed missing for years and no one knew. But in the majority of those cases, you're talking about finding someone who is deceased. And then in the minority of cases, some people are just never found for whatever reason. So yesterday...
Yeah, that's true. That's what I had read in the article about that, is that she's doing the whole custody thing, Belinda is, so that she can get her hands on the private school records, the records from the schooling, because she's not, you know, the mother and stuff. Plus, she can take Malaya to court and force her to testify as to where the kids are if they go to court. And that, very good point. And thank you for reminding me of that.
I didn't do a recorded video like this one. I did a live stream. A case discussion since August, since the release of the court documents, which take us up to mid-July. We've had a steady stream of new information that's come out. Court documents tell us a lot about the investigation. They give us a lot of questions, though. Things are redacted that, in my opinion, shouldn't have been, but it is what it is. And then we've had RCMP giving updates about cadaver dogs, who have done searches of the property where Lily and Jack live, the trailer and the 2 acres surrounding it, which is owned by Janie McKenzie, who is Daniel Martel's mother, Daniel being the children's stepdad. And we've also had a steady stream of information from social media. Some of that has turned out to be factual. Some of it is rumours that is interesting but is unsubstantiated. And then we've had our fair share of out-and-out lies that have come out. And it's very difficult to determine what is fact versus what is fiction. I theorise. I like to theorise in all the cases that I cover. You know, when there's a mystery, it's just natural to want to speculate on, well, what, why, how could this possibly have happened? And then you develop a theory and then you try to find information to support your theory, but also equally what you should be doing is trying to find information to refute your theory, which is what I did a couple of days ago. And some people misunderstood this video, but I don't know how I could make the title clearer. Daniel murdered Lily and Jack Sullivan, evidence for and against this theory. What we're going to do today is something similar, but we're going to do Malaya. And Malaya is responsible for the disappearance of Lily and Jack Sullivan, evidence for and against that theory. Let's go.
I like it. I watched your video.
By the way, I do love Michelle's new puppy. She has that little black and white one. He's adorable, in my opinion.
Before we Get into the video, can I just ask, if you're not yet subscribed, please do so. I'm trying to get to 100,000 subscribers by the end of this year, and with your help I can do it. Less than 3,000 to go with a little over 2 months. It would be great to get the YouTube plaque that I can put on my wall in time for Christmas. With your help I can. Alright, without further ado, Malaya. There has been an ongoing theory about Malaya having Lilly and Jack disappeared. And this originally came from Durwood O'Grady, he called himself online. His real name is Darren. He is Malaya's grandma's cousin. So grandma is Patty, Durwood is her cousin, which makes Durwood Malaya's first cousin twice removed. A lot of people, when I asked in my live stream yesterday, still believe that theory is, you know, the one that they want to go with, because it's the best theory. It's the best outcome, isn't it? Because if it turns out that that is true and anything's on the table, I can't discount anything at this stage. I just can't. 6 months down the line, it's crazy. Can't discount anything in this case. I can logically argue against it. But a lot of people, when I asked, you know, what's your theory, said exactly that Malaya had the children taken and she knows where they are. So Durwood, for those who've come into the case recently, Durwood, he appeared on It's a Crime and Shame, the YouTube channel, quite a few times, and I think he was on other channels as well. Did he go on Dollyvision, I seem to remember? And his theory, and he was absolutely certain that this was true. He even had an interview with CBC News. He did tell CBC this theory. He believes he's got evidence to support it and that he knows where the children are, or at least he has a good idea of where the children are. So RCMP are aware of this. RCMP continue to say that there is no evidence of a crime. But you have to think, well, if Malaya had her own children taken, because she's the one with the custodial rights, she's the one with the parental responsibility for Lilly and Jack, if she chose to have her children taken by someone and they are safe and they are well, you have to ask yourself what crime would have been committed. None, except all of the police time she's wasted. That surely is a crime. But just having the children picked up by someone who is trustworthy and then taken, there's no crime that Daniel could argue, because Daniel has no custodial rights over Lilly and Jack. He's not their dad. He's not even married to Malaya. So he calls himself their stepdad, and, you know, in all intents and purposes, he's been looking after Lilly and Jack for 2 years. So, yeah, I think I would say he's got the right to call himself their stepdad. But legally speaking, he has no rights over Lilly and Jack. Neither does Cody Sullivan, their biological father. He gave up his rights over 2 years ago. So if Malaya chose to have Lilly and Jack taken, there's no crime. The thing Durwood said was Malaya wanted to leave Daniel, and apparently Patty told Durwood to go and pick Malaya up. This is all according to Durwood, and this is a couple of weeks before Lilly and Jack disappeared. But Durwood said he didn't want to break up a family. He wasn't going to do that unless Malaya rang him and told him that she did want to leave, and then he would go and pick her up. But why would she need to be picked up? Because she's got the vehicle. Right? Daniel has a vehicle, apparently wasn't in use at the time that Lilly and Jack disappeared. When he went to look for Lilly and Jack on the 2nd of May, he used Malaya's car, the SUV. And so why, if she wanted to leave, why wouldn't she just leave? Again, Lilly and Jack have got nothing to do with Daniel legally. But then there's Meadow, the little baby, who is Daniel's child. So I assume that they have joint custodial rights over Meadow. So if she wanted to leave, she could take Lilly and Jack without Daniel having a word to say about it, but not Meadow. So would it be logical for Malaya to arrange? This had to be done in person, because if this was done over the phone, I'm sure RCMP would have found the evidence for it. Again, they say there's no evidence of any crime or anything, but she could have done it in person. She was at her grandma's on the Wednesday, 2 days before Lilly and Jack went missing. So she arranges to have Lilly and Jack picked up, and she is going to then follow later on. But why? I don't understand. And this is my main logical argument against this theory. Why would you do that? All right, if you want someone to come and pick you up rather than leaving yourself because you're scared of violence and you want someone else there while you're leaving, that's fair enough. We know that Daniel's controlling. We know that there was a huge amount of problems in the relationship. And one thing for this theory is that Malaya did want to leave Daniel. She took the first opportunity to leave on May the 3rd, which is bizarre to me. That she leaves the property where her children have gone missing from. You know, it leads me and Belinda, the children's paternal biological grandmother, to think, well, she knew they weren't coming back. How could she have left when she knew that they're missing? Well, the answer is she knew they weren't coming back. But could it be something else? Could she have left because this was her opportunity to go? To take Meadow out of a situation where Daniel was very controlling, and it was the way that she could get Meadow away from him, and it's all backfired on her if that's the case, because she has also lost custody of Meadow for the time being at least. But why wouldn't you all go together? And if you wanted someone to pick you up in case Daniel got mad, if you were scared, well, wouldn't you just all go together? I don't understand why you'd have this convoluted idea about Lilly and Jack going first and you following on later. But allegedly, Daniel and Janie believe this theory. According to Durwood, it's like, look, none of this is admissible in court. All of this is hearsay. And it's second-hand information. Durwood coming out saying that Janie... You know, Janie's timeline fits with Malaya knowing that the children have not actually disappeared, into the woods. And Janie said herself when she was interviewed by CBC that when she found out that the children were missing, apparently she'd heard them in the morning in the area of the swings. She changed her story, said it was before 8:48 when her brother rang. Change that to it was after 8:48. Is that a genuine mistake, or is there a reason for that? But when she found out that
have a great night, Miss Tandy. Love you, dear, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Children were missing, which was shortly before 10:01, shortly before the 911 call. It was when Daniel was shouting for Lilly and Jack. So she goes out, she starts looking, but Malaya is standing there on the driveway with Meadow. She's not looking. It's odd. It's odd. It is odd. Why is she not looking? Okay, she's got Meadow, so it's not around as much as she can with the baby. It's problematic. And Janie says she's just standing there. So if that's true, well, is she just standing there because she knows where Lilly and Jack are, but she...
And that's the rest of it's just her talking about the end of it. Hey, kitty. That's a cute line. She's pretty. So there's that. And that's pretty much where we're at with this case at this point, you guys. There's nothing new. It's a lot of the same. I mean, there's a little bit of new stuff, but nothing of any importance. And they're still not found, and it's very saddening to me. 6 months. And I'm telling you right now, I'm angry with her. Because I feel like she knows the answers to everything. Now, Noelle just said, before we get out of here, for those of you that are interested, I do cover paranormal, weird, supernatural, crazy shit. And especially with the channel James, I've been following him. I do that stuff all the time.
He had a good one yesterday. Did you see yesterday?
No, but he's live, and he doesn't do lives very often. And a lot of you guys I know have been following the Atlas thing.
Yes.
This is kind of interesting. If you guys want to stick around to the end and follow this out with me, I think it's kind of interesting as well. So for those of you that are interested in this stuff, for those of you that aren't, I'm doing it. So here we go.
Bringing all our new Earth.
Right.
Is that we have noticed the sun being weird this past year now. 3i is at the sun. So maybe it's there to restore the sun. So this is one interesting thing, Matt, because, and I'm not sure if you guys can actually see the comment. Let me see if I can actually play this, check this for myself, because I'm super curious. Oh my gosh. What in the world?
I'm gonna start this at the beginning of this. 1 minute here. Again, this is James. The channel's name is James. I really like this guy a lot. 1 minute here. A lot of the stuff he's put out is really interesting to me. You know, I'm a little bit of a phenomener, whatever you want to call me. I like the UFO stuff. I like the ghost stuff. You guys know me. It's a little different too.
The cab is here. My ship's here. All right.
Can you guys hear me? Do we have a sound check? Is my microphone working? Everything nice? And there are news about 3i Atlas. There's a lot that we already know about 3i Atlas, and we also know is that we've been having lots of sightings since then. This is one of the reasons I decided to go live, because there's been so many updates that it's actually hard to keep up with when it comes to 3i Atlas. It's a really peculiar situation. I don't think this is can't hear you, sir. Oh shoot. Louder. I have no idea if it's, I think it's right now it's cool. A lot of sightings happening.
Hey, Lucci.
So what's really weird about all of this is that these sightings have been happening up. I'm pretty sure 3i Atlas is most likely just a comet, an Oumuamua type comet, but there's a lot of strange things about it. And there are people who know more about the topic that are now coming out and actually speaking more about the topic, about 3i Atlas. And what we hear about it is that it's a special comet.
Very special.
I've been hearing rumors all day about like people seeing UFOs, like sightings all over the place in the direction of this thing.
So do we get to hear the videos?
I'll tell you my
audio,
opinion.
everything working?
Perception.
Eddie's got a real interest in this thing too.
I love this stuff. I mean, I feel like when we wait
This is coming from Reddit 3 days ago.
10 years.
And we got this pretty cool video. It was posted 20 minutes ago by ProPixel Video Analysis and Research. And he actually captured something pretty amazing with this PVS-14 wide phosphor night vision scope. And this is pretty amazing. Whatever it is he caught on in space, it deserves attention. And it's got like 22 likes. So this is something I'm pretty sure is going to eventually get a lot of attention. We got something in Moscow a few days ago, yesterday, October 27th.
And no, he's not talking about Idaho. He's talking about Moscow, Russia.
Mysterious bright green object flew over the city, and there's a bunch of videos of this thing. People are, of course, connecting this somehow to 3i Atlas, and I'm not sure how, but the amount of comets
That looks like a
we've been
meteor.
seeing in the past few months, it's amazing. It's been also amping up. Leave a comment if you've been seeing more of these things too. Question is 3i Atlas an alien comet? Or
I would
is it
love
not?
to see.
We
I
got
haven't
Ivy Loeb
never
on
seen any
the
UFO,
Joe
but
Rogan show
I'm
talking
ready.
about it.
What'd you say?
I've never seen any UFO, but I'm ready to see one.
That's me. I don't believe in things until I see them. That's just my thing. Like, show it to me. I want to see it. You know what I mean?
I want to meet my aliens.
If it's real.
Forever.
Right.
This is pretty interesting. And we got a video that is, well, former governor of Nuevo Leon, Jaime Rodriguez, posted on his official Facebook account a series of impressive recordings that show an orange orb. And this is the full video, I guess. We're going to be taking a look at it in a few seconds. This is yeah, there's actually a few videos. This is a guy who says he worked at NASA, and he talks about 3i Atlas and what he believes it may actually be. So I will check him up right now. We're going to watch this video together because I haven't watched it fully. Someone sent it to me. And if you want to send me videos, that is possible, channel. Just send it over through the comment section right now. I'll be sure to take a look at it. But if you want to send it over by email, videos, information, pictures, thatimpossiblechannel@gmail.com. So, can't hear you, James. Your volume is still low. Okay, so. Is it better now, guys?
There we go. Oh, yeah.
Is the audio better now? Just audio is fine. Yeah, they're watching this live.
So cool that it's live.
So do I still have to turn up the mic?
Oops, sorry.
I got it turned up all the way, and he turned his up too, so we should be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like him and all the stuff he puts out. They're very interesting, for if nothing else, and very entertaining.
About what all is going on with 3i Atlas. Hello, I'm Dr. Gregory Rogers. I used to be a flight surgeon for the...
Just one last time. Is my audio good? We're going to listen now to this guy talk about 3i Atlas, which is a pretty interesting video. Yeah, can you guys hear me? Cool. All right, so let's go into this.
United States Air Force and for NASA, Chief of Aerospace Medicine. Hello, I'm Dr. Gregory Rogers. I used to be a flight surgeon for the United States Air Force and for NASA, Chief of Aerospace Medicine at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station. One thing that I would like to address right now is that there are so many stories and competing stories about what all is going on with 3i Atlas. So I want to add my 2 bits to it.
Sure.
I don't want to focus on all of the different strange anomalous things that so many other people have brought up, especially Dr. Avi Loeb. But I want to discuss just the chemistry.
Okay, so this is interesting because he's going to go into the chemistry, which is something that Avi Loeb and others went into, but not so much. So it's interesting because what he has to say is pretty down to earth. It's nothing difficult to understand, but it seems that he knows quite well what he's talking
No pun intended.
about. So let's take a look at it.
I worked with the space program. I knew about the chemistry of the space shuttle, the deep space satellites we were sending out, the Hubble space.
What This guy says this old guy is AI. No, that's not AI. It's an AI can't generate like a 3-minute video, ongoing 3-minute video.
Telescope. Even the chemistry of Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 are well known. One of the characteristics of our spacecraft is that they have nickel alloys that they are made of. And the reason we chose to make these alloys useful for our spacecraft is because they are so adaptable to the space environment.
Okay.
Iron, on the other hand, is not. So we don't put iron into any of our spacecraft.
Makes sense.
Well, when we study the chemistry of 3I Atlas, one of the things that we see is that there's no iron there appreciably.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But there are nickel alloys that are very similar to the nickel alloys that we use in our spacecraft.
Okay, so how does he know that, and how do we know that? Does anyone know? Leave a comment. How do we know the composition of this comet? I mean, like, analyzing the light reflected and emitted by 3 Atlas, astronomers can determine its chemical composition. Cool. Okay, so
when the universe creates iron, it also creates nickel. And when it creates nickel, it creates iron. And so they are always found together. If you look in any asteroids, comets, interplanetary devices, or even the planets themselves, you're always going to see iron and nickel at the same time. We as humans have to go through a strong manufacturing process to separate the nickel from the iron. And then once we have the nickel separated, we can use special processes to create the nickel alloys that we use in our spacecraft. Well, when we study the 3I Atlas, we're seeing the same kind of nickel alloys that our spacecraft would give off if they were entering the solar system of some distant star and an intelligent life form there was monitoring our spacecraft. They would see the same kind of nickel alloys being given off by our Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 spacecraft.
Okay.
So when we see these kinds of things and people continue to say, oh, it's just a comet, it's a natural comet, except that it's not doing natural things.
Okay, so this is where right now what the information that we have of 3I Atlas is pretty important. Because we now have a full-on 50-50 division of people who think it's just a comet. And of course, they have their arguments. It makes sense. And there's people saying that it's not still. Because we already saw it. Apparently, we have news. We already have information of what this thing may actually be. And so we got... Let's take a look at this. This is what we have a lot of people, astronomers, posting this. So we got this guy, Truth Bros, posting. This was 4 hours ago. Perihelion has been reached. No sudden stops, no crazy turns, no change in trajectory. I wanted it to be an alien mothership, but it's just a rock. This is one take. And then if you continue on, there's more interesting things about the Atlas. Actually, this is exactly because nothing happened. And that's not what happens when you have a meteor passing by the sun. So this account posted this 4 hours ago too. So it's interesting how you have two different opinions. Through Atlas past perihelion, nothing happened. Normally, this is the moment when comets put on their most dramatic show as solar heat strikes their icy cores. Ice's sublimate, gas vents erupt, and twin tails. In other words, it should be a light show. It's passing by the sun, and it shows up as a rock. Or should I say a spaceship? I'm not sure. So this is a moment of chaos, light, and transformation. according to this guy and apparently some other astronomers. But not this time. Nothing happened. No bright flare, no visible outgassing, no tail, just a faint stable trajectory, as if it ignored the sun entirely. So there's two sides of the story, right? So this thing ignores the sun. It's going at its normal trajectory. So what now? It's still acting kind of strange. Let's see what this guy has to say.
When we look at the chemistry alone, this is a very troublesome aspect of what we see. If these are nickel alloys being used for 3i Atlas for the same reasons that we would use it for our satellites and space probes, then that means somebody manufactured it, because iron should be there and it's not.
So what he's basically saying is that someone manufactured 3i Atlas. It may be behaving somewhat like a comet. There are anomalies in 3i Atlas. A.V. Lowe pointed them out. This guy pointed out. A lot of other researchers pointed out. A lot of people noticed this. So what are we expecting from it exactly? So there's some people in the comment section saying here, we are expecting it to be aliens. Now, what if it's a little bit more interesting than that? You guys know that I can actually, I don't know if your comments are showing up on the screen. Let's finish what he has to say.
Yeah, I love
alloys should not be there, but they are. So I want to point this out specifically because I find it as a very important finding. And
so in other words, he's not saying it's an alien ship. He's not saying it's aliens. He's just saying it's most likely manufactured. Do you know what that means? That means that maybe Dr. Beatrice Villarreal, I don't know how to pronounce her name, but I did feature her video in my last 2 uploads. And she explains, we can take a look at what she says, but she explains how there are thousands of these objects in the sky, and we have absolutely no idea what they are and why they keep disappearing. So we got a clear video of one of these drones 26 minutes ago. Told you guys, this is amazing.
Welcome to the UF.
What? There you go. That is not an airplane. So this is one of those drones that we've been seeing. No one knows what these things are. So Dr. Beatrice, let me see if I can find her here. Yeah. She's been online lately, busy talking about now this is not exactly what I wanted to see here. So she says how there are thousands of these things. I guess this is it.
2 papers that are out right now that just cut through both these papers. Let's start with as simple of a question as possible here. These lights in the sky from before Sputnik, were these artificial?
Wait, someone posted this. We're not easy to fool as in 2001. Can you guys actually see the comment there in the middle of the screen? Please leave a like or just give me a confirmation where you guys can see the comment in the screen, because this is my first time with this software. So I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, I do believe that aliens may exist. So I don't know what to say about that. I'm not sure if we're alone in the universe. That's it.
Objects orbiting Earth before we were ever in space?
From what we see, this kind of transients or flashes that you see, they have a very interesting feature. You usually get these kind of flashes when you have something that is very flat and very reflective, and in a, let's say, in a geosynchronous orbit at, let's say, 42,000 kilometers.
Wait, hold on. Very flat, very reflective in geo.
So she's basically saying they've captured thousands of these things in the sky. They show up and now they're gone. And this was before Sputnik. It was before we actually went to space. So this is kind of interesting. What do you mean? There's thousands of things up there that are not supposed to be there, and they're not from our species. Is it something observing us? Is it something that was already there? So she has this pretty interesting theory that it's maybe reminiscence from an ancient civilization, which is a pretty interesting theory, taking into consideration all those theories, the ancient Mayans, the Incas, the Egyptians. Anyways, it kind of goes in line with that, and it's pretty interesting.
Synchronous orbit, that doesn't sound
around the Earth,
natural,
yes.
right? Yeah.
Yes, and the funny thing is that we can show that there are solar reflections because there is a deficit of them in the Earth.
Yeah, so someone says, don't trust anyone. I totally agree with you. You should trust your instinct. That's what I say always. Not sure if you guys can see the comments actually, but I hope you do.
Shadow at these altitudes. And that means that at least a fraction of the transients of these flashes that we're looking at, like 30-35%, appear to be due to these solar reflections of such objects. And if we think about that, these transients come from images taken before the first human satellite, they do look pretty artificial.
Yeah.
You know, there are thousands, tens of thousands of these, if I understand it correctly, maybe even more. What did you think when you started to see a correlation between nuclear testing that was going on around that same time, also these UFO?
Okay, so this is something that I've been showing you guys since. If you guys got to watch my videos if you haven't. But the alien situation, I've been following up closely. And these orbs, they keep showing up where there are generally close to nuclear facilities. This is at first the theory that a lot of people on the internet started coming up with. And then it was actually confirmed by outlets that yes, these things were popping up all over nuclear facilities in December 2024, right? This was way before Comet 3I Atlas or anything like that.
That's true. I can verify that because I covered that at one point on one of my paranormal nights. They were popping up all over the place. So that is true. I can verify that.
So whatever's going on with the drones and UFOs, it's been happening for a few months. And to me, it is no surprise that right now we have a comet that it doesn't look like a comet. We should keep an eye on this thing. That's what I think. And another thing that we analyzed is that these objects, whatever they are, they're coming in from the ocean. They're coming out of the ocean. And basically Atlantic Ocean and pretty close to the eastern United States coastline. And then you got some of them coming in from the Pacific side, California. And you got a bunch of these things showing up on the Pacific side, also Chile, Argentina. Anyways, let's take a look at what she has to say. This is kind of interesting.
Those sightings that were happening around the United States, that correlation, did that stick out to you right away? Were you kind of sketched out by it?
Well, like the first time when we saw that, it was by coincidence. My friend David Altman, he tells me about Washington flap, 1952. And then by chance, I discovered that our best candidate when we were looking for our land transients also came from the same Washington 1952 flap, just from the other weekend, because it was distributed over 2 weekends. And I was like, this is weird. And then that was what formed the hypothesis that we wanted to test. Is there
Okay, so right now I'm getting a lot of emails and comments from people saying that they have videos, sightings, things that they want to show, things they believe may actually be related somewhat to the alien situation. So send it over to thatimpossiblechannel@gmail.com or send it over to the comment section right now. I'll be taking a look at it. So we got Dobsonian Power here online, and he is one of the astronomers that's been following through Atlas closely. And let's see if he's actually talking about something here. He usually, where is he? Nope. Nothing for now. So he's got the live, sky, and sonar, whatever this thing is. Pretty interesting. So this is coming in from ProPixel Video Analysis and Research. This guy has something, he's got something pretty amazing. Now, picture this. We've got an entire situation with aliens, whatever these things are. We're seeing orbs, drones. If you're not aware of what I'm talking about, let me show you guys a video. Let's go over to TikTok, which is easier. And we got a bunch of these videos. Most of them are fake. Let's try to find a good one. If you're not aware of what I'm talking about, the drones, the UFOs that people have been seeing all over the world, it's been amping up since November, December last year. And right now with 3 Atlas incoming, it's funny how I think both things could be correlated. It's impressive how there are not this one. That's definitely fake. So we got almost nothing. Oh my gosh. This is like becoming, leave a comment if you're experiencing this also.
It is interesting. I've seen other people talk about that whole thing with the orbs that we were watching last year that was never explained. A lot of people are saying that they think it might be related to this. I always thought that was kind of interesting as well.
Definitely related. It was check see if we were
on the
ready.
internet. You're not being.
Which I think nobody panicked. Right?
What did you say?
Like nobody panicked really when the orbs and everything out here.
Right.
When we were ready.
Could be.
Like we could watch from the beach, like we were watching the TV live cams, and then we're just all like over the ocean. I look at the 5.
Right. Yeah. We had them here in Ohio, Jersey, everywhere. It was big time. So yeah.
And like people weren't scared. Which is amazing.
No, they weren't freaking out like a lot of people were, and that's what I saw too. Was that people were saying that there was the government like seeing how we'd react to that as this comes into play and all that. I'm not saying I believe in all that. I'm just saying, it's definitely interesting for all of the thoughts and stuff on this. But I'm not saying it's wrong either. So the orbs were crazy. I agree with that. There was a lot of them. They were all over the place. So
if you just ask the orbs, you will hear sometimes. Like I can in the backyard, I have videos. I just ask them sometimes and they'll know. But I think my backyard is fertile.
That's pretty wild. Oh, sorry to cut this off. Hold on.
Being able to. This is crazy. Oh, this is just 2 days ago. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, astonishing.
I'm recording. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm getting this on video. Wait, what? I had over 60.
It could be AI, like someone says in the comment section, but it could be real also. You got a 10-second video, really high quality.
And that's what we got to be careful with nowadays with all the AI stuff. There's going to be a lot of people putting crazy shit out that's not real. You know what I mean? So you got to watch.
Nothing seems off. But I'm not sure that's it. This one is something. This is a little bit of what people are seeing now a lot in the sky.
That's wild.
Okay, so I'm getting a lot of emails right now. Yeah. Okay, so
Does anybody know what's happening? Do you guys know?
they're not birds. Okay.
This drone footage was recorded by Christian on May 3rd in Norway. He managed to capture a rapidly moving object on the right side of the screen. The acceleration of the craft...
That's interesting. Does not look real to me, but yeah, I don't know. Could be wrong. Okay, so one of the most recent sightings was in Argentina, I think, right?
That's why I like him, because he tries to stick with stuff that is real. He tries to debunk the shit that's not, and he's about the real deal stuff. You know, he's not into that fake shit. So I like that about him.
Colombia.
Papi, ¿no lo ves? Míralo en el teléfono. ¿Qué vaina será esa, verdad?
Yeah, so you see how it's actually behind the clouds. This is one of the things that actually disturbed a lot of people. I did a video on this sighting on Colombia, and thank you very much, guys, because I think this was actually someone on the comment section on a live stream that sent it to me. So I'm very thankful for that.
That does look like something that's sitting up in the clouds. It's kind of wild looking. You know what I mean?
Ahí estamos viendo un fenómeno que se ha aparecido en este momento allá en el cielo. Es una luz entre azul y verdosa, es toda rara.
Okay, so let's see what we have here. Someone just sent me this. If you want to send me videos, things that are happening right now, that is Impossible Channel at gmail.com. You may also want to try that Impossible Channel at gmail.com. So this was where? Thailand. Oh, really? So we got one in Russia, another one in Thailand, and another one. Wait, what? So we got a lot of these things happening right now.
Where is it?
What?
Not yet.
Right now?
Where is it?
What's going on? A bunch of comments and me. Are you serious? What's going on? This is like the third in a row. Look at the size of this thing.
Oh, look at that.
That's huge. That is huge. What in the world?
This is stuff that he's being sent as he's live too, folks. That's crazy.
Wow. This was in
it.
October 28th, just a few hours ago.
What'd you say, Krista?
I like that you said that.
Oh yeah, me too.
I'm guessing. Well, thank you very much, guys. If you have any more information you want to send it over by the chat, the comments here, or that impossiblechannel at gmail.com. Let's take a look at what you guys are saying.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think this is it. Yeah, I truly think this is it. We're currently in the height of the Taurid meteor stream every year at the same time. Exactly. This is one of the things that's happening. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the meteor stream. Very cool.
So let's see what else we got. We got...
Seeing here is the glow of light around the object from scattering sunlight. And the question is, what is producing that light? You know, what is scattering sunlight? And the unusual thing about it, as soon as this was released, you know, the comet experts said, oh yeah, now it's proven it's a comet.
So what he points out is that the light that the comet is producing is backwards. It's not, it doesn't have a tail. The light is in its front, like it has a headlight.
But I said, look, it's the sun facing emission that is elongated. It's not the other side. The extent of the glow backwards away from the sun is the same as sideways.
Yeah, so he's one of the first guys to talk about this. It's kind of weird, but you know. So you got let's take a look at this video. This is former governor of Nuevo Leon, Jaime Rodriguez, posted on his official Facebook account a series of impressive recordings that show an orange orb, and he claims that it appeared near the ranch in Incamole. We're going to be taking a look and see if we can find the original video, but I'm going to trust this source for now. This is Jaime Musan. This guy's a researcher, ufologist. He has a TV program. Let's take a look at this video. So these are some of the orbs and UFOs that people have been seeing a lot lately. If this has anything to do with Atlas, I am researching this. There's a lot of people onto this. We'll find out.
Oh, that's wicked.
So I have one small problem with this video.
You know what's wild is our Molly, the videographer here, Molly. She lives out in Idaho, in like Idaho Falls, in the middle of nowhere. Like, this is what her backyard looks like, is what we're seeing on the screen right now. And on her channel, no lie, she records these things all the time. Around her house, constantly. These orbs in the sky, these lights, they're just all around her area constantly. And she'll put them on her channel, and she's sent them to me a few times too. And it's like, this is real shit she's recording. It's not a fake thing, you know? So, but there's such wide open space out there. They're always out there. And she's like, this happens constantly out here, Dago. And I was like, Jesus, that's wild. You know, can you imagine seeing that out your back door just on a regular basis? It is really crazy.
Look, I pretty much believe in UFOs and aliens, and I think they're possibly something out there. But am I crazy, or is this video cut into 7-second videos? That could be Sora. I don't know if you guys know that. There's an AI that can actually produce videos, and the limit is 7 seconds. So I'm not sure. I'm just getting the impression here that this video is cut into 7-second edits. Hope not. Hope not. Yeah. Hope this isn't the case. Yeah, I'm guessing there are some cuts that are longer than 7 seconds, but this is interesting because if it's fake, it's actually just portraying a real situation. There's a lot of people who saw these things. Now, so this is an interesting video from this guy, Dr. Gregory Rogers. He's got something pretty interesting to talk about through Atlas. I've shown this in this live stream before, but I can play this video again. I see some people asking this.
Hello, I'm Dr. Gregory Rogers. I used to be a flight surgeon for the United States Air Force and for NASA, Chief of Aerospace Medicine at Cape Canaveral Air Force
We already saw this. I'm going to push this forward again.
Station. One thing that I
So
would
if you
like...
got videos, pictures, and
It don't look like it'll on the fan. It keeps splitting. Wish this fan could get a better.
Well, actually,
grasp of it.
you're getting a pretty good one. Pretty good capture.
It's like flashing like multiple colors.
Okay.
That ain't no kind of plane or nothing. That's
Sit
weird.
here and watch it, son of a bitch.
Speak of the devil, look at this. That's what I was talking about. Molly gets these orb things on her That's weird, Molly. I'm done. That's weird. You just appear. But yeah, look at all that. That's crazy.
Wish the fan would get a hold of something. It's just not doing anything.
Okay, so it's gonna disappear right in front of your eyes.
It's fading out.
It did. It did.
fading
Oh my
out.
gosh.
Yeah, please do go check out her channel, Mayflowers. One of the mods, if you can drop Molly's link, she's got some amazing stuff over there, truly.
Oh my gosh, it did.
It's gone.
It's gone. It's gone.
What?
Yeah,
in
someone.
the actual fuck.
Yeah. One thing is to record it.
Dude.
The other thing is to actually see it in your live. It's crazy, right? So we got. Let's take a look at this. So we got someone saying this. This is, for instance, a pretty interesting sighting coming in from 3 days ago. Yeah, that looks like... I was going to say balloon, but it doesn't look like a balloon, does it? Yeah.
It could be busy. It truly could be.
No, it actually looks like... Okay, so I can hear wind in the video, so I'd say 50-50 on balloon. So we're getting a lot of emails here.
Look at this skyline, dude.
Oh my gosh.
This is just outside my apartment.
There's many of them.
Oh, here's another
So
one.
Ronald Reagan Airport shut
Left
down
to right.
because of unidentified objects. This is
See
the
how they're
video
just
we're seeing of these things.
They're these tiny little things, dude.
All right, so he's starting to talk about the airport shutdowns right now.
Now, this is not official information. This is coming in from Twitter. The information that the
Everywhere
airport was
tonight.
shut
This
down.
is wild. I'm counting 1, 2.
I see 3.
3, 4.
From my understanding, this is live typically. Like, this just happened over the past couple hours.
5, 6 now. That was with my eyes. Oh, and a third one off in the distance.
It's
So
I
it's a
guess
7.
5. Okay,
Jesus.
wow.
I don't know. Are you guys seeing this where you
Yeah.
are? This is outside of DC.
Okay.
Definitely not normal. Look at this.
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Okay, we got another sighting over here. This was in Miami, Florida. Where's the object? I don't see any. You're not talking about that, right? That was fake. Oh my gosh, someone actually trolled me on live video. That actually happened. Okay, so we got more videos coming in. What else do we have on Reddit? So airport shut down due to unidentified objects 1 hour ago. This is what I'm talking about. We've been having a lot of these sightings lately since 3 Atlas was announced. It's been amping up. So let's take a look at the alien community. Wow, where you go? Go.
That'd be one hell of a distraction, wouldn't
What I
it?
didn't know is that there's apparently since the early 1960s, there were something called uncorrelated targets. And people have been finding them in hundreds per week or something like that, where again, they see something only once or a few times on a radar or with the optical sensors, and then they can't track it. So it becomes an uncorrelated target, and they are always reduced.
It's like it's been listed as like a comet, Fizzy. People think that it's other things. There's a bunch of different variations of what it is, but it's been put out by the scientific community as like a comet. I don't know either way. I don't want to lie and say I do, but that's what it's been. Like NASA has claimed it's some form of a comet or something, but it's weird because it's backwards. There's the problem. So when there's scientists that are like it should have a tail, but the tail's on the other end of it. So figure that out. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know how to explain it because I don't know any of that stuff, but it is interesting as all hell. So of course there's people that have stated that it is an alien mothership. There's people that have stated that it's a planet in some weird bad word. I don't know. I've seen a bunch of different things. So yeah, and basically, yes, that's what they've stated. It's behaving against physics to some aspect, I guess. I don't know. Don't quote me because I'm not the one. I just watch what I watch. I take it for what I can, and I try to perceive it the best way I can. But you know, everybody has their own feelings. Truly, you know,
It can be.
I don't berate anybody's feelings on it at all. Absolutely not at all. You should go for it. Typically, any reason and excuse you have to eat ice cream, please do.
Oh, that sounds good.
Go for it. But yeah, it's interesting, and I like watching James because he puts out some really interesting stuff. Whether it's real, not real, but he tries to stay away from the BS as much as he can. It's hard sometimes because sometimes the BS is really interesting to watch too. But for the most, I know you are typically. I'm just teasing too. That could be what it is too, Fizzy. It could just be an anomaly, and it's coming off looking that way. But I'm not a scientist. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's a good thought, though. Very good thought. Eddie's been into this stuff and looked at it a lot too. We talked about it a while back. So I don't know. I don't know what it is. It's just very interesting. And like I said, finding out that there's airports closing down and stuff like that. That's you know, if you got to look on Twitter to find that, I guess. But I haven't seen anything on the news yet, so we'll see what happens.
From the background, when people calculate the number of objects in space, let's say space trash and satellites in space.
How do you separate an uncorrelated target from a satellite?
So they have this way of actually identifying these objects, taking pictures of them and tracking them down for years. And then when they do that, they actually get this data. What is it? It's not a satellite, right? So scribble it in, scribble it out. What is that? So it's not a satellite. What is it? They don't know. They simply don't know.
It's a spice peanut. That's what it is.
Let's take a look at the NJ Drones community. Yeah, this was yesterday, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, show this video before. But we got many of them.
My understanding is they closed the airports because there was a lot of UAPs that were floating around, and they didn't want to. They were in the airspace that could cause problems within the airspace. Is all. So that's how I've been understanding it thus far. I don't know what it is or what it isn't, but yeah.
I mean, it's not true. Remember the orders for the one base when the orders were from back in January.
Yeah.
The main one. There was like just everywhere.
You guys had them really bad there in Jersey.
Yeah,
really
yes.
bad. And
So
then
we were watching 24/7 beach. Like I mean, all the time. I don't ever see them out there. But it was, and then they were coming in and around. Like you could really kind of just interact with them.
Right. Oh well, see, I didn't see any of that, but that's interesting though. Very interesting. So
One lady was interacting with them like light stuff, and I have to find it.
Oh, because I think it's because the video's up, you guys. That's what the echo. Sorry,
I forgot.
That's all right. But yeah, it's typically said that there's, I guess, debris falling, and so they're closing airports that way they don't cause any. I'm gonna Google it after the fact, but sorry about the echo. I'll go back to it. Thank you. Typically. Hold on. There we go.
Oh wait, is that the same thing that I showed on my last video? It looks like it. Like a cylindrical type object. Yeah, just like this one.
Rapaz, eu tô achando que aquela guerra lá da Rússia tá vindo pra cá. Olha o tamanho de míssil que vem voando aqui em cima de Arim. Ali.
Yeah, that's one heck of a size.
É míssil, tá vindo lá com a Rússia.
Look at that. Is that? I mean, like, look at that. It doesn't look like a balloon. It shines like metal. That's, to me at least. It shines
like a floating
metal.
cigarette.
But I could be wrong. Take a look at that. I mean, like, I don't know. So this is
Newark.
Let me take a look at this. So we got a lot of subscribers sending in videos. Yeah, so let's take a look. Thailand. In Moscow. This one's that weird because of the period of the year, right? So this is interesting because we got 3i Atlas. And it's apparently not a comic. At least this is when some people say it's manufactured. This is the information that we have right now that makes more sense.
You don't see any commentary.
This is one topic we can actually approach. We got my theory on this is that we have noticed the sun being weird as this. Yeah, so the sun has been acting weird, and I guess we could talk about that too. Let's take a look at that. Very interesting topic, by the way. What is this? So, dude catches a fast-moving disc or circular-shaped object in the sky.
Close encounters of the third kind, yes.
On infrared.
That is...
Thoughts? What camera is this? So, multiple witnesses across Southeast Midlands and Western Ireland reported seeing a silent, fast-moving light in the sky over the past 15 minutes, described as a large object with a bright front light moving west to east. This was 7 hours ago by Weather Monitor. Like I said in the past, actually in the beginning of this video, it's not aliens anymore. It's not about aliens or UFOs. The topic is reaching absolutely everywhere because people are seeing a crazy amount of sightings for the past couple of months. So it's got to the point that it's absolutely everywhere. Does this have anything to do with 3i Atlas? So this is it. That's a rocket launch. That's what I think. So we got an email here from another email. Lights in the sky. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, that's a rocket launch, I'm guessing. That looks like a rocket launch. Nonetheless, it's pretty crazy. We got another one, the same thing, I'm guessing. Yeah. Yeah. Now this one. That is crazy.
Pues
I'll be honest, if I looked up and saw that from my backyard, I'd probably freak out a little bit. Just be true, being honest.
Or at least a couple of days.
Another star system.
Yeah.
And number 3, the Earth's
live stream. That's interesting. That's a lot of information there. If you guys
Here's the crazy part. When you are in a deep meditative state, your brain literally syncs with 7.83 hertz. We are literally synced to the Earth's frequencies. But on October 30th, something unprecedented.
So, wait. Someone is asking here.
That's wild, Denise.
Where do I send my video made with Nikon P1000? Well, you can.
That's
a good camera. ThatImpossibleChannel@gmail.com. Send it over. Tomorrow, is that it?
It's hitting your brain.
The Schumann resonance. Is that what is the Schumann resonance?
Earth vibration.
I don't even know if I'm writing this correctly. Let's take a look at this.
Well, this is what I was talking about earlier, you guys, when Cassie brought it up about the Schumann resonance. Resonant. I can never say it right, but you know what I'm trying to say. The Schumann resonance. I read it to you. Remember the basically the Earth's heartbeat.
Now we're our vibration.
Oh, listen.
Actually, is
You can hear it. Listen. You hear it. I hear it. That's me, folks. Anyway, but yeah, that was me. That was me. Hey, Moonbreaker. She's waiting for enhanced audio. Oh, okay, cool, very cool. Thank you. Typically, but yeah, Eddie can hear it. He said it. We can hear it. I don't know. You gotta listen close to make sure you can hear it.
I always have this like. I don't know how me it's all
The ground vibrations and stuff that people talk about relate to that, I think, too.
It's just like
Interesting.
You need a square root of 1% of the pop stuff. This is just math based on electromagnetic fields affecting human consciousness. The peak moment happens exactly at 11:44 a.m. Universal Time on October 30th, 2025. That's when the interstellar object reaches its closest point to the sun, but the effects will build for hours before and hours after. From 6.
Yeah, so that's interesting. If you didn't know that, now you do. October 30th tomorrow, then we got Halloween after that. That's going to be awesome. So we got...
So 11:44 tomorrow morning. Pay attention, guys.
The sun's test has been passed. The interstellar object 3I Atlas, contrary to scientists' predictions, survived a collision with one of the most powerful solar plasma ejections of this cycle. So this is another thing that doesn't make any sense. And we're going to actually take a look at that because this is a topic someone asked for. And let's take a look into that. That's exactly what's bothering not only me, but a lot of people when it comes to 3I Atlas. What happened with it when it was close to the sun? So let's see if we find someone who can actually explain this well, because it is not. We got Stefan Burns, who explains it pretty well.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Solar something. It's really like the sun, I think. Earth is.
We discover has implications to our daily life, and this is a very unusual
This is
case
crazy.
where,
This is like A.V. Loeb he's got a different opinion from a lot of researchers. He's been on the Joe Rogan program right now, so he's been talking a lot about this, and he's got a lot of information. Some of this, it's a bit contradictory, but I guess it's pretty interesting what he has to say. And now, one of the only reasons that I'm actually following a bit of this more, actually, than I wanted to, the 3I Atlas situation, is mostly because we've been having a crazy amount of sightings and comets and meteors. So I wouldn't. So someone said we are in a place in the universe right now where it's common to see more meteor shots.
You know, people. Okay, this is the way I see it. Anybody that doesn't. If it's not the norm, if it's not what we see and hear every single day, people freak out and they deny it. They don't want to do nothing with it because it's not the norm, so they're afraid of it. There's a lot of fear out there. That's truly what I believe, that people don't like to see and hear these things. Those people are afraid of it, so that's why.
Hours, that sort of stuff, right? And we have another situation also. There's a pretty peculiar situation that I was going to show you guys. Apparently, the center of our galaxy,
yeah, animals will act crazy too when there's things going on.
It's pointed directly at Earth, and it's spinning at its maximum speed. So this is also pretty interesting. And the thing that they're saying is 3I Atlas actually came from the center of our galaxy. So I guess this is another information that is also pretty interesting. Yeah, I cannot find this right now.
Welcome back, Miss Melissa.
Picture, supposed picture of 3I Atlas. Again,
the show's done. We're just following up with some of this stuff because it popped up and it's interesting.
We should be seeing this thing pretty soon. I believe by tomorrow we should have more pictures. Yeah, I cannot find this. Where is... Oh, so, yeah. There's another crazy thing about it. We have a second moon. So, yeah.
That's pretty
Will
wild.
Earth have 2 moons orbiting it? Astronomers explain the quasi-moon. So yeah, we're gonna have another moon.
America has now explored
days,
a
I
new
guess,
region
or
of the
months,
moon that,
which is kind of crazy. But that's not what I'm looking for. Where is the...
No worries, Miss Paula. I've been here for a long time,
Yeah, a lot
so
of
any of
you
you that
are,
need to go, please feel free. I understand.
Come on. Wait, new study hints. It's October 6th. So there's a lot to this comet. It just doesn't... So this is coming in from one of our subscribers here. I think you guys can see it right now. It's coming from Brian. Thank you very much, Brian. Where was this? We got UFO from Marlene. Wow. It's a pretty good video. Okay, so what do you guys think this is?
Awesome, Melissa.
I don't see any wires in the middle of the way. That would suggest, for
Very
example,
cool.
a tree or something hanging. Cool. Let's see what else we can find about 3i Atlas. Yeah, so they're saying it's a pretty normal comet. I hope so. So this is a supposed leaked video of Comet 3i Atlas. I'm guessing this is not real, but who knows? But this reminds me, actually, this pretty much reminds me. Look at that. You know what's crazy about this? Wait a minute. This is
okay.
This is actually
I
crazy.
think I know what you meant, Witchy.
Wait a sec. Yeah, this one. From ProPixel Video Analysis and Research from Billy. So triangle in space with fire. Recorded something super strange here Recorded something super strange here that I've never seen before. Main footage shot on the full spec modified FX3 with an 85mm f1.4 lens. You guys got it. So spotted the behavior with a PDF.
Oh, no
for
problem,
some
Noel. Don't worry
celebrities
about it,
that
man.
he's using a night vision.
Well, there's blinkers.
And he's got something pretty similar to this. Where's the video? Yeah, actually pretty similar. This is kind of weird. Look at that. So they're saying this is a leaked video of 3 Atlas. I don't think it is, but look at that. Okay, so we got...
I don't know if I caught a triangle or not.
Look at
So here's the story. I did the recording last weekend, talking about the actual triangle that my buddy Alex and I saw. And after we did that, we just kind of hung out by the fire and just, did some sky fishing, I call it. And we just had our night vision goggles. And we're just
Love
watching,
doing sky
right?
fishing.
And a satellite came over. At least we thought it was a satellite. It was one of those blinkers. So
You know
some of them
better, Krista.
sometimes are spinning. And when they spin, there'll be a surface that reflects the sun on a kind of a normal cadence. This one was a little bit different. It had a unusual cadence to it. It wasn't perfect. But what was really unusual about it was I saw things kind of sparkling around it. And that was really different.
Nobody's going to be rude to you. You're part of this family in here, in this community. Of course they're going to treat you right. Everybody has different opinions on different things, so nobody would ever be rude to you. You know it wouldn't be allowed anyway, so no big deal.
I just really appreciate it. There's just people like this crazy bitch.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's perfectly fine. You're fine. You feel how you want to feel and share how you want to share. That's it.
Different. It wasn't
not enough information, but the video is cool. Whatever that thing is, it looks real. It could have been AI made. I'm not sure. It looks real, but
that's wild.
It could be a picture from another thing, and they just make it up like, oh, it's 3 Atlas, right? But this guy caught something similar.
And there's other things that
all right, hon, have a good night.
Side that kind of come into view and then disappear. And there's a
so he's talking about the same thing that Dr. Beatrice Villarreal is seeing, or talking about. These things that pop up in the sky, recorded, and then it's gone. It's not a satellite. It's not something that we ever seen, and it's there.
That's
And it's
interesting,
been there
Melissa.
since
Thank you.
before Sputnik or any aircraft of ours. And this is what Dr. Beatrice is saying, that something ancient is up there. And this comet, 7 billion years old, people are saying it's made out of nickel. It's a spacecraft made 7 billion. What? Are we like, my mind is racing. I'm thinking like, okay, so sci-fi thought this thing's coming.
It looks like it's 9,677, cat lady. That's a lot.
From the center of our galaxy or a black hole, and it came out of the black hole. It traveled through space and time to reach us or close by. This is just a sci-fi thought. Pretty much not it, but leave a comment. What do you think?
In here that make it look like a triangle. I mean, how funny would that be after we just reported on or talked about us seeing the triangle? So here's the flashing object right here. I'll play it. So right there, right now.
Look at that.
After that flash,
something comes out of it.
Kind of looks like a triangle. And this is really, again, on the very edge of everything. But it's just fascinating to me that we saw this formation. I mean, it may not be one. It may be one. I have no idea. Like I said,
That's an awesome catcher, but...
And this one is the other odd one.
Yeah.
Here's the flashing object. And watch. Two other objects emerge from it and kind of go off and disappear. You see it? I don't know.
Let's watch it again.
You see it?
Yeah.
Right, that's what I gathered, Melissa.
I don't know what we recorded. There was something unique about this.
That's unique. That's unique, indeed. All right. What else do we have here? We got a...
Who did, Krista? This guy here sent you a cease and desist? Oh, wow.
Bunch of emails coming in, and we got a few subscribers sending in comments. Let's see if we can actually download these videos, guys, because I prefer if you could send it over through a link. So we got one video, but it's it's... Let me see.
Oh.
Rotate.
Yes, you are, my friend.
Do you guys see that? That's a video from our subscriber.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
That looks like one of those rocket launches, I would say. That is a pretty cool sighting.
What's up, buddy bear? Good to see you.
We got more videos coming in. We got another one here.
Oh, I got you, Krista.
It's gone. It's gone. There.
Okay, so we got a dark video. We can't see anything.
It's gone. It's gone.
So let me just show this video just for the sake of it, because I think there's something at least I can tell you guys how to make better videos at night, and this is one heck of a tip.
It's gone.
So you see that?
It's gone. There's back.
Actually, you don't, right? There's just a star.
Way up
Remember to always activate your night vision mode or night mode in your camera at night. and you will be able to capture a much better footage.
For Molly? What, is Molly live? Yeah, I'm going to shut it down, guys. I was just checking this out, but... Or, you talking about Molly or Lana? Either way. That's going to do it tonight, guys. Thank you, Noel, for giving me the heads up on that. Thank you guys for joining us with the actual show itself. So I hope you guys have a great night over at Atlanta. We're going over to Atlanta's to Truth and Transparency, you guys. Can one of the mods drop Truth and Transparency's link in here real quick? Other than that, folks, I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. And we will see you very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true. A perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light. A reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear. The sound of justice, the only thing we hear. At the True Crime Cafe, we watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the next one.